new stadium to play in next year. And they'll still continue to play, probably one game a year here at the Meadowlands. It's always a nice, I think, incentive for the kids playing a pro football stadium. I want to tell you the Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are Marvin Harrison, the outstanding receiver from Syracuse who had a big day today, and Mark Washington from Rutgers, defensive back, did a terrific job, made a lot of good plays today. So Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students for their academic achievements and to assist those in financial need. As Lucas takes it up to the 49-yard line, Harrison 7 catches, 155 yards, and a touchdown. He had a huge day for Syracuse, and the winner for Rutgers, as we mentioned, was Washington. So,
and if Syracuse doesn't go to a bowl game, this team is they're going to be back next year. This is an awfully good football team. They've got a lot of 3 redshirt freshmen starting at linebacker. Marvin Harrison is back. He's just a sophomore. Obviously, they're going to have to replace Marvin Graves, but they're looking forward to Paul Pasqualoni's getting Kevin Mason in there, a 6'3", 198-pound guy that'll be a senior, and kind of like Todd Philcox, had to wait for 3 years to play, only got to play 1 year, but he did pretty well in that
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
So Lucas, after getting the first down and the pass to Thunderbird, throwing to Brantley, and Brantley makes the catch. That'll be close to the first down inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. The clock at 44 seconds to go. Well, Todd, I hope you've enjoyed this day here with us on ABC. My pleasure to work with you.
Enjoyed it very much.
I think you're about the 4th analyst I've worked with this. Well, 5 if you count the guy I see on Tuesday afternoons that I talked about all my other analysts with. We've had a good time on this holiday weekend as Syracuse and Rutgers have played here at the Meadowlands. And Ray Lucas trying to get Rutgers on the board. The catch made at the 1-yard line by Mario Henry. And that'll stop the clock, 33 seconds. And Rutgers trying to push one across. Bryce Bevel was on the coverage.
And you got to wonder why Rutgers didn't try to attack this defense down the field a little more. Here's a nice little stretch play. Actually, excellent throw by Lucas right in the seam of the defense. You got a quarterback that can throw the football down the field. You got to attack a defense more ways than just one way. And that's something that Stan Parrish will work on with this team next year.
Willis, the deep back, trying to push it across the goal line. And Rutgers wants to call a timeout with 13 seconds to go. Rutgers takes a timeout. Syracuse leads at 31-10.
Radio Shack's optimal speakers can surround you with theater sound, or put a command performance on your bookshelf, in your living room, or on the road. Come on, there's over 80 speakers that deliver great sound, no matter what kind of music you listen to. Only at Radio Shack, your Christmas electronics store.
Examine this carefully before you buy your next car. Not just because it has standard dual airbags and starts at under $11,000, but because this is the new Geo Prism, and 98% of the people who bought a Prism would recommend Prism to a friend. So before you buy your next car, foreign or domestic, call 1-800-GET-TO-KNOW and get to know Geo Prism. Your friends would.
What kind of company would be responsive enough to make consumer loans in as little as 24 hours? Or develop low-cost life insurance for people over 50? Or make quick enough decisions to take advantage of changing times? At Transamerica, we may have a strong financial base, but we're very lean at the top.
Paul Pasqualoni, the head coach at Syracuse, looking to move his record against Rutgers to 3-0. As Lucas is going to roll out and throw the football. Incomplete. That stops the clock with 9 seconds remaining. Wayne Joseph over on the coverage. Bill Bailey, the intended receiver.
And another nice play by Dwayne Joseph. Again, he's the best cover guy for Syracuse, and he reads this play, and the ball hangs up in the air. Now watch Joseph just cut right in front, get a little bit of a fingertip on the ball, just enough to break the concentration of Bill Bailey.
Bailey's the answer to a trivia question. He scored the first touchdown in Big East history back in 91, August 30th, against Boston College. As Lucas on a little play action will go to Bailey for the touchdown. It's nice to see the senior from West Milford, New Jersey, Bill Bailey, his first touchdown reception of the year. And I don't think he's going to let go of that football.
So he turned to the ref and said, "I'm going to take this one with me."
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that's a tribute to him. He deserves that football. They just ran the same play to the other side. They're going to roll out Lucas to the short side of the field, little play fake, raises up and hits a fullback. You know, Joseph made the play on the other side. This time they ran away from him and got the touchdown in.
So with 6 seconds remaining, that makes it 31-16. And they'll go for the 2-point conversion. As they bring trips to the near side, now in motion is Ed Walker. And Bradley's there for the 2-point conversion. 31-18 with 6 seconds remaining.
Guess what's coming now?
With 6 seconds to go, you really think so?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it reminded me when Bailey kept that football. I was watching Marcus Allen, the Chiefs, since he scored his 100th touchdown, he keeps every one now. Those things, once you get past 100, those things are worth a little something, aren't they?
Probably called some memorabilia dealer.
Exactly. Well, coming up next, Oklahoma and Nebraska from a chilly Lincoln, Nebraska. Stay tuned for that. Nebraska unbeaten. Oklahoma ranked 16th in the country by the Associated Press. The executive producer of ABC Sports is Jack O'Hara. The coordinating producer of ABC's College Football, Bob Goodrich. Today's game was produced by Jim Ressler, directed by Dick Buffington. Technical director Jeff Suarez. Associate director Bridget Boginis. Production manager Lynn Cadden. And technical operations manager Bill Tracy. Assistants to the producer Jenny Thompson and Jeff Effers. I'd like to thank our spotter Joe Sullivan, our stats guy Scott Ameno, and Victor Vitarelli on computer statistics. And coming up, I want to remind you the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. And we'll run you out to Lincoln, Nebraska. Give you a preview of that game upcoming. Well, Todd, you got anything else here you going to add to this?
Well, Syracuse.
It's starting to get cold, I can tell you that.
I don't think it's as cold as it is in Lincoln right now.
No, it's not.
We don't have the wind chill working here. Interesting, and one of the new rules in college football is on the onside kicks, you have to have at least four guys on each side of the ball, and they put that rule in to prevent any serious injuries.
Jump ball. And Syracuse is signaling they got it. Rutgers is signaling they got it. But the only signal that counts is the guy in the striped shirt. And he said Syracuse football. Marvin Graves, you see the right wrist with all the plays on it. 15 of 19 today, 275 yards, a couple of touchdowns, 11 carries, 28 yards. You mentioned earlier, Todd, about Kevin Mason, who's a 6'3", 200-pounder. Actually, Paul Pasqualoni feels that he might be physically more gifted than Marvin Graves. Obviously has just not gotten the playing time, but Pasqualoni feels very confident about him. And even though they're going to lose Shelby Hill, he really likes his young receivers, Harrison and Walker and Jason Wilson. He feels that's going to be a real strength of theirs.
Yeah, they'll be a good football team, and again, as long as the Dome, they're going to continue to be able to recruit good receivers and quarterbacks and runners, because you get to play in ideal playing conditions where throwing the football is easy to do.
Well, Malcolm Thomas makes the last carry as Syracuse has defeated Rutgers 31-18, the final score from the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. The coaches, Paul Pasqualoni and Doug Graver, shaking hands there at midfield. These two will meet again and again and again. Both a couple of very good coaches. Both had previous head coaching experience before they took their jobs. Graber at Montana State. Pasqualoni spent some time at Western Connecticut State, Division III school. Went to Syracuse as an assistant. Graber spent some time in the NFL at Kansas City and Tampa. And I want to remind you that Oklahoma, Nebraska coming up next here on ABC Sports. And Shelby Hill and Ray Lucas congratulating one another.
You know, one thing that impresses me about Paul Pasqualoni and what he's done at Syracuse, I mean, he inherited a good program, but one thing that's really stands out to me, he's got a 14-3-1 record in games away from home. And when you can win games consistently on the road, that's the mark of a disciplined football team and a good football team. And Paul Pasqualoni has his team ready to play when they come on the road to play in the Big East.
So a lot of these players from Syracuse and Rutgers played against one another in high school, a lot of high school teammates. Both of these coaches were adamant in the fact about, you know, how important New Jersey was in recruiting for them. And of course, I think Doug Graber's done a really terrific job in his short time there of convincing the kids from New Jersey to stay home and play at Rutgers, and even more incentive now with their new stadium and such. And Syracuse, on the other hand, has always used, and as you said, Penn State earlier, have used New Jersey, but Penn State now going to the Big Ten, and obviously that's going to leave kids the fact that they'd like to stay closer to home rather than go out to the Big Ten and play. So Marvin Graves is joining us right now. Marvin, Roger Twyville up here with you. Also Todd Blackledge, congratulations on the victory today. And Marvin, a great career at Syracuse. Could you kind of put this year in perspective with your career there at Syracuse? How do you feel right now? It's all over with.
I feel good, you know, putting it in perspective. You know, we had our ups and downs this season, but I think we hung in there and stuck together. We could have easily, you know, gave up, but guys went out and practiced hard, and, you know, we gave 100%. And, you know, this is something to learn from. And, you know, one thing that came out of it was a winning season, and we're very happy about that.
Marvin, thank you very much. We've certainly enjoyed watching you during your career at Syracuse, and best of luck to you in the future.
Thanks for having us on TV.
Okay, Marvin Graves, outstanding quarterback for Syracuse, and he turned in another outstanding performance today. He's had so many of them in his record-breaking career at Syracuse. Big key today was that the Syracuse defense, Todd, held that Rutgers vaunted rushing attack, 10th in the nation, just 83 yards rushing today.
Yeah, they tackled well, and credit the front seven. That's who had to make it happen, and they did. They got off blocks, and they tackled it well.
Todd, enjoyed being with you. Thanks so much. Todd Blackledge, I'm Roger Twyville. Thanks for being with us. Oklahoma, Nebraska coming up next. So long, everybody.
A promotional fee has been paid to ABC Sports by United Airlines. All across the Pacific, they're playing our song. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
This may be the most beautiful story we've ever brought to you.
A gentleman with a tiny airplane teaches a flock of wayward geese what nature never did. A wondrous journey south.
It is the most marvelous feeling. I don't know what it is. There's a timelessness to it.
Watch this 2020 with your family.
Come home to Carney this year for all your gift-giving needs.
We call this barefoot comfort. You call it bliss. For home heating, for cooking, hot water, or drying, choose gas, America's best energy value.
The folks at Northwestern Public Service wish you and your family a safe and happy holiday.
It's shocking.
It's colossal.
Turkey Days are back.
Only at Video Kingdom.
Get a full-featured camcorder from GE for just $4.99.
$4.99?
Nice God! Amazing savings on everything. Take home a big 25-inch GE color TV under $300. What? Just watch us now.
Free interest till February.
Free layaway till Christmas.
And get a free turkey with minimum purchase. Only from your hometown Video Kingdom Superstore.
I love you guys.
When it comes to relaxation, everyone's favorite place is the Stratolounger Motion Gallery at Williamson's Interiors Grand Island. Sit back and relax in Williamson's large selection of motion sofas and sectionals that come with recliners built in each end. Just a touch of a button brings your feet up and lets you settle back in total relaxation. Each recliner sofa or sectional comes with a matching recliner to complete any room setting. Don't spend another uncomfortable evening. Visit Williamson's Stratolounger Motion Gallery today. Williamson's Interiors, downtown Grand Island, open Sunday 1 to 5.
The Rush Limbaugh Show twice a day, right here. The is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
In America's heartland, a game that quickens the pulse, shortens the breath, and at the outset leaves one nervously anticipating. For the Cornhuskers, a possible national championship and a perfect season hangs in the balance. For the Sooners, another chance as a spoiler against their arch rival. So in this festive season of giving thanks, we celebrate a classic as ABC Sports. In association with the CFA, presents college football. A Big 8 Conference showdown. The 8-2 Sooners of Oklahoma and the unbeaten Cornhuskers of Nebraska. And we invite you for the next 24 hours to make up your own mind. Who is number one? The writers say it's Florida State over Nebraska. The coaches disagree. They have rated Nebraska number one. Tomorrow, Florida State and Florida. And now it is Nebraska and Oklahoma. Good afternoon. Happy Thanksgiving. Welcome, everybody. I'm Trev Alberts. The weather is going to be a huge factor before this game is over. It is downright miserable here, especially for the players. The quarterbacks will have difficulty throwing into that wind. Our wind chill factor expected to be 15 degrees below zero. Got my partner Dick Vermeil. He's saddled up with the latest in the hunting gear. He's got everything on and ready to go. Dick, listen, when you took a look at the tapes of Oklahoma, what'd you find with this team?
Well, I came here with a preconceived idea as to how good they are. And you know something, they're better than I thought they were. They were banged up in the middle of the year, lost a couple. Right now, they're healthier than they've been all year. Cale Gundy throwing more touchdowns now than interceptions. First time in his career. Defensively, they gave up 31 yards and 1 first down to the last opponent. They're solid.
Now, what about Nebraska? They've been on the receiving end of more cheap shots than anybody since Dan Quayle.
I'll say this. Tom Osborne has done some great coaching jobs. I think he's done his best this year. They are not as talented as some of the teams I've seen Nebraska have in the past. They do a lot of things on offense. Tommie Frazier runs an option offense, 3 different styles of options. He throws the ball in the play-action game extremely well. They play pretty good defense, but not as talented as I thought I'd find them to be.
All right, so it is coming up. Nebraska and Oklahoma. North Carolina with a win today against Duke.
The interior of the new Honda Accord creates an open environment. It's roomy and comfortable and available in fine leather. The reinforced body is insulated to be quieter than ever. When you consider everything the new Accord has to offer, it becomes an open and shut case. The new Accord EX from Honda.
Hitachi? They make those little chips. They're in everything. They make things run.
Hitachi makes semiconductors and 20,000 other memorable products. Hitachi.
The quick finish power sander from Black & Decker. To do as much as easily, your hand would have to move at 50,000 strokes per minute and be equipped with a handy on-off switch. The quick finish power sander, a powerful gift idea from Black & Decker.
If you're really into Nintendo, yo, Flip, for Domino's Pizza's $25 million Super Mario All-Star Instant Win game. With every Domino's order, get a free Instant Win game card. A chance to win thousands of special power set prizes from Domino's like Super NES, Game Boy systems, and the new Super Mario All-Star game. And now, buy our new crunchy thin crust pizza and get free twisty bread. So, if you're into Nintendo and great pizza, call Domino's for something for nothing when you call Domino's.
As soon as a State Farm customer calls with a claim, I'm right on the phone to our claims center.
We work as partners. Nancy gives me the information, then I contact our customer.
We've settled hundreds of claims together. John's attitude is...
Got to be quick, and you've got to be fair.
Quick and fair.
At State Farm, teamwork is what it's all about.
We make a great team.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
So many classics between these two schools, Nebraska and Oklahoma. Let's turn back the clock. Let's show you what happened in 1976. Hostile weather. Barry Switzer, he was coaching the Sooners. The old familiar wishbone. The hook and ladder. And the Sooners were in business. Their quarterback that day, Dean Blevins. Way to go, Barry said to Dean, and here he is now. Dean, nice to have you with us on the sideline.
Well, it's great to be here, guys. You mentioned how cold it is. Actually, the wind is a bigger factor than the actual temperature. It'll be blowing right to left on your screen about 20 miles an hour. I talked to both quarterbacks, Gundy and Frazier. They both said that's a bigger factor than the temperature. I think the weather will limit Oklahoma more than Nebraska. Sooners more of a finesse team, throw it and catch it. Nebraska's an assault team. We'll keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Dean, thank you. Coach Osborne, what a remarkable career he has had here at Nebraska. One goal has eluded him, the national championship. Coach Gibbs, in his 5th year, one victory against Nebraska. This a big one with Tom Sealer kicking off, P.J. Mills, number 4, and Darius Johnson, number 42. Deep for the Sooners. Oklahoma, Nebraska is underway, and here comes Johnson. From the left, and to the 25-yard line. And the quarterback is Cale Gundy. And Dick Vermeil, what can we expect from this senior out of Midwest City, Oklahoma?
Well, he's throwing a higher percentage completion ratio right now than he ever has. He's also very good in the option game, making good decisions.
Number 12, passing game operate. The wind swirling here at Memorial Stadium. This is their first play. Terry Collier, the fullback, is directly behind Gundy. And this is Collier, left side, sprints through a hole to the 33-yard line, and John Reese. Backs and receivers for OU. James Allen, talented freshman. We just saw Collier. The offensive line, Joe Carrillo. The offensive line, he's the son of a former NFL star out of Notre Dame and the Los Angeles Rams. Now the defense, the 4-3, Trev Alberts, the defensive player of the year in the Big 8. The 3 linebackers, and they're very talented. Ed Stewart, number 32 out of Chicago, will flash. The defensive backfield, it's a good one as usual. We have 2nd and 2 now for the Sooners. And they run the freshman tailback. And it is Toby Wright, the strong safety, making the stop. So James Allen, Dick, when you looked at the tapes of this freshman running back, what do you think?
Well, I like him very much. Obviously, he's had a good year. He's the 7th rusher in the Big 8 brand, and he runs with the boys and a sophomore or a junior running back. Doesn't run timid at all. He's got good speed, and he's got a great high school career to back up his stats and his performances early in his career.
It's a first down run for him, and now you can see Oklahoma operating with a pair of wingbacks in this formation. It's a passing formation. A short drop, incomplete. Albert Hall, the intended receiver that time, and Tyrone Williams was the cornerback of the call.
Watson Brown, the offensive coordinator for Oklahoma, told me that they were going to come out and they were going to start with a lot of screens and run up underneath those defensive ends because Trev Alberts is such a problem to pass protect that they want to slow him down by getting underneath him. Pass protection will slide toward him.
There is Brown, a very popular figure.
I'll tell you, he's done an excellent job of turning this offense around from a year ago.
2nd and 10 for this one. All on their own 37. Collier, the running back, and Gundy to throw it again. Under pressure, he'll run. 45, midfield, first down. And it is Gundy, 37 before. Troy Dumas can get him down for the Cornhuskers. Wonderful scramble. 26 yards.
They stunted the defensive line, cross-charge the defensive tackles in the middle. If you're right of your screen, you'll see them cross-charge inside. They picked up that stunt properly. The coverage took the pattern away. Now, here's the mobility of Gundy. He gets up there. I'd like to see him tuck that ball under just a little bit sooner, but that's just like a quarterback draw.
Opening drive for the Sooners, and that's how they break down this year.
They're a little more balanced. So you see that 67% run, 33% pass.
Setting Allen in motion and a counter with the fullback here, and he is eaten up by Kevin Raymakers.
You can bet they're going to try to put more than one guy on Alberts from time to time in this ballgame, especially in pass protection situations. Number 34, Trev Alberts. See, they block him right with the tight end. Now he keeps coming right on around. He has an awfully good first step, Brent. He really gets off on the ball, and he can accelerate, and he has great instinct. That's why he was the Big 8 Player of the Year.
The defensive standout of the year here at the Big 8, unanimous choice by the Associated Press. 2nd and 11 for Gundy. Chance to put it up again as a talented tight end and Ricky Brady. Gundy drops for the wide receiver and a diving catch over there at the 28 by Corey Warren, the senior flanker.
Corey Warren in his career is their lead, like you say, I think number 2 receiver in the history of Oklahoma. He's only caught one ball against Oklahoma, so he starts out quickly. See, a little short roll. And Trev Alberts is starting to get into his space, but he gets the ball in an out pattern, single coverage, no one helping underneath, completed pass.
3rd and 1 as the result of that 11-yard reception by Warren. Now they will measure on that far side just to make sure that they'll come back and spot the ball in the middle of the field. So a couple of years ago when they played in Lincoln, it was nasty, but a different kind of nasty, and that it was very wet that day, a lot of rain. It was much warmer. Here, it is going to be cold and wind that they will fight throughout the afternoon.
Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator now for Nebraska, told me that he was going to try to do things to break the rhythm of Oklahoma offense and probably play a little more man coverage that will allow him to blitz a little bit more. Plus, he's going to go to a stacked defense and take Trev Alberts from a downline position and stack him up as a linebacker and blitz him from that position. I haven't seen that change up yet, but I think we'll see it soon.
3rd and short. Will Brown settle for a first down here in a short burst? Or will he let Gundy play for a foul? We'll see now. Collier is right behind Gundy.
Quarterback sneaking past in this situation. There he goes.
Over the top of the first down. 27-yard line, and the chains will move here for the Sooners on their opening possession. A 9-point underdog here in Lincoln this afternoon against the Cornhuskers, who have already wrapped up the Big 8 championship and will head to the Orange Bowl. Their opponent unknown as of this time.
This would be a big boost if they could go ahead and be successful on this first drive, because they've been a slow starting offensive team. We only scored 54 of their total 310 points in the first quarter. That's not a big percentage.
Using the one back and employing their tailback as a wingman. And the short drop high and incomplete. Tyrone Williams with the coverage, and that was on the tight end Brady.
Usually when you throw a slant pattern high over the top of a wide receiver, you stay back on your back foot and you don't follow through properly. See, that ball was really up there in the air, really tough to catch that one, especially in a cold day when your fingers are cold. Of all your body, you're as a player, I think the coldest part are going to be your hands.
And, the free safety, John Reese, coming in behind, almost had a shot at an interception for the Cornhuskers. And now 2nd and 10. Gundy to Allen on the handoff, and Allen steps beautifully inside. Allen out of bounds at the 6-yard line. A tremendous move coming around the left side for the Sooners.
The Statue of Liberty from that one back set, Brent. They have 3 receivers to one side, and Trev Alberts got injured on that play trying to make the play. Ricky Brady, the big tight end, blocked him. You'll see it to the right side of your screen. You'll see Trev Alberts, number 34, coming hard to the outside. See, now he gets thrown to the inside, then blown on top of, and they come around the outside. Poor tackle effort right there. See, and then that good movement right there, first down.
A 19-yard gain to the 7-yard line. That was Dumas, who failed to wrap him up. He is in because of Wheeler's injury today for the Cornhuskers. On 1st and goal, Gundy throws for it, incomplete at the goal line, and it was Baron Miles, number 14, who broke it up at the goal line.
Under Watson Brown's leadership, Oklahoma's offense has been very successful in the red zone this year. They've been down here 39 times, and they've scored 35 of them. That's 90%. Now, here's good defensive reaction to the ball. Actually had a chance to pick that thing off.
Alberts receiving medical attention on the Nebraska sideline.
They need his pass rush ability.
The Sooners opening drive. Here's the hand to Collier. Steps to the left, crashes to the one, into the goal line. Ball is fumbled into the end zone. Ball was fumbled into the end zone. They whistled it down, however, at about the 1-yard line. Ball has been whistled dead.
Still running the type of a play. That was a draw play, start right, draw back, thinking they're running a draw under Trev Alberts. It wasn't Trev Alberts, it was under Bruce Moore. It still worked good. You see now the quarterback will split slightly to his right and a hand back. They turn the defensive tackle inside. They get a nice block by the wide receiver right there out in the hall. And he puts it right to the goal line, not across the plate.
Inside the 1-yard line. 12th play. The opening series coming for the Sooners. They go to the full house set. And Gooding under center will keep it to the right side toward the end zone. And the goal line. Sooners are signaling touchdown. Officials say no. Scramble for the ball down on the field. And the officials call the timeout now to sort things out down there.
You know, so often in goal line offense, Brent, you see a quarterback center problem, exchange problem in the goal line when they try to run a quarterback sneak, because normally the quarterback is moving away from the line of scrimmage and not to it. Right in the middle of your screen. Now watch the ball there. So he's still got it clean right there. And it's the right hand. They're going to try to strip it out. Vern Miles came around there and tried to strip it out.
They're going to go for it here on 4th down. Oklahoma is 6 out of 7. They've been very successful converting 4th downs. Again, full house. Nebraska's goal line. The handoff. Touchdown. OU. As Dwayne Chandler in the middle of that full house backfield blasts into the end zone. And Oklahoma strikes first.
Dwayne Chandler has been their short yardage touchdown type of guy. That's his 10th touchdown on the year. Just a direct handoff, lead back blocked by the halfback. He gets it in there. He was caught pretty nice by the linebacker in that situation, but he only needed a couple inches. Boy, that drive really gives you a mental lift. You haven't had great success all year in the first quarter, and you come in the most meaningful game of the year and do well in that first drive. That really helps you mentally.
Scotty Blunt adds the extra point. Oklahoma leading unbeaten Nebraska by 7.
You build a new razor with precision edge to shave below the skin in comfort. And what do you get? Cut a precision groove to help the Norelco lift and cut system shave even closer. And what do you get? Build a razor that shaves closer, smoother than ever before. And what do you get? The new Norelco razors, our closest shave ever.
Who is answering the challenge? The challenge to deliver the performance gasolines you want. Texaco, with products like System 3 gasolines that deliver unsurpassed performance in every grade. That's why System 3 is the only gasoline you'll find in my family cars. So, who's answering the challenge? Try Texaco System 3 gasolines and find out for yourself.
I built the entire city of Seattle on the roof of my car. See? Here's the space needle.
Now my car has wings, feathers, and a beak.
Hello, Blue. A few seeds, just add water, and voila!
It's not what you add on to our car that makes it more fun. It's what you take off. The Del Sol from Honda.
National title hopes are on the line as Charlie Ward leads Florida State against arch rival Florida, or Penn State meets Michigan State Saturday on ABC's College Football.
CFA College Football on ABC, brought to you by Honda, who now provides drivers and a front passenger's airbag standard on every 1994 Accord, Prelude, Civic, and and Del Sol models. Smooth Bush beer and easy drinking Bush Light. Geronimo, an American legend, a new film from Columbia Pictures, and the new Norelco razors, our closest shave ever. Oklahoma scoring on its opening drive, taking a 7-0 lead. And Scott Blanton, who handles all the kicking chores. Dick, he's about the busiest kicker we've seen all year.
He really is. I talked to him yesterday as he practiced on this field. It was really cold out here, Brent. And he told me it doesn't affect his kicking as much as it does his punting. The cold weather bothers his punting more than it does his kicking.
Nebraska set to return. Corey Dixon and David Benning. And on the second round, picked up by Dixon. Wide receiver looks for Alley to the 35. There is a penalty marker down at the 35-yard line. If we go back to this moment to show you again how Alberts was injured, being tossed away, and then the blocker pouncing on him on the turf. And Dean, what's the status now of the linebacker for the Cornhuskers?
Bad news. Trev Alberts out for the game. A dislocated elbow, Brett. He just walked off a moment ago into the Nebraska locker room. Bruce Moore now comes in and plays. He plays a lot. But Trev Alberts, the best in the country, he is out for the game.
Boy, what a loss. Wow, man, you're struggling a little bit on defense against this kind of offensive front anyway, Brett.
So a dislocated elbow knocks him out. And the first play from scrimmage is Tommie Frazier throwing incomplete. 2nd and 10 for Nebraska. And here is Tommie Frazier. What about this young man out of Bradenton, Florida?
Brett, he has tremendous quickness. He runs the option as well as anybody in the country. And his throwing has really improved. 11 touchdown passes, 3 pass interceptions. Doing a real fine job there. Tough defensive skill.
2nd and 10. Calvin Jones, the I-back. Corey Schlesinger is the fullback. It's Calvin Jones. And he is loaded up after a gain of a lot of air. Calvin Jones has enjoyed quite a career rushing. He'll need another big day against OU. Abdul Muhammad is the wingback. And here is the offensive line, and as usual, it includes several 300-pounders who will wind up someday playing on Sunday. The 3 of the 3-4 for the Sooners' defensive front. Aubrey Beavers, tough man to block. Look for him, number 56. And there's the defensive backfield for the Sooners, who lead Nebraska 7-0. And no, just looking at that line play, that there are flags coming down, and we've got a penalty.
Oklahoma was very late at getting their nickel defensive package in the ballgame.
Osborne and the Cornhuskers receive a big blow to begin this game. They are All-American linebacker defensive end Trev Alberts lost for the day with that dislocated elbow. The Sooners score on their first drive. But I want to tell you something about this series, folks. The winner normally comes from behind. Don't know why, but it generally has happened in the Oklahoma-Nebraska series. The home team has not enjoyed a huge advantage today. Frazier in trouble with his defense. Sooners surround him, gets it off, and the ball is dropped by the fullback Schlesinger.
No reason to drop that football other than taking your eyes off it, or maybe your hands are real cold. But it went right between his hands. Good pick up by Frazier under tremendous pressure to be able to find him open. You see the pressure that he's under right now. Now he starts to reverse his field, goes back the other way, fires the ball. Good presence of mind to find the open receiver.
Now another busy kicker is this young man from Nebraska, Byron Bennett. He punts it away. Darius Johnson will just let it bounce, and it's going to take a Nebraska roll to the 22-yard line. We'll be right back with the Sooners leading the Huskers by 7.
While virtual reality isn't quite here yet, the car is the new Accord from Honda.
This holiday season, more people will trust Napa to keep their vehicles running and to help them save, too. Get this Napa toy truck with real truck sounds, just $16.99. 1994 Chilton repair manuals are a low $13.99 each. And get a 61-piece Evercraft tool set for only $29.99. So drive by or fly by your nearest Napa Auto Parts store today.
Itachi. Oh wait, that's my phone.
Bonjour. Yeah, good morning. Looks good from here. Okay, thanks. Take care. Hitachi makes digital communication systems and 20,000 other amazing products. Hitachi.
If the communications data isn't programmed right, 5,000 troops could be cut off. But I'd never let that happen to my brigade.
This illustrates the point I was making about how the winner in this series generally comes from behind. 23 of the last 30 winners of the Nebraska-Oklahoma shootout have come from behind. The Sooners lead at 7-0. Their second series, 1st and 10, coming out from their own 26-yard line with their most prolific passer of all time, Cale Gundy at the controls. Here's the end around. P.J. Mills to the left side, gets a block, spins away, and is finally forced out of bounds to the far side by Terry Cunningham.
See Watson Brown doing everything he can early in the ballgame to slow down the quickness of the defense, make him stay at home and take us on physically.
Now he went back to the left side as Texas A&M last night with a win. North Carolina today defeating Duke 38-24. Dick, I think the point we want to make about Watson Brown right away is he ran to the Alberts side. They certainly are going to test the replacement over there.
Oh, no question, but they'll come over there. They've done it already, as you said. They'll come back over there, and they'll find it a little bit easier, believe me. Trev Alberts is impossible to replace.
2nd and 4, ball at the 34. Cut back in the middle by Allen to the 37-yard line, and Troy Dubas, number 4. So a couple of injuries now looming on that defense. Alberts out. Ernie Beeler unable to play today because of an injury. And overall, Dick, you did not rate this Nebraska defense as one of the finest of Osborne's tenure here.
No, they're not as physical. They really aren't. The down linemen, other than Trev Alberts, are not of the caliber they've had in the past. But they play extremely well together. They're disciplined, and they can run.
He slips through to the 42-yard line, and Baron Miles. Now we want to see Bruce Moore, who has stepped in there as the replacement, and see how he holds up here in place of Alberts.
Well, he plays that defensive end position. You see him right there in the middle of your screen. They're trying to hook block him. They can't hook him. He's working inside out properly, trying to force the ball, rally some help from his linebackers, and he does get some help, but they don't make the play.
2nd down and 4. Ball at the 43-yard line. The Sooners moving again. So basic eye this time, and they come right back with Wayne Chandler, who scored their touchdown, and he is swallowed up by the middle of the defense. Eddie Stewart, number 32. Now there's a linebacker who will flash for him.
I really like him, Brent. He is not real big at 6'1", 250, but he can really run. In this ball game last year, he intercepted a pass and took it back 50 yards for a touchdown. The only first half score. But he makes plays, and he can put you on your back for his size. Very impressive.
They've got a rally without their ringleader. Their All-American Alberts gone for the day, and it's 3rd and 3. Ball at the 44-yard line.
No back attack.
This is new. And throwing high and incomplete. Warren, the intended receiver, was covered by Miles. The pass was high.
I still think those high balls that you got to take completely with your hands are going to be more trouble today than any other game. Just get some play in quick because those hands are cold regardless of the gloves you're wearing.
Scott Blanton punting for the Sooners,
is Corey Dixon, a wide receiver of the Cornhuskers. Chill below zero here in Lincoln this afternoon. You know what? They could have blocked that punt. It goes out of bounds at the 28-yard line. They came right up the gut that time on it, and he could have rolled in there. I thought Dumas could have eaten it up.
Actually, and I think it distracted Grant, but it was a terrible punt. But in my career in coaching, in cold weather, punters had a hard time punting the football well. You'll see here, it's a good snap. Right in his hands. You'll see the red jerseys right there. They actually slowed down on it.
And first down for the Huskers. Tommie Frazier handing off into the middle of the Sooner defense, and Mike Coates, number 44, making the stop there. Tonight, don't settle for leftovers. All new episodes of your TGIF favorites, Family Matters, Boy Meets World, Step by Step, and Hanging with Mr. Cooper, plus Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters. New 2020, all tonight here on ABC. Second down and 9, ball at the 30-yard line for the Cornhuskers, trailing by 7. Tommie Frazier is cut off, and he'll bring it back. He's a splendid punter. An option quarterback makes his way to the 34-yard line, and Larry Bush, the free safety, brings him down.
I'll tell you, that just is a great example of his kind of mobility. I mean, there's no way to shut the door on this guy completely. Right, left, up the middle. We've seen him already in a scramble situation make a big play. He runs his own counter play. You have to maintain balance when you want to make a play on this guy. Keep your feet apart, your hips down, your head up, and be ready, because he's going to bounce around there pretty good.
Outside linebacker. Now here's Tommie. This is 3rd and 5. Ball at the Huskers' 34-yard line. Tommie Frazier rolling to the right, going to throw for an incomplete. Abdul Muhammad, the wingman, couldn't hold on.
See, they moved the pocket that time, and it gives him a chance to run. If he has to run, he's outside the contained man. That ball should have been caught. Abdul came into the ball game having caught 23 balls. Just a junior out of Compton, California.
Nebraska's first 2 surge taking 3 and out.
And Tom Osborne told me the one thing he wanted to try to do real well was do a good job on first down, because he didn't think he could do a consistent job on 3rd and long situations.
Bennett punted. Johnson back deep. Drives one back. Johnson from the 15-yard line. Tripped up, and down he'll go at the 20-yard line. That was Damon Binney who tripped him up.
How to identify the mountain man. Should be easy. I mean, doesn't a mountain man only live in really cold climates? Always do it when the sun sets. Wear a cowboy hat at all times. Actually, the easiest way to identify a mountain man is by his beer. Smooth bush beer, or easy drinking Bush Light, the 2 cool beers of the mountain man. So, be a mountain man. All you gotta do is head for the mountains.
The RCA Home Theater with SRS gives you rich, powerful theater-like sound with no extra speakers or wires. When there's one in the neighborhood, you'll know it. Buy select RCA entertainment products and we'll send you Nipper and Chipper.
A day for more than 2 months. That's how we develop and test the engine of the Honda Civic. No wonder the Civic lasts such a long, long time. And it even outlasts our engineers.
Warm and toasty inside that costume today. Oklahoma leading Nebraska by 7. And in its 6th season, the Honda Scholar Athlete Award is brought to you by American Honda. This week's award goes to Trev Alberts, the senior linebacker for the University of Nebraska. He holds a 3.31 GPA in speech communications. He's from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Honda
presents a check for $3,000 to the General Scholarship Fund of the University of Nebraska. Alberts is very appreciative, but he would prefer to be healthy right now and playing in this bone show. 1st and 10. Oklahoma with the lead. Gundy only 1 of 5 throwing. This is the toss back to running back Moore, and Dumas brings him down at the 19-yard line. So the other freshman running back, Gerald Moore, into the Sooners lineup and gets his first carry of the game.
Here's Stewart, number 32. See him playing close up inside the line. They're trying to confuse the zone blocking there. They run a little toss reverse, and that slowed him down.
Nick, I want to go back on replacing Alberts because they really have adjusted 2 people. I don't want our audience confused by seeing Bruce Moore line up on the left because they moved a man to the Alberts spot.
Right, they moved Dante over to the other side. Dante jumps over to the Trev Alberts spot.
2nd and 11, Gundy on the roll. Tight end dropped it. Ricky Brady dropped it. He knew it. And I will tell you, in this weather, receivers already have shown us that it is very difficult to hang on to the football.
It is, Brent. And you know, the audience might have a preconceived idea as to what the weather really is when you see the blue sky and the sun and all that. But down there hunting that field, it is cold.
15 below 0 wind chill right now.
It bites.
Wind is whipping across the plains and in the northwest, howling in here at Memorial Stadium. It's some of the most loyal football fans in the world that jammed this stadium again. Now Gundy backing up, throws high, and it is complete to the fullback on the run to the 26-yard line before Dumas can make the stop on Collier.
Clever little play, and it's really like a delayed sweep. They toss the ball out there and bring the tackle out and lead that play. It's been a good play for him all along. Not successful that time.
195 consecutive sellouts. Folks, that is amazing here in this stadium because, trust me, there have been some days when the North Texas states have come a-calling. Doesn't matter to these Cornhusker fans. They will jam this place. Oklahoma forced to punt it away again, leading by 7, and the ball is down at the 42-yard line. Every time I see somebody down a punt today, unfortunately, I think of Leon Lett. Yesterday, he became the wrong way Regals of the National Football League, didn't he? That was unbelievable down there. Now, here come the Cornhuskers.
They get in that double tight end formation, Brent, to try to balance up the defense, and then they run to what they think is the softest side, according to their brother.
There's the hand, and Jones middle of the line, got a couple of yards that time. Mike Coates diving in underneath. He's a fine player.
Yes, he is. You know, he's a senior. He's been around a long time. Made 249 tackles coming into this ball game. And you watch him play. He's an excellent tackler. He bends his knees properly, and he can really deliver a nice blow. Doesn't miss many.
There's number 41, the defensive stalwarts for Coach Gibbs and the Sooners. Second down. So it shows a double tight end formation, and Frazier brings the option. Short side, keeps it himself, turns the corner for a couple more yards.
See, they want to keep him moving toward the sideline and don't let it get turned up. He had no inside lane to cut up, no one to pitch to. Good defense, and it takes real discipline. Defensive option.
Yeah, Coach Osborne was telling us one of the reasons why he likes the option is because of weather like this. When the wind blows in here, he said it would be very difficult to maintain an outstanding passing game and just have the prototype drop back passer. He said we need to run the ball 2 or 3 times a year in this country.
That's right, and he runs a variety of options too.
35 is Frazier. Huskers come up with off a fake to Jones. Frazier rolling to the right side. Keep it battling for the first down. You can see on that far side it'll be close. Johnny Anderson, the strong safety, Dick making the stop.
And what he really wanted to do is run a little shuffle play, because I watched him on practice, but the timing of it was broken down. You'll see it back coming in motion, 27, Abdul coming in motion. See him coming in, trying to get in position for the pitch. Good penetration, eliminated that play. Good defense, but they still are close to the first down.
And you can tell by the roar of the crowd, they got it. So Nebraska
Nebraska across midfield into OU territory.
Well, Tom Hayes, the defensive coordinator for Oklahoma, said they're going to try to disrupt him. They're going to blitz more than they have coming into the games this year and get after him and try to get him in the backfield, knock the ball loose, create the turnover.
Here's Jones. They're ready for him with that. That was Russell Allen. So here today, you're looking at the coaches' #1 team, and tomorrow on ABC, you will take a look at the writers' #1, Florida State. They go up against Florida. No team tougher at home than the Gators under Steve Spurrier, unbeaten. And some of you will see Penn State against Michigan State. Make that matchup. And of course, another reminder that the Skins game is coming your way from the Bighorn Golf Club. So that's a golf classic on Thanksgiving weekend. And now, second down and 8 from the 45-yard line for Tommie Frazier and the Huskers. Bringing the option down the line, and nothing doing. Hit by Mario Freeman.
Mario did a real nice job. And again, he's a linebacker. See, he had to scrape off to get there.
Oklahoma leading Nebraska 7-0 at the end of the first quarter.
I'm holding Bruce Smith's shoe, man. Do you know what Bruce does in these shoes, man? Bad things, man. I mean bad things. Things that I just can't possibly talk about. You know what Bruce would do if he found me messing with this shoe, man? Bad things, man.
Who do you call collect for the holidays?
I call my grandmother.
My Uncle Dopey.
My sister Tristan to see if she dropped cookie drop. Uncle Dave.
My sister Elizabeth.
My mother.
See if she sat on the pie again this year.
My brother Alvin.
No matter who you call collect for the holidays, get a head start Thanksgiving through December 5th for only 15 cents a minute. Just dial 1-800-OPERATOR, only from AT&T. Spell it out, 1-800-OPERATOR. 15 cents a minute. There's no lower price for a collect call.
Happy holidays!
Panasonic presents a unique and highly evolved smooth operator. The new smooth operator tube with float control is the only razor to unite the comfort of twin independent floating heads with the closeness of a warm, wet shave. Don't try this with any plugged-in razor. The new smooth operator wet dry razors from Panasonic, smoother than you ever thought you'd be.
As soon as a State Farm customer calls with a claim, I'm right on the phone to our claims center.
We work as partners. Nancy gives me the information, then I contact our customer.
We've settled hundreds of claims together. John's attitude is...
You got to be quick, and you've got to be fair.
Quick and fair.
At State Farm, teamwork is what it's all about.
We make a great team. And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Shirley Fabre and Coach Hayden Fry discuss women in sports.
Coach, don't you think it's time for women to be more involved in college sports?
Definitely. Both men and women gain from athletics.
Well, that's nice to say, but women don't play your sport.
Well, actually, women do play key roles like managers and trainers, and college football frequently helps finance other men's and women's sports on campus.
I say that's something we can all cheer for.
Enjoy college football more than a game.
It is indeed a brave new world in college football. The Bowl Coalition, they certainly have received their share of criticism. But I've got to give them credit for one thing. By not making secret bowl deals early, it sure made some entertaining games late in this particular season. The major's set to draft next week after all the results are in. That's the way it should be. Tommie Frazier, and he is eaten up by that Oklahoma defense. Johnny Anderson coming around. And he was in there with Russell Allen.
They were in a nickel defense, and they ran a strong safety blitz. John Anderson coming from the strong safety position. He was lined up on the slot to the right-hand corner of your screen, and you'll see him move off. Lately, that is really tough to handle from an offensive standpoint, especially if you move that late.
But
Dick, you said that Oklahoma's defense looked better than you had expected, and I think it has gotten better since the Colorado game. I was not particularly impressed. I know that the ABC had covered that game, and we had watched it, but they look good here today, don't they?
They did an excellent job taking the ball away.
Johnson from the 5-yard line, cut back. Johnson to the 16-yard line. It'll be OU's ball there with a 7-point lead. Cale Gundy. Let's take a look at the numbers as you would expect because of that early first drive, Dick. Basically all Oklahoma.
All Oklahoma. You see time of possession, plus almost 4 minutes. Rushing yards, 81-18. And Nebraska comes to run. And the team doing the running is Oklahoma.
Well, speaking of coming to run, Wayne Chandler is the fullback. Imaginative offensive sets. Their ground is saying
They're doing a lot of things to isolate some of the man-to coverage that Nebraska likes to do. They want to get the back of the linebacker if they can.
Here's Allen. Well, he has shown a nifty step in avoiding the first tackler. The first tackler has been missing Allen all game long. Wright comes up from his strong safety position, and he was one of the most ballyhooed high school running backs to come to college football in a long time. And Oklahoma got him to enroll there, and I think he's going to have a wonderful career.
Well, you talk about ballyhoo. He was a USA Today All-American. Great. He scored 95 touchdowns in high school. That's the Oregon scored.
with my video game. Now it's second down. Sending the motion man out of the eye, and here comes Allen. Well, now I think the OU coaches sense, hey, we got a hot running back. Let's saddle him up and see what we've got here.
Well, they have been pretty balanced, though. They've run the ball more than they have passed, but they've passed the ball so much more efficiently, throwing 60% or better this year in completion, which will be a new school record.
But moving against this wind in this quarter, you're going to be better off if you keep the ball on the ground.
The type of throws they have in the offense, though, they throw a lot of short stuff, check downs, delays, and screens. You can still throw that stuff, but getting it downfield is tough.
This is Allen, who is shaken up, unfortunately, Dick. Let's take a look at it now. Number 25.
Looks like he might have got popped there on the thigh. He's walking off on his nose, jogging off, so he's okay. Just freshman, true freshman, not a redshirt freshman.
44 yards. Good to see that. Appears to be fine over there on the sideline. 1st and 10 already. Nebraska, in case you just joined us, lost their All-American defensive end linebacker, Trev Alberts, the defensive player of the year in the Big 8. But now with a dislocated elbow injury, Wayne Chandler is the lone running back, the fullback set here. And Gerald Moore, another freshman, checks in, and he's here on the wing, the left side. That's Moore. And he goes in motion, fake toss to him, and Gundy buys time rolling. And there's that short pass you talked about, the 33-yard line.
Tyrone Williams of Ray had a chance to decapitate that receiver that time and didn't hit him square. But the receiver looking back for the ball on that waggle action, he came up there, didn't make the hit. He should have made. He could have jarred the ball loose. Action going to go to the right of your screen. See if you can fake it. Now they're going to keep the ball and come back to the left. Freezes people, freezes the linebacker. Big hole to catch the ball. You'll see what I mean. True freshman Tyrone Williams didn't want enough for that guy. He's ducked his helmet.
Chandler, fullback, who was the receiver that time for 8 yards, leaving OU with a 2nd and 2. And they will use him on a delay. And it's 1st down, Oklahoma at the 39-yard line before David Noonan bring him down. There's a familiar name to Cornhusker fans.
Oh, and those draw plays and good blocking by your tackles. Edward Stamps, the offensive right tackle. Watson Brown said he's their best offensive lineman right in the center of your screen. Just a sophomore, 295 pounds. See him turn him outside, use his hands properly, hold him out there. Tough for that defensive end to fall back in when your tackle uses good pass set techniques on a draw.
And Noonan going out.
Look at those calves. I tell you, they can't afford to lose down linemen because they're already a little bit thin as it is. Now they lose 2, Trev Alberts and David Noonan. The brother of Dan Noonan.
it did snow earlier this week, and there is snow along the sides of the field, cleaned off by the crew in Lincoln. But over the last 24 hours, we've had very little moisture fall, and that's very fortunate with the temperature down as low as it is right now. You can just imagine what it's like to be hit when the wind chill factor is 15 degrees below zero down there on the field, and you're playing on a carpet, freezing up, people falling on top of you, which is how Alberts was injured, it appeared. I don't know for sure, but the blocker bounced back down on top of him. That's how it looked like. First and 10 now for the I formation, and the hand is to Moore. Moore with a big hole. Moore bolts to the 40, Moore to the 30, Moore to the 20. Nebraska recovers it. Dante Jones scooped up the loose ball after Moore had run inside the 20-yard line.
Moore makes the longest run of his young career. He too is a true freshman. Makes his longest run, turns it off. Good offensive line blocking by Chuck Langston, right in the middle of your screen, number 75 in front of the quarterback. Watch what a nice job he does now. See him pick up that stuff? He turns the nose tackle, walls him off, opens it up inside. Excellent running now, burst of speed, getting up there. He's shorter and a little heavier than Allen, but you can see he's very strong. Now they do a good job of stripping it. Aaron Miles took it out of there.
Moss and Williams knocked the ball free, and it was Dante Jones who made the recovery. Dante Jones recovers, Moss and Williams knock it free. First and 10 for Nebraska. They'll come out with the I. So forcing a fumble on a run that appeared to have Oklahoma in business again. What a turnabout at the end of that play. Now Frazier bringing the option down the line, and he is smothered at the 25. Now I want you to watch in the middle of your screen, and I want you to watch here as the umpire, Bob Holliday, he's out of Des Moines. He's trying to get out of the way. There's a tackler coming in. He does screen off the defender that time on that play, and that was Toby Wright, the strong safety, who crashed into the umpire, who went sprawling. What a spot that is for an official to be an umpire. You've got to have eyes in the back of your head on something like that. Now it is Tommie Frazier and the Huskers, 2nd and 6. Here's the toss. Jones still trying to get it going, and he cannot. And it is now obvious that the Sooners' defensive front really keen on number 44.
Yeah, and they're also keen on the offensive line in terms of straight. The tight end set to the top of the field. They slanted the defense toward the wide field, toward the tight end, so they were all moving in the direction of that play. They're going to have to run to the split inside, back to the short side of the field to slow down that kind of a slant.
Jones, 5 carries for 9 yards. A year ago, 137 yards. In 91, 118 yards against OU. So a difference here so far. And Frazier splits left, looks down the middle, has a receiver, puts him at midfield. Tremaine Bell, the tight end.
They do such a good job with those play actions. They get you to force the run, and the safeties looking back into the backfield like that. They attack the run. All of a sudden, there's a big hole in the secondary, and there is Tremaine Bell. Now, watch the action of the quarterback here as he starts one way, makes the fake here. See him make the fake, come out, the little counter action. Safety took the bites. You go see Larry Bush, number 31. He's supposed to be back in that hole. No, he's up defense in the run.
A 26-yard gain moves the ball into Oklahoma territory. Schlesinger, the fullback, in front of Jones. Schlesinger behind the left side. Bounds to the 45 and 3 yards with Brent DeQuazy making the stop. And a reminder, Monday night, primetime game, the San Diego Chargers against the Indianapolis Colts. Two teams have been disappointing so far this year. 9 p.m. Eastern time. Well, a week ago, we were telling you don't miss New Orleans and San Francisco. That was a bummer. Now I'd probably say go watch a movie. This one will probably turn out to be a great game. What do I know? Chargers and Colts, 9 p.m. Eastern time on ABC. Second down now. Here's the hand to Jones, and there's his first big opening of the game. And Jones floats to a first down with Mike Coates making the stop.
When you run inside like that, your center and guard have to do a good job, but they brought the big tackle at 6'4", 300 pounds. Watch Lance Lunsford pull around there. See him, the big number 77. Now he's going to go up on that little linebacker called Runch. He gave him lunch right there. Take a closer look at that inside line play. See the nose guard right there, Warren, number 92. Good block by Graham, the center. The tackle came through. Intense area to play football. I love that. Can you imagine a guy that big, Lunsford, coming around there and taking on that linebacker? Not that big at 5'10".
So here's Calvin Jones, the junior out of Omaha Central. We have heard that Noonan may be back for Coach Osborne's free right ankle.
When they get in these tight formations, two tight ends and a tight wing, they're more dangerous passing than they are running. Short yardage will probably run, but they are dangerous.
Here's Jones. First down, Nebraska. David Campbell is there along with John Anderson, the strong safety. John's been very active for that Sooner defense at 39.
Well, Tom Hayes, the defensive coordinator, said they're going to be more active with the foot and commit people, penetration, get into the running lanes, stop people from pulling and all that kind of stuff. And that's what they're doing, and it has been effective.
Now remember, this series began on a turnover after the Sooners had crashed inside the 20-yard line on Gerald Moore's 47-yard run.
What's amazing about it, in the season, 12 giveaways, the defense have only given up 3 points. That is outstanding.
Here's the fullback, Schlesinger. Blevins has a very interested bystander. Dean, you've got a fella down there who knows something about this game.
That's right. Johnny Rogers, a 1971 Heisman winner from the University of Nebraska. Johnny, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Dean. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing great. And you are back doing something special, going after a degree
In broadcasting.
Yeah.
Broadcasting, communication, and film work.
Congratulations. This guy had the biggest play in the legitimate game of the century back in 71. You remember that one, huh?
Oh, yeah, we all remember that back there in Nebraska.
Good to see you, John.
Hard to I know Johnny Rogers, help me here. That's what we do when we study broadcasting. Second down and 10 now as Tommie Frazier is back under pressure. Tommie steps away from it on the run, and he bounces one toward Jones. If he had kept it up and thrown it just a little bit further, running back could have a nice.
I know, and you notice he scrambles so much. I am sure that the offensive coaches in Nebraska, week in and week out, teach and coach a scramble drill. The quarterback scrambles on like that. They coach the receivers to move with them in specific areas of the field to get open. And I'm sure that's what happened when Calvin Jones found himself open on the sideline.
You know, getting back to Johnny Rogers and that great punt return that everybody remembers from that 71 game, it was Greg Pruitt who got downfield, who could bring him down. And every time I see that highlight, I think about two wonderful football players.
Unbelievable memory.
What a game that was. 3rd and 10. Let's see my play here. And as Frazier rolls away now, over to the right-hand side. Frazier keeps it under pressure, throws it interception at the 25-yard line. A bad throw and a bad decision by Tommie Frazier.
You're going to throw the ball, and the turn. Darius Turner, the best coverage guy, picks it off, no one over. Taking a play that he could have made a good play out of it, really. He could have made a good play out of it.
Marius Johnson picks it off for the Sooners.
He's out there all alone. There's a safety on him right there. He's going to try to get Larry Bush, forcing him back there. See, they were man and blitz coverage. And as you said, Brent, Darius Johnson picked it off.
Oklahoma leading by 7. Gerald Moore still in the game. Dundee off a play fake, throws incomplete. Warren, the intended receiver, almost made it with a diving effort.
See, trying to do the same thing on first down. They want to fake that option to the strong side of the field. They dive the fullback inside there. Now watch the fullback come inside and make the fake. You see Mike Anderson, 48, the linebacker. You see Stewart, 32. See him acknowledge the run fake in there. He gets back. He throws the post pattern. No free safety in the hole. He's playing run. Doesn't make the play.
Pretty good throw against the stiff breeze, Coach. Very good throw. Very good throw. Strong arm. 15 degrees below zero. That's the wind chill factor in Lincoln. 2nd and 10. Oklahoma with a 7-point lead in the ball, and here's the handoff
Statue of Liberty type play that they ran earlier that Trev Alberts got hurt on. That big tight end, Ricky Brady, gets over to watch Brady to the left side of your screen rather than watching the backfield action. See, he sets and shows pass. Now he's just going to try to turn that guy in and hang on to him. And so remember when Alberts got hurt, he fell down and Brady fell on him, and that's when the elbow got hurt.
Houston. Gerald Moore and James Allen. Third down. Gundy. Okay. Fires intercepted by Wright. Wright to the 17-yard line. And Oklahoma gives it back. The Sooners' second turnover on their last 2-0.
And the Sooners have not been turning it over. Last year they were -8. They came into this game +12, doing a great job. They turn it over. Toby Wright had 2 interceptions coming into this game. He returned both for a touchdown, almost took his strip one. There he is now to the right side of your screen. See a little action right there. He makes a pump fake, scrambles. Look at him sneak right in behind him, doesn't go through him, comes around in front of him. Excellent technique by the defender to come around and not pass interfere.
Now, Nebraska with a scoring opportunity here. Jones struggling against the OU defense. They've got the pullback. Tommie Frazier's been pretty well contained. Offensively, what will Nebraska think about now?
Well, I'll tell you this, Brent. Nebraska in the red zone gets the ball to the tight end. He's got 5 touchdowns and 11 receptions this year. That's Gerald Armstrong and Tremaine Bell. They're both in there. He'll get the ball to the tight end if they throw the ball.
First they'll try Jones. Again, nothing doing. It's been that way all game long. Mike Coates, number 41. Now penalty flag comes down. A late penalty flag is thrown. Perhaps a personal foul in the middle of that. That's what it is. And it goes against Oklahoma. And does that hurt?
I'm saying he didn't mean it.
Watch right around the neck, we are told by our producer Kim Belton. When we take a look at this replay, we can see now, watch up. That's David Campbell there, number 59. And the flag was thrown right there. So the half the distance measured off, ball put down at about the 7-yard line. And it will be first down for Nebraska.
They've done a great job inside the red zone all year. You see 27 times scored, 39 touchdowns, 3 field goals. What a tremendous success. And the defense has done a good job, too. Oklahoma's defense has been tough to score in the red zone. Plus, they've taken the ball away in the red zone 5 times.
And at fullback. Jones on this first down. They'll fake it, they're going to throw it. And the fullback is smacked at the 4-yard line by Larry Bush, the free safety.
Boy, he really came up there and smacked them. Boy, you have to make the sharp tackles in that red zone because you can't allow them to make and advance the ball to 1 or 2 or 3 yards. Really a nice hit by Larry Bush. See here, the little action fake. Now it comes back out, rifles it, drops it to him, and wham! Oh! Love to see guys hit like that. I don't necessarily remember liking to hit like that. Yeah, they didn't used to hit like that. Kids hit much harder today than they used to in the old days.
Well, they cannot get the down markers straight here. There's big confusion on the sideline. Showing first down right now. And this is Tommie Frazier who is eaten up in the bowl.
Good defensive pursuit, not giving Frazier any place to turn up or to pitch to in that option. I keep looking for them to work the ball to their tight end on play action. Of course, the defense is doing the same thing. Play action down here.
Dick, I think I was wrong prior to that, and I think it is second down now, and that last one was first down. At least the 2 down markers are consistent right now, and Frazier's going to walk in. Frazier
the action that they use to run the run-pass option that started all the linebackers one way. So when he does get outside with his quickness, see, he's eliminated some of the pursuit. See that backfield action going the other way and man-to-man on the goal line? That brings fewer people to the point of attack. He gets his pass down and gets it in the end zone. See, little fake away. You see little counter action. Now he's out there. The defense has been slowed down. He gets in the end zone.
And Bennett knocks it up. Oklahoma and Nebraska dead even, ready to start again.
On December 10th, the battle begins. Geronimo's Chapter 3, Apache are out. For the fate of a people.
This is Apache land. It's always been Apache land.
And the future of a nation. Geronimo, American legend. Rated PG-13. At theaters December 10th.
The simpler my life is, the better. I don't need more stuff. I need good stuff. You sure don't need a car that costs as much as my parents' house. I think my car should be an ostentatious display of common sense.
You know, if life were perfect, women wouldn't talk during the bottom of the night.
Yeah, and magazines would never smell like perfume. No. See, if life were perfect, potato chips would cure hair loss.
Dogs would walk themselves. Algebra, it would actually come in handy.
Well, hey, Easter's Amstel Light, only 95 calories.
Yeah, but it still has that real important taste.
Nothing's missing. Amstel Light is a great beer.
Look, if life were perfect,
If.
you buy the next round.
All right, I'm buying.
You got a camera?
Palmer, Couples, Basinger, Stewart. Four of the game's greatest names play golf's most smashing event. The Skins Game this weekend on ABC.
With a bone-chilling wind chill factor of 15 degrees below zero, Tommie Frazier just a touch warmer. After scoring the Huskers tying touchdown, and now Nebraska kicks it off. Deadlock with Oklahoma at 7. Ball returned from the 20, and is the fullback player, and he puts it on the ground. Nebraska ball. Mike Minter recovers for the Cornhuskers.
Collier is not the kickoff return man. He's the starting fullback, so he's used to carrying the ball. It was a bad kick, short kick. He's got it in his left arm away from his body like that right there. They strip it out and start it out there right now. There it's in the air. Oh, going the other way. And they came into this ball game the best team in the big game and not turn it over. Right now they're turning it over.
And something to keep in mind about the turnovers. These are 3 consecutive turnovers. In Nebraska just made the Sooners pay for the first time this year on a touchdown after a turnover. This is Jones on the right side to the 46-yard line, and Phil comes up to make the stop with Mario Freeman there, number 44.
Nebraska defensive team has taken the ball away 15 times. The offense has scored 12 times.
Second down. Frazier making a call at the line. Takes away from the defender. Goes for the end zone. Incomplete. Out of bounds. And it was nice coverage that time by Darius Johnson. Inside the 5-yard line. Abdul Muhammad, the wingman, deep inside the 5-yard line, and Johnson there.
You know, he wanted to try to throw the lookie pattern to the tight end. He looked him quick, it wasn't there. Then he went on deep against the man-to-man coverage. The ball sailed on out of bounds.
Well, a reminder that the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern Time, Florida, Alabama.
The winner headed for the U.S. F&G Sugar Bowl. That's on the line a week from tomorrow here on ABC. Inside shuttle. There is that play we've been waiting for. And Jones, the ball carrier, tackled by another Jones. This one, Cedric.
It's a clever little play. I watched him on the practice field the other day running this play. They get man in motion to get your attention to him. See everyone looking to the right. Now he comes out on a short sprint out, and now he'll just turn around, flip it to him right there, and up the field he goes with the ball. Calvin Jones is the kind of guy that can take that kind of play and make a big one. Good defense.
There's a 4th down for Nebraska, needing 4 yards on this play. Schlesinger is the fullback in front of Calvin Jones. And Frazier bringing the option. Fakes to Jones. He's short on 1st down. OU ball. They survived that turnover. And a penalty flag. Hold on. A late penalty flag. The back judge. And this Nebraska crowd hoping for another personal foul here against the Sooners. But the Sooners are indicating.
Personal foul. Oklahoma. Third ball.
But they get to keep the ball. It was a dead ball foul after 4th down was stopped. So let's take a look and see if we can pick this up. They do get to keep the ball this time, and there is the foul.
Aubrey Beavers came in and hit him late. See, the play is over. Bang, the play was over. As you said, dead ball foul, and he hit him. One of the big things kids have to learn to do, Brent, in these real tough, intense games is to direct their emotion to help them, not hurt them. You know, and you can get so fired up, you do the stupid thing.
And Dick, when we come back, Oklahoma will have the ball at the 14-yard line.
Examine this carefully before you buy your next car. Not just because it has standard dual airbags and starts at under $11,000, but because this is the new Geo Prism, and 98% of the people who bought a Prism would recommend Prism to a friend. So before you buy your next car, foreign or domestic, call 1-800-GET-TO-KNOW and get to know Geo Prism. Your friends would.
It's easy to make it happen.
When the doctor told me to come in right away, I was scared. This burning pain was real. It was eye relief from my doctor said Mylanta.
For heartburn, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
The pain reliever you've always relied on also comes with powerful medicines to relieve your worst cold symptoms. Tylenol Cold. Nothing fights a cold like Tylenol Cold.
I go for a warm Coors Light right now. But let me do this fans poll right here. There's your number, 1-800-932-3000. Can't believe who's at the top of this, folks. Notre Dame, the Florida State, and the Nebraska fans. That's the number to call. Here we go now. Oklahoma with the ball. And a handoff to Allen, who's returned. Big hole on the right side. And Bruce Moore, number 90. One of the black shirts here, as the Nebraska defenders are called, bringing him down after that nice run in the game. He returns, and immediately he gives his Sooner offense a spark.
Oh, yes, and he's been doing that all year, and he's been banged up just a little bit. He's only carried the ball 144 times through the year. But you know who made that play go was Terry Collier, the fullback. When you run an isolation play, meaning you put the fullback on a linebacker, and the fullback wins that battle, you're doing a good job.
Oklahoma trying to avoid a turnover. They have turned it over on each of the last 3 possessions. Now the hand is to Allen. A spinning move at the 30. Beautiful move. And carries a defender out of bounds. A face mask penalty. Here comes the flag. John Reese is guilty of a face mask violation.
You talk about innate running ability. This type of thing, the running back coach, Mike Jones, does not teach. Now watch this young true freshman, James Allen, attack the line of scrimmage, straight ahead. Here he is. It's a little slant route. Now watch this move right here. What? He sees that coming. You don't coach that. There's the face mask right there. Obviously not intentional, but there it is. See, he grabs a hold of him right there.
It almost looked from that one angle like Allen had reached back on his face mask.
Was that a nice move? What was it? That's spectacular. I want to coach running backs at Oklahoma from now on. That guy, I think I could teach him that move.
He's already rushed 8 times for 71 yards after that 15-yard gain. Now the ball is put down at the 46-yard line. First and 10 for the Sooners. Now here's the pitch to Allen. And Allen across midfield before Lorenzo Brinkley brings him down. All right, Dean, how cold is it down there?
Well, pictures can tell you, I think. This is what both teams are wearing, these little hoods, along with several other devices. Brett, they have the hand warmers they're using for their hands and in their shoes. They have some insulated socks. They have toboggans. They have some thermal upper body equipment and also lower body and the gloves, trying to stay warm. It's very difficult.
It is brutal here, folks. 15 below the wind chill factor right now and not getting any warmer. Now Gundy hands him into Allen, who steps there, and that is a big-time young man right there. Brinkley bringing him down, but he had stepped for the first down. Going to be real close down there.
Earlier, I made the point about when you run an isolation play, regardless if it's long yardage or short yardage, you need the block of the fullback. Now, watch the fullback in the middle of your screen as he leads on the linebacker. Now, see him slide right. Now, watch this. Bang, right there. See what a nice job he did? Running back gets up and makes the first down. Running back gets the credit. The fullback takes the punishment.
Allen now with 81 yards and 10 carries. Nebraska and Oklahoma tied at 7.
See that big Ricky Brady just split out, and they really were concerned about this kind of formation. He's such a big target out there.
And he fires back to the left side, and that time Tyrone Williams just eats up the receiver, Jawan Penny.
Joe Carollo, 68, was trying to get out there to get the kick-out block. See, they faked the screen one way, came back to the left. Carollo just couldn't quite get there.
And a yard loss on that tackle by Williams, who's a sophomore cornerback coming up to defend that play. North Carolina. Hey, what a big win that was for the University of Massachusetts basketball team. Nice to see that school gave up bowling and concentrated on basketball for a while. Second down.
You're going to take some heat out of that. That's taking
Gundy under pressure and sacked. 49-yard line, Wayne Harris.
He is a designated pass rusher. He came into the game with 5 sacks, 10 quarterback hurries. He's the quick guy at 6'2", 215. See, he can't play on rundowns, but he can rush the passer, and they do a great job, as you can see by this graph. 4 per game. That's outstanding rushing the passer.
Timeout. Oklahoma. They'll discuss it because they're eager to get the ball back before halftime.
The new GeoPrism has asphalt laminates, foam blocks, and hydraulic engine vents. They do more than make Prism a very quiet car. They help keep the sounds you don't want out, and the sounds you do want in. So before you buy your next car, get to know the new GeoPrism, because what you hear in your car should be up to you.
At the University of Alabama, we're proud to be college football's national champion.
Gene Stallings, head coach, the University of Alabama Crimson Tide.
We won because we worked hard and we were committed to success. Today's educators need the same qualities in the classroom. The Hitachi Promise of Tomorrow scholarships encourage students involved with college football programs to become teachers. This will make us all winners because our future depends on education.
I guess it really is true. If you set your mind to it, you can do whatever you want.
No matter what you decide to do, you can't get there on your own.
That's why I came to the University of Nebraska.
Need someone who will inspire you, make you think about what you're doing, challenge you, and make you strive to be more than you ever dreamed.
Someone can ask the tough questions and make you think for yourself. I found that here at Nebraska.
It's the kind of education you can't get just anywhere.
At halftime, John Saunders will have scores and highlights from the action earlier today. He'll preview tomorrow's showdown in Gainesville, Florida State in Florida. Penn State also playing the Big Ten against Michigan State. And a wonderful story, triumph over tragedy, the Warwick Dunn story, coming up at halftime here on ABC. Oklahoma and Nebraska are deadlocked. 1:18 to go. Gundy, the fullback, would not keep Wayne Harris down. He got it knocked down, got back up, and made the sack again.
He really got a jump on the snap, too, Brett. He was moving on the snap. Tough to get a guy. That's his second sack in a row. He's fired up, he's enthused, and he's playing with a little extra energy right now. Really got off the top of your screen, left-hand side. You'll see a big flash coming up. There he is. See him coming up outside there? Fullback tries to cut block him. See him right there? If you cut block a pass rusher, he better go to the ground. This guy's a good athlete. He didn't go to the ground.
2 consecutive sacks, 13 yards lost. 1 yard was lost on the completed pass on the previous play.
Brent, I never taught cut blocking. I did not like cut blocking because the good athletes hurdle the cut block or run right through the cut block. The linebacker coach.
Fourth down, and Oklahoma will punt it away here with a minute to go in the first half. With Moss and Dixon back for the Cornhuskers. It's Moss from the 15. Moss will go down at about the 23-yard line. Final seconds, final 30 seconds here of the first half.
Well, you know something, I believe that Nebraska's got to be real pleased right now. 7-7 situation. If you lost your best defensive football player, maybe the best defensive player in the conference and one of the best in the country, he's on the bench, and you're playing even football.
Well, Oklahoma turned it over 3 times. Big number from the first half here. Because on the one turnover, they might have scored a touchdown or a field goal. Who knows? They let the ball down the sideline. They fumbled it. This is Jones.
I gave one fullback credit, and I've got to give the other fullback credit. Corey Schlesinger, number 40, came in there, and he put his pass to the linebacker. Man, his hobby is demolition derby driving, so he's a demolition guy on the field. Wham, did he smack him.
20 seconds of the opening half here. With unbeaten Nebraska, twice beaten Oklahoma. This is a team that scored 44 points on Texas A&M. Penalty flag is down on this play. It is incomplete, but there is a penalty flag back at the 26-yard line. No time showing on the clock right now, but let's see who this penalty is against, because the half cannot end on a defensive player, so it's against the offense. The first half is over. So it has come to an end with Nebraska and Oklahoma tied at 7. A lot going on this weekend. Right now, let's send you to our warm and toasty New York studio. And John Saunders. John, take it away.
Warm indeed, Brent. Welcome to the Prudential Halftime Report. Coming up, we will have scores and highlights. Plus, we'll look at Warwick Dunn, the running back for Florida State, and his special relationship with a couple of quarterbacks.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Chevrolet, who invites you to see all the new Chevy cars for 1994. And the light beer with the great imported taste. And still light, right. We'll be back with halftime activities after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Hitachi. Oh, great shot. Now, what was I saying?
Hitachi makes camcorders and 20,000 other products worth celebrating. Hitachi.
Hitachi. Wait, I should know what they make. I shop all the time.
Hitachi makes escalators and 20,000 other sophisticated products. Hitachi.
I want the truth, not a song and dance. I want better, not more expensive. I want a car I can afford and like. Hey, I just want my money's worth. Okay, actually, I want more than my money's worth.
Man, when I get a cold, it's a killer cold. I'm not taking a 4-hour pill like Actifed. The Sudafed, it wears off too quick. I take Contact. Man, I'm out there all day. Need something that works 12 hours, and Contact works 12 hours. It relieves congestion in your head. You know, your already knows. The 4-hour medication, take it in the morning. Get to work, it's gone. Take a Contact, and it'll take you through the whole day.
One Contact gives you 12 hours of time-release relief.
No work, no pay.
Contact helps turn sick days into work days. It's a holiday weekend on TGIF. There it is. First, double trouble at the drive-in. Family Matters then. Yankee pitcher Jim Abbott gives Corey some major league tips on Boy Meets World.
That's him.
And a handsome hunk starts a family feud.
Chick fight.
Step by step. Plus, I'm starring in a shoe commercial. Will Mark shot at fame, costing his pride on Coop. Why settle for leftovers and an all-new TGIF? Hi, Dave.
When we were looking to purchase PCs for our department, we went out and got solicited bids from a number of vendors. Though computer hardware was competitive, they were not the lowest price, but we were looking for support and service after the purchase as one key element before we made our purchase. And that's the main reason we chose computer hardware.
When it comes to the top 5 best-selling trucks, one company outnumbers the rest. Your Ford dealer, the Truck Authority. For 16 years straight, Ford F-150 has led the way as America's best-selling full-size truck. And now, F-150 leads the way with a lease rate of only $209 a month for 24 months. Plus, when it comes to features, F-150 offers even more for $94. Like a driver's side airbag and rear anti-lock Branson standard. All for only $209 a month for 24 months. But only during truck month and only at your Ford dealer, the Truck Authority.
The Rush Limbaugh Show twice a day, right here.
The Prudential Halftime Report is brought to you by the Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock. From New York, John Saunders.
And welcome back to New York. We'll get you back out to Nebraska and Oklahoma in just a moment. But first of all, games seen earlier today here on ABC. Duke against North Carolina in the ACC. The Tar Heels get the victory here. Jason Stanisic lobs it out to Leon Johnson, who takes it 29 yards for the touchdown and ties the game at 7 apiece. Then Stanisic looks like he will run this one in, gets it down to about the 2. Then he's in trouble, being tackled. Spots Leon Johnson. The pitch out to Johnson, 9 yards of the touchdown run, 21-7. You want to see almost the exact same play going in the opposite direction. Johnson here, 10 yards, takes the option and takes it in 27-14. For Duke quarterback Spence Fisher, little play action. Then spots Bill Kayat for the touchdown pass, 38-24 for Barry Wilson. His final game as head coach of Duke, he resigned effective the end of this season. For Leon Johnson, 142 yards and 4 touchdowns, over 1,000 yards for the season. 23rd time a North Carolina player has done that. That's a record in the NCAA. USC has done it 19 times from second base. In the ACC, it looks like 5 teams will be going to bowl games. Florida State, the #1 team, still with likely chance to play for the national championship. North Carolina at 6-2, the #2 team. Syracuse faced Rutgers earlier today on ABC, and they win it easily, 31-18 at the Meadowlands. Marvin Graves goes to his right, looks back to his left, and spots Marcus Lee for the touchdown, 7-0. Graves not done in the first quarter. He goes 13 yards to Marvin Harrison. Watch the move right there to get out of 2 tackles, 14-0. For Rutgers, Terrell Willis, the freshman, had a terrific year. Over 2,000 all-purpose yards on the season for the touchdown there, 17-10. And then Marvin Graves, you saw through the air. Well, how about on the ground? On the quarterback draw, 32 yards, gets it down to the 3. Wood score. That made it 31-10. 31-18 was the final. Graves 15-21, 275 yards and 2 touchdowns. Houston and Rice in the Southwest Conference, 37-7 in this blowout. Herb Emanuel, Rice quarterback, 19 yards to Byron Costin. Ties the game at 7 apiece as he just gets it across the line. Backup quarterback, Josh LaRocca had a good day as well. 9 yards here on the touchdown run. Does he get it in? The officials say yes, just across, 21-7. And LaRocca one other time through the air, 11 yards to Jimmy Lee, 28-7 at that point, and they win this one easily. Emanuel had 2 touchdown passes, both to Costin, 19 and 31 yards. Now tomorrow on ABC Sports, 2 games of regional interest, including Penn State and Michigan State. The most important one, Florida and Florida State. Here's Keith Jackson.
Well, John, these are the favorite toys of a lot of us. These are kind of rusty and dusty and been laying around and nobody using them since the middle of August. They belong to Steve Spurrier, football coach, University of Florida. Sit over there in the corner, gathering dust. You know why? He's been kind of busy, I guess. But mainly because he's been preparing for what you're going to see on ABC Sports tomorrow. The Gators and the Florida State Seminoles. Now, all over this country, people have been talking about Florida State playing for a national championship. Bobby Bowden jumps right out of his shoes to remind you there ain't going to be no national championship game unless he can win the championship for Florida. Well, that ain't going to be easy either. Now, since Steve Spurrier came to the University of Florida as football coach, the Gators have never lost a game in the swamp. And they don't plan on losing tomorrow either, and that's driving Bobby Bowden right up the wall. But it's big-time stuff. I mean, it's 300 millimeters, so you join us tomorrow at 12 noon here on ABC Sports for the Gators and the Noles. Keith, would you get your guys out of here? We're trying to get ready for Seminole. Yes, sir, Coach. We're on our way. Now let's join Mark Jones.
A little bit of history here tomorrow at Spartan Stadium as Michigan State and Penn State play in the inaugural land-grant trophy game. You know, when Penn State was first admitted into the conference, Michigan State petitioned the league so as to establish a year-end game with the Nittany Lions, and hence a fierce but friendly rivalry between the 2 schools. And the game's natural, too, because both were founded in 1855 as the original and pioneer land-grant institutions, and both are the most recent additions to the Big Ten. Now, history aside, second place is at stake for both teams tomorrow. The winner will have a leg up on second place in the conference as well as a berth in the Citrus Bowl. So grab yourself a leftover drumstick, a little turkey, ham, and watch a little history. Now back to John Saunders in New York.
All right, Mark, thanks a lot. Those games coming up tomorrow at noon Eastern time on ABC Sports. When we come back, we will take a look at triumph over tragedy, including a former MVP in the Super Bowl and the future Heisman Trophy winner. We'll explain in a moment.
One of the most innovative real estate companies in America. The leader in individual life insurance. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Hi, my name is Doug Welch, and I'm from Texas.
Hi, I'm Catherine Martin, and I'm from Oklahoma.
Outstanding students enrich the learning experience for everyone. And the University of Oklahoma has its share of outstanding students. In fact, of all the comprehensive public universities in America, OU has the highest ratio of national merit scholars. The University of Oklahoma, discover the difference.
Start saving $300 a month when you're 23, and you can retire a millionaire. Start at 30, and you might reach 600,000. At 40, about 200,000. Which is why you need Prudential's Financial Assessment Program. A personalized computer analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how we can help. Because nobody plans to fail. They just fail to plan. Call Prudential Insurance now.
Welcome back to New York and the Prudential Halftime Report. I'm John Saunders. Now, you know that Charlie Ward is the Heisman favorite. You also know that Doug Williams is a former Super Bowl MVP. You also probably know that Warrick Dunn is one of the best freshman running backs in the country. But you probably don't know how their lives are entwined. Marianne Grabavoy explains.
All season long, it's been a pressure cooker. The Thorns has been in the hunt for a Florida State National Championship and a Heisman Trophy for star quarterback Charlie Ward. Both would be heralded first with Bobby Bowden and his Seminoles.
I don't think of myself as an All-American Heisman Trophy candidate. I try to be as small as possible, just like the other guys. And, you know, I always put life in front of sports because the next day you never know if you'll be here.
To understand who Charlie Ward is, start with the fact he's taken a bit of his offensive backfield under his wing. Number 28 came to Florida State from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's freshman tailback Warwick Dunn, averaging over 7.5 yards per carry. He never dreamed of playing his first year, let alone rooming with the Heisman favorite Charlie Ward.
Charlie Ward chose to wear number 17 here at Florida State as a tribute to one of his heroes, former Redskin quarterback and Super Bowl MVP Doug Williams. If Doug Williams is the past, Charlie Ward is the present, and they've joined hands to help the future, as seen in Warwick Dunn.
Doug Williams made his mark in Super Bowl 22 when the Redskins ran roughshod over the Denver Broncos. That was nearly 8 years ago. Now coaching high school ball just outside Baton Rouge, Doug Williams knew Warwick Dunn's mother, Corporal Betty Smothers. A police officer for 14 years, she was raising 6 kids by herself. One night last January, she was shot to death while escorting someone to a night deposit machine. Warwick's grandmother is now raising the family.
One day he fell down inside the bed and he started crying. And I asked him what was wrong. He said, why my mom? Why my mom?
Just 1 week after losing his mother, Warwick went to Florida State on a recruiting trip. He thought if he gave up on life, his younger brothers and sisters would too.
They're looking up to me now that she's gone, and I must do everything I can to help them out, to lead them in the right direction. Warwick Dunn is a role model for the rest of his brothers and sisters. Warwick Dunn is a role model for a lot of young people out there who think that they don't have a chance to succeed.
And Doug Williams has been beside him to help. Doug called his friend Charlie Ward and asked that he look after Warwick when he came to Tallahassee. Charlie decided he'd do better than that. Warwick would be his roommate. That's the kind of guy Charlie Ward, Heisman hopeful, is.
When I need something, he's there. And I don't have to run to Coach Bowden every time I ask his opinion. He gives me his opinion. Well, he's A+ when it comes to heart. And, you know, you can't beat a guy who has heart and athletic ability. I think God takes people away for a reason. And I guess that reason for taking it away is it's time for us to stand on our own now. I mean, stop relying on her for everything and just become better people. I think if she had one chance to say anything to Warwick, it would be that I'm proud of his son. Just keep good work up and hopefully that the rest of them follow.
A leader in retirement planning. A pioneer in managed healthcare. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Making the right moves in a game takes quick thinking. I know I can't move fast or think fast without a clear head. If you use drugs, make the right move, the smart move. Get help. Don't use drugs.
If you or someone you know needs help or information concerning drug abuse, call this toll-free number, 1-800-662-HELP. This message provided by the NCAA.
The Prudential Halftime Report has been brought to you by The Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to The Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
And welcome back. That's all the time we have now on the Prudential Halftime Report. The second half is straight ahead. Nebraska and Oklahoma. Let's rejoin Brent and Dick.
We are back here at halftime. Oklahoma and Nebraska are tied at 7. Bone-chilling temperature here, about 15 below with the wind chill. And Dick Vermeil, we've had an unbelievable sequence of events here. Let's start with the injury to the All-American linebacker, Trev Alberts of Nebraska.
Well, they ran that Statue of Liberty play back around a delay block by the tight end. The tight end fell on him on the top of your screen right here. Ricky Brady, number 86. He hit his wrist right there. Then the body came down on top of him, dislocated the elbow. You know, it's amazing they're playing as well without their best player and best leader.
You know, it was 4th and 1 when Oklahoma went to the fullback for their touchdown.
Big Chandler just powered it in. He's the guy they give it to all the time down there. Boy, it was close, but he only needed a couple inches.
You know, a key moment in this game occurred when Gerald Moore broke free for the Sooners and then turned it over.
You know, they didn't get anything out of this play, but it stopped them from going on in. That gave them momentum, you would think, anyway. A long run like that. Nebraska didn't come back and score after that turnover. It was after the next one. But break a long run like that and then turn it over, that's a waste of effort.
Here's the Cornhuskers touchdown. Tommie Frazier, the option quarterback, bringing it down to the right side, and he takes it in for Nebraska's lone score here in the first half. And Dick, let's take a look at the numbers now for the first half.
Well, you can see it's been all Oklahoma, you know, dominating the football game. 200 yards to 78 and 176 yards rushing. Actually, if the quarterback hurt his arm and couldn't throw in the second half, they might have a better chance because no one's throwing the ball real well. The defensive team that can stop the run, that team will win the ball game.
The second half is coming up. Unbeaten Nebraska and Oklahoma.
Braun Flex Control. The first electric shaver with a pivoting head. Flex Control automatically adjusts to every contour of your face. Under the chin, under the lip, that tricky spot under your nose. You'll get the closest Braun shave yet. Flex Control from Braun. The last word in shavers.
Radio Shack has toys. Toys are fun. Fun is good. Great toys are real fun. Radio Shack has lots of great toys. Radio Shack has preschool toys. Radio Shack has cool toys. Radio Shack has action toys. Radio Shack has musical toys. Radio Shack has toys for big kids. Radio Shack has fun toys. Great toys are real fun. Whoa! Radio Shack has great toys for everyone. Radio Shack, your Christmas electronics store.
Yeah, anybody thinks they know Troy Aikman? Yeah, well, I'll tell you about Troy Aikman. He's a cool customer. I mean, I remember this one time. He was surrounded by crazed linemen. I was so rapid, I was yelling at him, Troy, run, man, run! Ha, ha, ha! No, he stayed in that pocket threw a perfect strike and then took it like a man.
Visa salutes American Olympic champions. In 1984, American Bart Connor stunned the world with a fantastic performance on the parallel bars at the Los Angeles Games.
Watch the positions. That's what you want to see here. Right to the handstand position each time. And watch this stand landing. There's your 10.
As part of their continued support of amateur athletics, Visa today is proud to donate another $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team to support future Olympic hopefuls in their quest for the gold.
Recently, Jim Holland made the longest ski jump in history. He stayed in the air for 30 minutes and flew the equivalent of 36 miles. This incredible jump took place in a wind tunnel. It was all part of an off-season training program for the U.S. ski team made possible by Visa and its cardholders. Visa, the only card that helps train these athletes and the only card accepted at the 94 Winter Olympics, where Jim Holland hopes to make the second longest ski jump in history.
A heat wave is sweeping across the Great Plains, the sun peeking through, and now it's only 1 below on the wind chill factor. We could have a balmy second half here. Oklahoma and Nebraska. Dean Blevins of what went on in the 2 locker rooms.
Wasn't balmy, and it isn't balmy down here. You're a little warmer up there than we are down here. Nebraska feels that Oklahoma was very physical defensively up front and really slowed them down and making a couple of changes there. As for the Sooners, they said avoid the turnovers, and they want to protect Raquel Gundy. They must throw the ball better here in the second half.
You think I think they just all let the kids run. Just let it run. I really do. You know, when you run for 170-something yards in the first half against the #1 rush defense in the Big 8, you ought to keep running.
Well, Scott Blanton will kick it off for the Sooners in their white jerseys, and Corey Dixon and Damon Benny back deep for the Cornhuskers. And in number 21 on the left. Wilson into the end zone. Dixon downs it there, and out on the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 for Osborne's Cornhuskers here with Tommie Frazier, their sophomore quarterback, number 15, bringing it out. Here are the possessions. They punted 3 consecutive times. Then the interception, finally the touchdown, gave it up on downs and hit the half. The critical statistical difference, the first half, 3 turnovers by the Sooners and only 1 for the Cornhuskers. Calvin Jones, who has been the big playman of the last 2 OU games as far as Nebraska is concerned, deep as the lone running back. Gets the first call, left side, sprints to the 27-yard line on 1st down, and Mario Freeman brings him down, number 44.
Nice reach block by Lance Lundberg, the offensive left tackle, number 77. He reached out there and he hooked Cedric Jones. Now you'll see this to the right side of your screen. You'll see the big offensive tackle to the right side of the screen in red. Now watch him jump out there. See, he hooked him. See him hook him. He just sealed the whole defense off right there and created that lane for Jones to run up inside.
Lundberg, Zeneska, Graham, Malin, and Beaker get down on that offensive line. Here's Jones in the middle. Jones, 1st down, Nebraska on his 2nd carry in the 2nd half. Talk to me about the Nebraska offensive line. Football fans are always familiar with the big fellas that they've got on that offensive line. How about this year's edition?
Well, Lance Lundberg, big left tackle that we just mentioned. He's 6'4", 300. Zeneska, 6'5", 300. Aaron Graham, a little guy at 285. Kenny Malin, he's a run at 275. And then we get back up to the 300-pounder Wiggert at the right tackle.
Here's the toss down to Jones behind the left side. And Coates coming across, made a nice stop. Number 41 makes a hit.
Boy, you call that a nice stop, Red. That, I mean, I don't know if that does it justice. Watch the linebacker right side of your screen, number 41, attack this from the inside out and see him scraping off in there. Now look at this, through the blocker, right through the blocker, annihilates and makes the play. Beautiful play.
Great stop.
Great stop. I like that better. I gotta get you on that defensive side.
Yeah, I know. Slices to the fullback. Frazier brings the end around. Dixon sprinting to the right. Dixon's cut off. Penalty flag comes down to the play. And Dixon crosses midfield. But there is a penalty flag thrown back at the 28-yard line.
I think they're going to call a block from behind on the big tackle Wiggert, who's using a peel back block.
This one's coming back. Just because of that, Dick.
Right to center of your screen. See, the ball started away. They pitched it. There was a reverse coming back to this side. You'll see Wiggert, number 72. There's the tight end. I don't know if they call it on him right there. That's Armstrong. There was another one right to the side of your screen right there. And Wiggert thought it was on him because he went right to the official and started complaining.
So instead of marching into Oklahoma territory, the ball now being brought back down inside the Cornhuskers 20-yard line to the 18, where it is spotted.
Tom Osborne is very active in running the offense. Frank Solich is the coordinator now and assistant head coach, but Tom is deeply involved in running his own offense and really enjoys coaching. I asked him the other day, when are you going to get out? He says, I don't know. He said, well, when it's not any fun any longer, but he says the national media is making it a little bit tough. It's hard, and I find myself justifying winning 10 games.
2nd and 25 as a result of the penalty here for the Cornhuskers. It's Jones. Slips one tackle and it goes out at the 21-yard line. John Anderson, the strong safety, who's played well for the Sooners here this afternoon in Lincoln. Some great games between these two schools through the years. Some memorable moments. Who will ever forget the fumble Ruski that Osborne came up with from Nebraska? Then how about the tight end Keith Jackson breaking free for the Sooners that time? You know, what great hospitality. We've had someone bring us chicken soup a couple of times here for the Cornhuskers. That was Douglas Ricks bringing it up.
Chicken soup, hot dogs, best we've ever been treated.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
What are they running to 11 stuff?
They're down on the play fake and not finding it. There he is. Missed the Beavers, number 56. They left that one to Beaver, and he got the job done.
Very good pass rush pressure right there. You see it right there in the three-point stance, right in the middle of your screen, number 56. They're going to pick him up with a fullback, Schlesinger, and he doesn't take him on. Good, quick move to the outside. Schlesinger expected a power rush. He didn't get it. He jumped around to the outside. Nice job.
9-yard loss. Aubrey Beavers, interesting story. He was a top 48 youngster, and there was some difficulty as far as the NCAA was concerned. He actually missed 2 entire seasons. Again, he's one of the better all-around linebackers in college football. And Nebraska running out of the end zone. Oklahoma going to wind up with excellent field position. This ball is out of bounds at the Nebraska 43-yard line, and now a chance for Cale Gundy and the Sooner attack. Here are the Sooners' possession. Touchdown on the opening series. 13-play drive. Then they punted a couple of times, and then they started turning it over. 3 turnovers in all. 1 on the kickoff. And now an excellent scoring opportunity here.
6.9 average per first down. That's a great production on first down.
Now here's the hand and Moore. Makes that side step more to the 33-yard line. Toby Wright and John Reese are there defensively and very close to a first down.
And again, running over there that time where Trev Alberts would have been. Now, Kanini, number 99, the big defensive nose guard in there, had a chance to make the play, but not quite the mobility to reach back in there and snatch him in the backfield. There he is right there in the middle of your screen. I think, Frank, defensively, you can commit more people to the run in this situation. Go to your 8-man front package, blitz them a little bit more, defy the person to beat you throwing the football.
So 2nd and inches for the Sooners. I can't find an empty seat in this house. It is amazing in this weather.
There's no such thing as a no-show in Lincoln, Nebraska.
2nd down and inches. Bundled up, keeping warm. Moore smarts for the wingback, fullback with a big hole in the middle. Terry Collier. Checked out this Chandler, and Toby Wright brings down Dwayne Chandler, the sophomore.
When you run that well directly at people inside, the center has to do a good job with the nose guard. Chuck Langston, number 75. You'll see this. He'll be right there in front of you. See the nose guard is offset to his right shoulder, and he does a good job of keeping him there. See him reach him, knock him back like that. There comes the hole. Good cross block there by the backside tackle. Puts him into the secondary.
Oklahoma rushing for 200 yards today. Oh, well, you want to keep it on now when you're going in. Movement there, left side of the line.
Big
Lost
Joe.
5 yards.
Big Joe Carollo, the offensive left guard, made a move.
Do you know his pops?
No, I didn't. You know, I went to the Los Angeles Rams as an assistant in 1969, and they traded.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
He had been there 12 years, and they traded him, I think, in the Bob Brown trade. Philadelphia Eagles at that time.
You know, let's go down to Dean Blevins. He's with Trev Alberts, who was injured in the first half. Dean, Trev, I know you're extremely disappointed out of your maybe your biggest game of your career. How do you feel?
It's certainly disappointing, you know, my senior year and one of the biggest games of my life, but it's part of football, you know, you can't avoid it, and I'm just glad it wasn't a knee or something like that. It's just an elbow, and I'll be back in about 4 weeks. So.
Hey, well, we have another question in a second. 1st and 15, or gets back 6-7. Okay, Dean. Trev, what does Nebraska need to do defensively? Oklahoma has run the ball very effectively.
I just need to, we've got too many mental mistakes. I heard at halftime that we're just making some mental mistakes. Just play harder. I mean, I'm not too worried about this team. We'll find a way to win. We've done it all year, and we'll do it again today.
Fabulous career. Congratulations. Sorry about the injury.
That's okay. Thanks a lot.
Back up top. So there's Trev Alberts. Unanimous choice as the defensive player of the year in the Big 8. Unable to play, and hopefully he'll be ready New Year's night down in the Orange Bowl.
Oklahoma's come out with an unbalanced line set, and now they're running back to the short side of the formation right here with the option. Good defense. They're trying to get Nebraska to move to the strong side and run to the weak side.
Tyrone Williams coming in on Moore.
You see what I'm talking about here? You'll see the 3 white jerseys, white uniforms to the right. Now there's 2 more people outside them, unbalancing the offense to the right, trying to get the defense to move over. They run back to the weak side. They're outnumbered. Good defense. Sometimes you outsmart yourself.
Here's 3rd and 14 for the Sooners. Into the middle, incomplete, and now it is going to be time for field goal specialist Scott Blanton. And with a penalty flag, however, coming down on the play. So let's hold on a moment.
They tried a middle screen, Brent. And he threw it awfully hard right into the crowd. I didn't see any receiver really make a great attempt to try to catch it.
Penalty is against Oklahoma. Wonder if he didn't hit a lineman with his pass that time.
Must have, but there was a running back coming in there for the middle screen.
Our officiating crew, the referee John Laurie from Springfield, Missouri.
Illegal touching offense by your end.
Here's take a look at it. You see Anderson in the middle of your screen there. Now there's the running back right there. 32. That's Dwayne Chandler.
But a ball, I think, hit Chuck Langston, 75. I think the running back slid through, Dick, on that angle. You couldn't see exactly where the ball struck. But I think it was Langston that made impact with. So at any rate, here comes Scott Blanton now for the Sooners, and the ball is going to be put down at the 34. So this is going to be a 44-yard field goal effort into the threes.
He's 62% on his career from that distance, but boy, cold and into the wind. Of course, the wind is swirling around, Brent. Up here, it looks like it's to his back.
Timeout has been called by Nebraska. We come back. Scott Blanton will be dealing with the wind here in Lincoln.
The sweat rolls, and the bones ache.
I was strong as I could be.
And at the end of the day, you know why you'll do it all again tomorrow.
Nothing ever got to me.
Well, here's one for you. The Chevy Silverado lease. Just $219 a month for 2 years of the good life. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Of his first choice. I know what you mean. I got this broker at Kane Weber. She put me in a zero coupon to cover college. Huh. Well, when did she do that? Well, maybe 10, 11 years.
10 years ago? How did she know that's what you needed?
She asked.
Palmer, Hupples, Basinger, Stewart. All the game's greatest names play golf's most smashing event. The Skins Game this weekend on ABC.
Staying warm. That's the key part of this game. Right now, Oklahoma Scott Blanton to attempt the field goal. And at the conclusion of the game, we'll select a Chevrolet Player of the Game. The 23rd year within the Chevrolet Scholarship Program, $1,000 donated from the General Scholarship Fund of all schools. Could be a field goal kicker on this day. Hooking to the left, no good. Oklahoma had a 1st and 10 at the 18-yard line on this drive, and they come away with no points.
You know, the conditions for kicking field goals aren't real good right now, Brent. Boongo hit a bad snap. That was a low snap. It hit the turf. Tough for the the holder to get it down properly. It breaks that 1.2 second rhythm. Tough to hit it accurately. You see what I'm talking about here? Now watch the snap. See it bounce once, then he picks it up. Alford picked it up and got it back down, but that breaks the rhythm. Very few kickers can kick it accurately after that kind of a miscue.
The Cornhuskers with a first down at their own 27. The toss to Calvin Jones. Jones to the 31-yard line. Dave Callahan at fullback leading the way.
You know, I talked to Calvin Jones, and he told me of all the offense that they run, and they run an awful lot of offense in Nebraska. What he likes best is the play you just saw. You toss him the ball deep and let him run off tackle, either bounce inside or outside or cut it back. He likes that kind of football play.
And Shaw checks in. He lines up with two tight ends.
I love play action on this kind of formation.
Frazier, high, incomplete. Intended for Bell and way overthrown with that pass.
Yeah, it's tough. It is tough to throw the ball accurately when you're that cold. Look at it. He said, I'm sorry. But they get you in those two tight ends. They can run. Your safety's getting in support position and that kind of to get up there and stop the run. And then they come with play action, and it really fouls you up.
Three wide receivers here on 3rd and 6. Muhammad's the motion receiver. All to the left. Frazier rolls in that direction. Bounces one intended for Muhammad. It's 3 and out.
Good defensive call by Tom Hayes. He brought the linebackers. See, he brought them coming. There's Aubrey Breevers right there. Now, a linebacker cannot make a sack or put pressure on the quarterback unless the defensive coach calls him to do it. Good call.
Nebraska punting. And Bennett drops back into punt formation. Johnson set to return for the Sooners.
They've done a great job all year of covering punts, Brent. They lead the Big 8 in net punt.
That's Johnson at the 24-yard line. Is in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'll give you all 7-7.
That's Steve Levin, isn't it?
Really into Nintendo. Yo, Flip, for Domino's Pizza's $25 million Super Mario All-Star Instant Win game. With every Domino's order, get a free Instant Win game card. A chance to win thousands of special Power Set prizes from Domino's like Super NES, Game Boy systems, and the new Super Mario All-Star game. And now, buy our new crunchy thin crust pizza and get free Twisty Bread. So, if you're into Nintendo and great pizza, call Domino's for something for nothing when you call Domino's.
If you care about this big, beautiful world, show me.
Don't give me another toxic antifreeze.
Give me something different. Don't just tell me how it protects the 70 below.
And guards against rust.
Any antifreeze can do that. Tell me it's safer for my dog, my family, the kids.
Tell me nothing protects better.
And it's biodegradable.
That's what I want to know.
That's what I want to hear.
New Sierra, it's not just antifreeze, it's safety freeze.
2 summers, 2 winters, 2 springs, 2 falls. All this, just $2.99 a month. The S-Blazer 2-year lease. Why drive an imitation when you can drive the vehicle that originated the species? Chevy S-Blazer.
CFA College Football on ABC, brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road, and Domino's Pizza, where you can get our new crunchy, thin-crust pizza, and always something for nothing. Oklahoma's ball. Sooners and Cornhuskers tied at 7. Coming out for the Oklahoma 24-yard line. Senior quarterback Hale Gundy, his last Big 8 game, changing up the play at the line of scrimmage, and with the crowd noise causing difficulty, he went down the line. James Allen is his tailback in this series. It'll be the toss. Allen cuts back to the right side, picks up a block, and it's illegal. A penalty flag comes down on the illegal block. Troy Dumas cut down on the play. They'll take a look at it right here.
They ran the pitch reverse. It's been a good play for him all year. See, they pitch it to him, and he had started to his left, and he reverse pivots, and right there to the right side of your screen, there's the illegal block right there. See, they've got the clip and below the big waist down there. Down he goes.
That could be a dangerous block. Terry, that's one why that's outlawed. You can cut somebody from behind down there and blow a knee out or an inch or an ankle. So there's absolutely no question about that one and why it's in the rule book. There's the ball out green brought back close to the 10-yard line for the Sooners. And one of the things that Tom Osborne and his staff now have to be aware of, if they can stop the Sooners, putting some pressure on the punt down here. They were extremely successful in a close game against Oklahoma State on a Thursday night. We're going to get an opportunity to show you what I consider one of the finest punt blocks in the history of college football. This is a moment, if they can seal them up, where they may come after them again. They've had penetration, but first things first, it is first down. Here's the fullback, and he gets to the 15-yard line, and Dwayne Harris, who has jumped in there with Trev Alberts out, Dick. Harris making some big stops for him.
He has, and he hasn't played regularly all year because he's more of a pass rush guy, but like they play him out there wide enough, he doesn't get on the shoulder of those tackles, he can handle it. But right now, Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, has got out of the defense where he had a defensive tackle on the center's nose. That time they were in an even defense, both tackles on the guard, and they had a linebacker up in there just trying to stop those cutbacks up inside.
Need 20 yards. Second down and 20. Huskers press at the line and pull back for 3 yards. Now it's a third down play. Billy Wade was there defensively on Dwayne Chandler.
You'll see what I'm talking about in this defense. Here's the same alignment. A while ago we showed you a cutback run off the center's block. Now they have a linebacker stacked right on the center's nose and two defensive tackles. You'll see number 48 there right in front of the quarterback. He'll stunt, see? But they almost stunted right out of the play. Fortunately, the defense reacted properly and took it away. But they're trying to prevent that one-on-one block with the center on the nose guard with that defense.
A huge third down just for Oklahoma to pick up some yards and get better field position here. This is 3rd and 17 now. Gundy is going to pull out. Gundy down. Goes long, has an open receiver, incomplete. Now I want to take you back to that night against Oklahoma State. This was the moment that turned around the key game for Cornhuskers. I want you to watch this block punt. He swallowed it. Baron Miles for the touchdown. And now the Cornhuskers will line up and see what they can do here against the Sooners on this 4th down of a defensive struggle. 6 minutes to go now, and the Cornhuskers have had penetration earlier today.
Fred, in all my years, I never saw a block punt like that. Where you believe it? Unbelievable.
On the return 4, he kicks it. Wonderful reaction by the punter. What a play by Scott Blanton. He had picked up the ball. How many punters have you seen panic in that situation? And he did not. He simply pulled the trigger. You see guys in the NFL not come up with that play. That could be a game saver right there.
Tremendous, tremendous poise. The ball's on the turf. The ball's on the turf. He picks it up off the turf. He uses a soccer-style move. Now watch the snap. See, he drops the snap right there. It's on the turf. Now watch him sidewind and kick this in. What a good job by an athlete under pressure.
And Chris Gardocki did do one right in the NFL for the Bears yesterday. That was a 44-yard punt. Now it's Tommie Frazier. Big alley on the left side. Frazier, 40-yard line. Plus one before Andre Beavers can bring down the Nebraska quarterback. His biggest run of the day, 21 yards.
See, he does that to come out to pass the football, Fred, but when a guy with that kind of mobility and the weather conditions like this, you get him out on the corner, he makes the fake, he freezes him inside, he comes out there, he hits that crack with speed, they can't close it. Now watch him accelerate. See, he sees that, heck with it, I'm going to be the runner. The white jerseys can't pursue quick enough to get there. He's quicker than the pursuit.
Frazier and the Cornhuskers at the Oklahoma 40. We're tied in Lincoln at 7 on a nasty, miserable day. Jones, no gain on the play, fired up. And you know who's pulling hard for the Cornhuskers right now? The Orange Bowl committee. This was how They want to maintain their #1 draft choice in the coalition. A loss here, Nebraska tumbles in the ratings, and they won't have their dream matchup right now because Nebraska, for the first time in several years, has already wrapped up a trip to Miami in the Orange Bowl. Third straight trip. Doesn't matter what happens here, but the draft order, the rotation of the teams and how they're selected on the coalition, that depends on it. Now 2nd and 9. Nebraska in the I formation. Fake to the I back. Frazier is bottled up by Beavers, and he will not get away from him at the 45-yard line.
They started action away. They thought they could sucker Aubrey Beavers to come down underneath flat and then get outside him. Good discipline by Aubrey. Now watch him, see, he's right there on the right side of your screen. They start the action away from him. Watch him under control. See his feet are apart. Good base. See, he knows what kind of an athlete he's defensing. Good job by Aubrey Beavers.
Dixon off to the left. There are 4 wide receivers, and Nebraska gives the shotgun look here on this formation. Frazier circles Jones out. Everybody downfield, incomplete. Overthrew Dixon. Incomplete is the call. Dixon looking for a flag, and nothing doing as Darius Johnson, who has covered him several times very well, had him blanketed again.
Tom Hayes told me that Darius Johnson is the best cover man they have. He's only a sophomore out of Terrell, Texas, and he's also an official. Look at that. He's giving the signals. Hey. Good football player. When you can cover one-on-one against the guy that can fly and be that tight to him as a sophomore, you're doing a nice job.
And Nebraska forced to punt it away here. Byron Bennett and Johnson back to return.
Nebraska gaining the edge of field position. If they can continue to do a good job of gaining field position through that punt, let's see what they do here.
Fair catch at the 15-yard line. Darius Johnson not letting that ball bounce down inside the 10-yard line and down. So Gundy and the Sooners will have a first down on 15.
Here's the Chevy S-Series in color. Here it is in black and white. The new Chevy S-Series. Everything else is history.
You're kidding. The heat's off on Saturday? I can't get a copy of Fixed on Saturday. That's helpful.
Technical support is closed on Saturday.
Please send up some coffees.
UPS introduces Saturday Pickup.
You'll pick up the package?
With guaranteed tracking and guaranteed air delivery by 10:30 a.m. Monday.
Great.
All for less than our competitors.
How you doing? Hi.
Finally, something on Saturday.
Iced coffee.
Guaranteed to go right. UPS.
Tony and Diane get regular insurance checkups, just like they get regular medical checkups. I'm State Farm Agent Carlos Bermudez. I have been their State Farm agent 7 years. A family insurance checkup helps them make sure all their coverages are up to date. It's also a good time to explore options, like how their life insurance plan can be adapted to help with their daughter's college education. I think the family insurance checkup is something everybody can feel good about.
State Farm is there.
The other #1, the Seminoles at Florida State tomorrow in Gainesville against Florida. 12 noon. Some of you in the Big Ten area will see Penn State against Michigan State. And then, of course, the Skins game from the Bighorn Golf Club. Arnold Palmer, see if he can beat the youngsters at 3:30 Eastern Time tomorrow here on ABC. So there's an idea of how the two quarterbacks have fared. Neither very well throwing the ball in this wind that has swept across the plain here in Nebraska. Gerald Moore and Terry Collier now in the backfield. And penalty flag comes flying. Moore steps to the 20-yard line, and the penalty flag thrown by the linesman. Dead ball. Ball start offense. 5-yard penalty.
You're already in the hole. You don't want to push yourself any further back.
Dean, what's up?
Well, guys, Nebraska is frustrated offensively. Their linemen are coming off saying, come on, guys, let's get our act together. They're getting chance after chance. They're going to hope they can get the ball back tied up heading into the fourth, because that's when they will have the wind. The wind is picking up, and it's a big factor.
So 1st and 15 for the Sooners after the penalty. The Huskers defensive players are urging the crowd to get into this and make it difficult. Great offense.
I'd recommend they concentrate on the guy they're lined up on.
Blitz. On top of him was Mike Anderson. He almost beat the snap.
He's close to being offside. Really close. You talk about rhythm. Now, when that happens, many times the offensive team is getting in rhythm with their cadence, and they're not changing the cadence. Boy, now watch right to the goalpost. Wham! Oh, didn't have a chance. No way can a running back pick that up. Really tough. See, the fullback was supposed to go up and pick him up, but too quick. Could not get to it.
3-yard loss as Anderson takes Gundy down, leading Oklahoma with a 2nd and 18 back here in the danger zone. 3:18 to go in the third. Oklahoma, Nebraska tied at 7. That's Moore swinging around back about a yard, and Anderson again.
He's hot. He's hot. Run away from it. He's that inside linebacker, senior from Grand Island, Nebraska. He'll graduate in December with a degree in criminal justice.
When they switched the defense to the 4-3 this year, Anderson lines up as a middle linebacker. 2 years ago in that 3-4, he had a huge day here against Oklahoma in Nebraska's comeback victory. Now here is Anderson leading the way, the senior middle linebacker. And on 3rd down to the 10, and a stop that time by Kevin Raymaker.
See, that time what Charlie McBride did with his defensive call is he lined him up right in there as if he's going to blitz. Then he didn't blitz. They studied it around there. It's keeping you off balance with defensive signals.
Well, Nebraska unbeaten and untied, and there is another one in college football. West Virginia with a big game against Boston College. And Oklahoma, another bad snap. And again, Blanton with great hands punts to Dixon, and Dixon is sworn at the 38. It's been a long time since I've seen a better pair of hands on a punter than Scott Blanton. Fortunately, artificial turf.
Because he's a shortstop on the baseball team. So that explains it right there. He is. He only batted .250, but he's a good ball man. Look at this. Right up, 1 up. Just like his baseball coach would teach him to do. But poise under pressure, this young man has it.
Twice in a row, he saves Oklahoma. Now it's Nebraska. Can they do anything with this field position? A 1st down at the 38-yard line. Here's a hand. Jones for a yard. Tackled by David Campbell.
David Campbell did a good job of working off the block of Rod Tedesco that time, and he was going for the hook, and he was widening, and he just maintained good control, Brett, so he could come back when that running back cut back. It's a good job by David Campbell.
2nd down and 9 for Nebraska. Final minute 10 of the 3rd quarter.
I think what you do now, Brent, is you start including some blood blitzes. Throw them for the loss.
Wide receivers out to Frazier's left. Back, and he wants to set the screen, and he overthrew Jones that time and took a hit in the process. Paul Oates sent him down, and a reminder of our prime time schedule. Coming up tomorrow night, the biggest names in American music get together. It's the 20th anniversary of the American Music Awards. Madonna will be there, Clint Black, James Brown, Whitney Houston, Garth Brooks. Kenny Rogers is the host. How would you like to see Madonna and Garth Brooks together on the same stage, followed by the Commish tomorrow on ABC? That's a big night for ABC. Looks a little bit like Maryland.
coach. Third down and 9. Frazier, pop pass, complete to Muhammad. Muhammad slowly to the 25 and a Nebraska first down.
The Southern California athlete out of Compton, California makes the catch, but it wasn't easy. He bobbled it, popped it around a little bit. Has excellent hands, but you see tight one-on-one coverage. He works off it right now, gives him a little shake and break. He takes Johnson, number 42, up, then he pushes him a little bit, comes back underneath him to make the play.
Wonder if that bullet that he's carrying around gets a little cold on days like this when he goes down now as a receiver. Now 1st and 10. Here's the hand now to Jones. Jones to the cross and Freeman.
You know, actually the play was blocked. If the running back would have taken it up underneath, taken it up inside, I think he had a shot. You know that, Brent? Tried to go outside the trap block. Tough to do.
2nd down and 11. There's the final seconds ticking away here in the 3rd quarter. West Virginia kicks a field goal to take a lead on Boston College. And here, unbeaten Nebraska tied with Oklahoma at 7.
For everyone working to provide safe haven and a better life for those they love, there is an independent traveler's agent there to help protect what you worked so hard to achieve. For everyone challenged by economic uncertainty, there is a traveler's agent there with a customized plan for your financial future. For everyone in America striving to safeguard a dream, there is a partner. Your independent traveler's agent. The Travelers, America's umbrella.
We treat those trucks like we're going to buy each one. We build them like we're going to buy the next one coming off the line. We build a world-class truck. We care. We care what we ship. We care what people buy. Because if we didn't care, they'd never be back. I know what we build. I know when they buy a Chevy, they buy a good truck.
Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
I hope you'll join me this Sunday when ABC Theater presents a remarkable story of family courage and the human spirit. There are no children here. Sunday.
Why should you consider a 94 Ford Taurus? Well, the big powerful V6 might just get your attention. Add that with important safety features, like available anti-lock brakes and standard dual airbags. Not to mention that design engineers think it's one great-looking car. But alas, here's the one feature that's bound to be at the top of your list. $269 a month for 24 months. Get the #1 selling car in America. Get the 94 Ford Taurus at your Ford dealer today.
Are you tired of being nickel and dimed to death on your current checking account? What? Are you currently paying a monthly service charge?
Are you paying ATM charges? Do you have to keep a minimum balance?
Why?
Norwest Bank has a special deal. Trade in for Norwest free checking and get $10. Trade up by combining free checking with a savings account, loan, or CD purchase, and you get a free gift. Wow! It's all part of Norwest trade in and trade up offer. Talk to a Norwest personal banker today for more details.
Consecutive sellouts here at Memorial Stadium. Not an empty seat in the house. We start the final 15 minutes. Nebraska unbeaten, untied, heading for the Orange Bowl. Oklahoma will be bowl bound. They don't know where yet. First down for the Cornhuskers. Another 2nd down and 11. And here is Frazier keeping it. Frazier blasting to the 16-yard line, short of the first down, and Mike Coates field defensively for the Sooners.
No run pass option on that. That's run all the way. Tight wing formation, straight to the short side of the field to give him a lot of room to the right side. Now you'll see the fullback in the middle of your screen. Here he is. He tries to cut him down right here and actually tries to tackle him. Actually does a pretty good job of tackling. That's not legal. Aaron Graham was out there in front. Just good quickness and speed.
3rd and 1. Tommie Frazier, seeing the 25-second clock rundown, calls the timeout.
A new look impossible to resist. The rush of a powerful V6 engine, superb control and handling, even the safety of driver and passenger airbags. This stuff of dreams? Not anymore. The new Grand Prix Sport Coupe.
They say Mozart composed from midnight to 7 a.m. Hemingway was at his best before noon. Edison inspired by the dark. At Compact, we understand that ideas aren't governed by a clock. That's why we're standing by 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer your computing questions. Galileo, definitely a night person. The 24-hour helpline from Compact.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Look to us for special delivery. Call us. We'll arrange to pick you up at your home, office, or repair shop. That's special delivery. That's Enterprise.
Communications data is a program break. 5,000 troops to be cut off. But I'd never let that happen to my brigade.
National title hopes are on the line as Charlie Ward leads Florida State against arch rival Florida, or Penn State beats Michigan State Saturday on ABC's College Football.
Take care of the numbers after 3.
Well, as you look at the numbers, it's all Oklahoma. Total yards, look at the passing yards. Neither team throwing well, doubling the rushing yards, but the turnover factor. -2 in the turnover. That's what kept it 7-7.
And Nebraska down to only 1 timeout after calling its second, with Frazier rolling on 3rd and 1. Frazier for the first down to the 12-yard line.
David Phelan, counter action, the tailback going away. They do a fullback, same play they ran a few minutes ago, going left. This time they get in a different formation and run the same play going right.
We go back on that timeout score. They used 1 timeout when they had 12 men on the field on an Oklahoma field goal attempt. Now they use their second. But if they can get ahead and stay ahead, won't matter with it. Here is Frazier, plus for the first down. So Osborne and the Corn Huskers with a timeout now being called by Oklahoma. So they are left with 2. And the Corn Huskers with 1.
In a game like this, 7-7, and no one doing a great job offensively, Brent, and you're down here, you're in field goal position. Yes, it's tough to kick field goals, but it's in pretty close right now. Offensively, you have to think about plays with very little risk. Plays that you don't take a sack on, or the ball leaves the line of scrimmage of all plays where you attack the line of scrimmage, or if you do throw the ball, it's those real sharp little quick things to the flat with it after play action like that. But careful throwing it over the middle.
Well, tomorrow, Florida State, Florida. That's at 12 noon here on ABC. And those of you in the Big Ten area will see Penn State, Michigan State. Speaking of the Big Ten, well, let me first remind you about the Skins game at the Bighorn Golf Club over the weekend. Haynes Stewart, Freddie Couples, Paul Lazinger, and Arnold Palmer stepping in there at 3:30 Eastern Time. Now the Big Ten. How about the fact that they will decide their championship in Tokyo next week? Also, Wisconsin will be going over there to play Michigan State.
Horrible. They have in the past gone 30% of the plays on the line of scrimmage. They weren't going to do that today.
Jones, a yard.
Good defense by Mike Coates. He stepped up there, met the fullback in the hole. The defensive line held their own. There was no place to cut. Nice job of defense as a linebacker, inside linebacker by Mike Coates. He really took that on. That's the second or third real good play. Look at, he's pleased with himself. He knows he did a good job.
Shake it up on the play. OU.
tough day. These conditions, boy, cold, frozen, artificial turf. I think artificial turf must be harder. Oh, it is. Hit on them a bit when you land on it.
The rubber padding gets harder underneath, and I was out on the turf here yesterday, and you know what? The offensive line for Nebraska was out on the field here for 25-minute light practice in t-shirts and shorts, laughing about how cold it was. Can you believe that? I mean, it was just as cold yesterday. It was showing off, I know, but man, it was cold.
There's Mario Freeman, who's played well defensively, out of Austin, Texas, coming over the sideline, and Broderick Simpson replaces him in the Sooner defensive lineup.
He has played awfully well inside there. They haven't done it inside at all. Hope it's not serious. Not likely to be a cramp.
Not in the conditions here today in Lincoln. 13:30 to go. Dixon sprints in motion. And Frazier. Play fake throws incomplete. His tight end, Gerald Armstrong, circling back to number 95, fine receiving senior tight end for the Cornhuskers.
He equaled an NCAA record last year, Brett, catching 6 touchdown passes in a row. That's hard to do. Plays today, 51 plays, 133 yards. That's way below their average. They came into this game today averaging 304 yards a game rushing. Number 1 in the country, 5.6 yards a snap. Credit Tom Hayes and his defensive coaching staff. Johnny Barr, the linebacker coach, and Lucius Selman, the outside linebacker coach, and Kevin Wilson, the defensive line coach.
3rd and 9. Frazier looking for open receiver. Got one at the throw. Touchdown, Nebraska. Abdul Muhammad. So Dick Reveal here is a young man, quite a story. Abdul Muhammad with the touchdown pass to put him ahead.
I'll tell you this, all the way from California, he comes to play in this cold weather to catch a touchdown pass. And he has the bullet in the side, right? I wonder how it has the tingles at this temperature.
Not right now as he steps into the end zone. The doctors, just to follow up on that story, did not want to operate and take it out. And the extra point is good. Nebraska up by 7. So here he is, one of the itty-bitty gang. And itty-bitty got him a huge touchdown here in Lincoln.
I remember my first trip to Asia. The worst part of the whole thing was the flight. It was loud, it was cold, there was nothing to do. These days, you'd hardly know you were flying.
West Airlines, can I help you?
Back then, once you read the magazine, there was nothing left. Work. You couldn't hear yourself think. We were just out of touch for hours and hours.
Is everybody on the line, Bill?
Yes, John, we're all here.
We were packed in like sardines,
Sir, your seat goes back even further than that.
and the food was nothing to write home about either.
A ginger salmon.
It's a living room. It's a movie theater. It's an office. It's an airplane. It's on time.
Some people just know how to fly.
Hello. So, what'd you think of that Bonneville?
Oh, that SSEI is terrific.
Yeah.
Supercharged, traction control, ABS, dual airbags, leather. What a car.
I told you.
You were right. It's thousands less than the BMW or the Lexus.
Well,
Picking it up tomorrow. I owe you one, pal.
okay. I'll take a white one.
Finally, as far as Nebraska is concerned, a lead. They trailed. Oklahoma scored first in this game, 7-0. Now it is the Cornhuskers with their first lead here against Oklahoma in Lincoln. And it'll be up to Cale Gundy and the Sooner offense to see what they can do. Tom Sealer putting the ball on the tee here for Nebraska. Kareem Moss kneeling down to help him out, and we get word that Freeman has been lost defensively for the Sooners because of his injury.
Johnson from the 5. Middle of the field. Paul's loose. Paul is loose. And Nebraska piling on it and indicating that they have recovered it. Let them unsort here in the pile. Nebraska. David Sizes dove in over the top of the pile and recovered the fumble. There he is. And it was Wirtz who stripped the ball free on the return.
Johnson up there, a defensive back in a kickoff return position. You'll see the red jerseys coming around. He grabbed him right there by the foot. He actually dropped the ball before he even made contact with anybody. He was losing the handle on the football. Now watch this. No, it's the hand right there. That slapped it out. Now he's trying to locate the ball and run at the same time. He cannot do it.
4th turnover of the day. Touchdown. Jones, alley. Jones, touchdown. Nebraska. Here is a player who's had a career against Oklahoma, and that is Calvin Jones. In 1991, 17 carries, 118 yards, and the winning touchdown with 2:57 to go. A year ago in Norman, 22 carries, 137 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And now he scores here today following Oklahoma's 4th turnover of the game. The extra point for the unbeaten Cornhuskers. A sigh of relief from the Orange Bowl today.
Pontiac believes safety is so important to the modern high-performance sports car. We've equipped all our new Firebirds with standard driver and passenger airbags, standard anti-lock brakes, and safety cage construction, a combination of safety technologies rare on any sports car at any price, let alone one starting at under $14,000. Introducing the all-new Firebird.
To everyone struggling to build a future in this era of challenge, uncertainty, and change, come in under the sprinkler of $50 billion in assets. To everyone wrestling with the rising costs of doing business, commercial insurance, workers' comp, come in under a program that has helped save American companies over $300 million. Come in where America's spirit is found. The Travelers, America's umbrella.
I am Geronimo, an Apache.
Warrior. Mystic. Hunter. Hunted. Geronimo. His name would never be forgotten. Geronimo, an American legend. Rated PG-13. At theaters December 10th.
2 touchdowns in 23 seconds and a 14-point lead for Nebraska.
The play that Calvin Jones loves to run, deep high toss. Gives a running back with real talent the opportunity to look at the point of attack, evaluate it, and then instinctively take it to his point and tells him to go.
Johnson will not return this one. Instead, it'll be Mills. And Mills short of 15-yard line, and Sizes, who recovered that fumble, makes the stop. What a special teams performer he is. And it was Winter right there who forced that fumble by Johnson. But Sizes, he becomes a candidate for our MVP here today.
Yes, he did. Good block on the left side of your screen by Gerald. Armstrong 95 gets a turn out now. Corey Sledger right there. Fullback, see that block right there? That paves the way. Good job by Corey Sledger giving him the room to run.
Uphill now for the Sooners and Cale Gundy. They show blitz. They come. He rolls injured at the 7-yard line.
Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, doing a good job. He knows it's tough to throw the football, so he's going to come with blitzes. If they do try to throw it, he has pressure coming on. They have no time to set up. Harris will come from the top of your screen, number 86. See, he flashes in there. The linebackers are coming up. See him coming around the outside. Here he has good speed. He's turned back inside there by Raymaker's number 67. And Harris makes the play. That's the third big play that Harris has been involved in. There he is right there.
And the delay is eaten up at the 2-yard line. Christian Peter, number 55, leading the defensive charge. And Dean Blevins, it has to be a little gloomy right now on that Sooner sideline.
Well, it is an ejected sideline because Oklahoma feels they outplayed Nebraska for a good portion of the game. The Huskers hung in there. Oklahoma now doing what it did not want to do, and that's being a must-pass situation where Nebraska can come from the outside. Issacola can't even talk, guys.
Oh, we'll feel for you down there.
Some guys just aren't very tough. Where's old Root?
Root took the day off. He looked at the weather forecast and said, I'm home for the holidays. That's it. And this time the defense equal to the challenge again. And they just stand up, Mr. Chandler. Nothing doing. And a penalty flag comes down for that celebration, eh? What do you think?
It's down there for some reason.
I mean, the game's not over, guys. They're turning somersaults.
Dead ball. Personal foul on the offense.
Wow. On the offense. I'd have been so frustrated, I might have stumbled into some guy turning a somersault myself.
I kind of doubt it. See, Oklahoma going totally away from the personnel for the year. They were setting a record on the fewest number of giveaways as an offensive team in the history of Oklahoma football. Only had given the ball away 12 times, man.
Well, Blanton standing near the end line. Let's see what kind of a snap he gets from center this time.
You should rush him. You know, he's had the bad snaps. You should rush him.
Good snap that time, and it's off a one hopper. And Dixon backing away. And it'll be Nebraska ball and scoring territory again at the 11-minute mark.
See what you do now for Nebraska, you run all your high percentage running plays, Brett, with the kind of execution is very simple, the tosses and the direct handoff plays.
Move it. Silver. Bullet. Rock it. Smooth it. Silver. Bullet. Play it. Bullet. Take it. Taste it. Live it. Love it. Say it. Play it. Take it. Bullet. Silver. Bullet. It's the right there now. Grab it while you can. Silver. Bullet. Right here.
Start saving $300 a month when you're 23, and you can retire a millionaire. Start at 30, and we might reach 600,000. At 40, about 200,000. Which is why you need Prudential's Financial Assessment Program, a personalized computer analysis of where you are, where you want to go, and how we can help. Because nobody plans to fail. They just fail to plan. Call Prudential Insurance now.
Meet Michelle Fields, free-spirited, adventurous.
Among other things.
Anyway, when Michelle drove a Pontiac Grand Am with a powerful V6 and Ford suspension, she knew she found her fun car.
Well, I do love the way it drives.
You bet.
But actually, it's the quality feel. And with a standard airbag and anti-lock brakes for thousands less than your quarter Camry. My Grand Am was too good to pass up.
So the new Grand Am is a fun choice and the smart choice.
You're really quick.
Did you know? Here's one of the facts involving the University of Nebraska. Leads in academic All-American selections over Illinois Wesleyan, Bucknell, Notre Dame, and MIT.
Who does
Hi.
You football guys. You be careful. They'll back call on you in the middle of the road. See, you get up with another bomb in my lawn. You be careful on those guys. Okay, I'm telling you, they did one. I think it was the Yale Harvard game. I remember that. The 36-yard line. Suddenly in the middle of the game, folks, those of you who didn't see it, this hole opens and out comes this giant balloon filling with air, and we get outraged. How can this happen? What's going on? And those MIT kids had slipped in the middle of the night, and they'd installed this balloon that filled up. Oh, it was amazing. They are something. Well, I don't know, to answer your question, who mid plays, by the way. I do know Nebraska is playing Oklahoma on a very cold day in Lincoln, Nebraska, and the Cornhuskers lead by a couple of scores here, 21-7. Here's Jones again. Not much doing that time.
See, they're going to execute offensively all the direct handoff stuff or the toss stuff. They'll stay away from the option game where they might pitch the ball erratically or something like that. They'll just do all the high percentage things.
Got another piece of good information for you, Coach. What's that? Light snow starting to fall in Lincoln.
I thought I was seeing things.
Yeah, no. Here's Lundberg.
Look at those big offensive linemen. Number 77, Lundberg. Zadeska, 56, their offensive right guard. There is 600 pounds of beef coming off at the same time there. Look at the arms of those guys. They were in corn-fed beef country.
I had a good filet with you the other night.
Yeah, good. I had it in the chat.
And to tell them, I still got to turn in my expense account. Keep those secrets to yourself, will you please? Here's Coach Osborne.
Can you imagine? You know the most outstanding thing about this man's coaching career that I found out in preparing for this game? In his career as head coach here, he has lost one game to a team with a losing record. That is absolutely unbelievable.
I want to ask you how many games he's beaten Florida here lately on January 1st. You know, he always winds up with a bowl game. He's got to play Miami or Florida State for a national championship. So he said, you know, maybe they'd like to come up here for a change and play us up here in Lincoln. Weather like this in Thomas.
That would balance out the passing game.
I would say. Well, for you folks along the Pacific Network, this is the first game of your doubleheader. And you get to watch a pretty good game coming up out there. Arizona against Arizona State.
Arizona State has really, really improved toward the second half of the season. They're going with a true freshman quarterback, and he has made the difference.
That's for those of you on the West Coast. The rest of you may try to get a hold of a pay-per-view operator and see if there's still. I guess we ended that, didn't we, about a week ago? How about a satellite dish? A second pub, something like that, if you want to say.
My producer put these pants up here. You're so wound up, I can't even explain them.
Now they speak for themselves. You don't need to see all those numbers. Come on.
Oh,
What happened?
What a block by Frazier. Man, he's, like I said, he's a demolition derby guy, so he hits you with his bumper. Now he's out there with his shoulder pads, and he hits you just as hard. Holy mackerel. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. You talk about a kid that likes to block people. Unfortunately for him, the rest of the people didn't block as well. Watch the fullback, right center of your screen. Focus your attention on him. Now watch him lead block here. Wham! You talk about that is a pancake, a waffle, and a knockdown right there.
Had it all, right?
He had it all. And they get graded on their knockdown blocks. They call them pancakes.
I love you, Mr. Vermeil. You never met a football player you didn't love, I'll tell you that. Right there. 8:50 to go. The world can be crumbling around us. They rush him. Gets it off. And caught at the 1-yard line. Not bad for Downey to punt.
Excellent. And a good job by Bennett.
I don't want to see 22 down there. We're going to give him the award right away.
That is why they lead the country or lead the conference here in that punt. They do an excellent job. Now watch this right here. It's like a center fielder out there fielding that thing. That's great. Third string fullback.
He was a center fielder on his Little League team. I have that in your notes over here.
Okay.
Ball back on the 1-yard line, and the Sooners are in trouble now.
Now you get the offensive coordinator, Watson Brown here. What do you do? What do you do? The game's not over. We're down 21-7. We're sitting on the 1-yard line.
Great career down in Norman.
swings it out himself for a couple of yards, and 2nd and 8. Those of you who may have tuned in a little bit late, Oklahoma scored on the first drive of the game, and it really appeared as though the Sooners had something going because Nebraska lost its defensive leader. Trev Alberts went out with a dislocated elbow on the first series of the game and has not played. We must say that this Nebraska defense has really picked it up without Alberts.
They really, really have, right? You know, Bradley, they've locked at the point of the half, but they haven't given the big run under the run. The big run that was fumbled.
West Virginia unbeaten, still leading. Here Nebraska's up by a couple of touchdowns. So the coalition poll will determine the rotation that the bowls select in as far as the sugar, orange, and cotton are concerned. Texas A&M heading to the Cotton Bowl. Nebraska would have the first pick at the Orange Bowl, and as things stand there, obviously Florida State would go in, but you don't know what's going to happen today, how West Virginia's going to make out, and Florida State tomorrow. West Virginia could jump up to number 2, then they would probably be invited down to the Orange Bowl in Nebraska for the national title. So an awful lot of things still to be decided. 1st and 10, and out to the 11-yard line. So on 3rd downs on that last play, they were 1 of 10 on 3rd downs. So here now is 4th down and a yard to go.
He's going to go for it, Fred. You don't have much choice. He's ready.
So on 4th down, this is how they scored the touchdown. It's on 4th down. Here's the toss to Moore, slammed at the 10-yard line, and if it's spotted there, they did not get it. The Cornhuskers are going to take over 10 yards from the end zone. Baron Miles, number 14, with the hit.
You start an offensive drive down by 14 on the 1-yard line. The advantages are all with the defense, Brent. I mean, they can just turn it loose and everybody can run, fly. They just attack the offensive people. And that's exactly what they do. See, they try to run the option, load option to the outside. They flip it. He actually flipped it prematurely. He could have taken the ball to the corner just a little bit further before he pitched that ball.
There's Alberts. Tommie Frazier. Jones up the middle. Jones 4 yards. And it'll be 2nd and goal.
Look at the size of Lumberg in the middle of that screen right there. Gosh. He played 8-man football in high school, and he was the tight end. Look how wide he is. He's at least 2 axe handles across those shoulder pads. Look at that. That's a pretty good blocking service. 8-man football. I was talking to him about it the other day. It was a graduating class. There was like 16 kids in this class.
Seconds down.
Gary Gibbs, the head coach of Oklahoma, has got this, I think, program going in the right direction, Brent. This is by far the best Oklahoma team over the last 4 or 5 years, Tom. Osborne told me that. All the Nebraska coaches told me that. I'm visiting with a couple of the assistant coaches, Tom Hayes and the other coaches last night at Oklahoma. They all feel it's their best football team. All going in the right direction. They got a lot of people back.
Third and goal. Cut back. Fumbled it on the 1-yard line, and Oklahoma might have pounced on that ball. He tried to extend into the goal line and gave it up. Yes, Oklahoma recovers at the 1-yard line.
So you can't give him a cutback lane going down the line of scrimmage, and they haven't been doing that all day. But the defense got stretched, and he cut back up inside. Now see him reach try to break the plane with there, and he lost the ball. It's cold. You can't hold it with one hand. It is tough. Here it is again, right in the middle of your screen. You'll see him now. Watch him reach right there with the line. Oh, he might have broken the plane for that football.
Aubrey Beavers is the Sooner who wrapped it up at the 1 pick.
Well, if you're going to turn the ball over, that's a nice place to do it. You have 99.5 yards to go. Look at this, -2 in turnovers. You lose.
And again, Dwayne Harris.
He has flashed, has he not? I mean, he's been in the backfield. Very, very good quickness. He's from Alabama. What's he doing here? How dare let him get out of that state?
An amazing number of youngsters come to Nebraska from New Jersey, New York, Florida, Alabama, California. You know, it's not a hotbed of high school football. They have to have a national recruiting base, and they do just a superb job. Interesting, Johnny Rogers has come back here to try and earn experience. It's a very popular place with the athletes. Dante Jones on the carrier. A very warm environment with, boy, I tell you, if you're a lineman, this is a wonderful place to come, given that weight room and the emphasis they put on it.
Boy, Empley directs that program. He does a real good job. And you walk around and look at the arms and legs and these guys, they invest the time in that weight program. It's really helping. They've been innovating all the time in everything you do, on and off the field.
And the only thing left is for Tom Osborne to win a national championship. And still alive in that regard, isn't he? There's a completion to the 31-yard line.
I'll go all the way back to what I said in the open. This is not as talented a Nebraska team as some that I have seen in the past. I think it's one of his best coaching jobs to be 11-0 through the season. An excellent coaching job by he and his entire staff. I have seen more talent in Nebraska shoulder pads.
I don't think there's any question whether if they play Florida State in the Orange Bowl that Nebraska will be a heavy underdog. But you line up and you play the game. All you can ask for is a chance. That's right. That's what it's all about.
You should never punish anybody for being 11-0.
You don't say the Buffalo Bills can't go back to the Super Bowl.
And they lost 2 or 3. 49ers lost a few last year during the basic season, and they won the World Championship.
Very splendid.
Raymaker. Kevin Raymaker. Family of 9 children. That's where he learned how to be aggressive. Fighting his way to the dinner table. He wanted his biscuits. This time he's eating a few. Look at this guy. 62-foot, 10-inch shot putter, and also the state heavyweight wrestling champion in high school. Boy, I mean, I don't know. Can you imagine feeding him along with 9 other guys? Oh. Showed some real quickness there.
Going to the Orange Bowl. Again, third straight time. Incomplete at the 35-yard line. Penny, Jawan Penny after. So we will have a Thrifty Car Rental post-game report coming your way. A lot of scores from around the nation today. Nebraska staying unbeaten here this afternoon against Oklahoma on a bitterly cold day in Lincoln, Nebraska. Oklahoma scored on its first possession, and so again, the winner in the Oklahoma-Nebraska game is going to come from behind. I believe the graphic we showed you at the beginning of the game said 23 of the last 30 games.
Yes, it was.
That the team who has won has had to come from behind. A remarkable statistic in all we needs to. This is the 10th time, incidentally, that Oklahoma has played an unbeaten Nebraska team, and 5 times previously they had upended Nebraska. And I have been here for a memorable 1 versus 2 when Barry Switzer was still coaching, and he beat Tom Osborne.
in here, but not today. Tom Osborne and the Cornhuskers are going to prevail and come away with a gutty win on a tough afternoon. You lose your best defensive player, Trev Alberts, out. The rest of the defense just picks it up. They shut down Oklahoma,
create the turnover, which they have not been doing. They create the turnover to an offensive team that had not been turning it over.
So here's 4th and 11. And he hits Miles. Well, it's close. Could be just a little short.
Cale Gundy's had an outstanding career, especially his senior year, Brent. Watson Brown has done a tremendous job of coaching him.
They're reminding me that they greased the goalposts, so they. I want to tell you, they could have avoided that effort on a day like this. Anybody who storms the. Well, wait a minute. Before I say that, I'm looking over here, and here comes the student body. They are crazier than I thought.
It's warm for those.
I stormed downtown for the best seat I can get down there someplace. They'll be firing complete now.
Throwing oranges on the field. I hope that they don't hit anybody. Great job.
The numbers are really remarkable, and but it is understandable. I do want to point out that it is understandable why Nebraska has been put down by, I think, more than national press and local press, and that's simply the fact that they have not won that last game of the year.
And none of them have to land up and play.
Now 1st and 10. Incomplete.
That's interference.
At the 10-yard line.
It looked like to me that Baron Miles has grabbed him and pulled it out.
We were talking about the coefficient, Dick, and the bowl alignment, the draft that they're going to have, and that's how we'll find out. You can see that some of the exuberant ones have come onto the field a little bit too early, and now they'll go off to the sideline.
Recreation major here, it's true.
The coalition, one of the things about the poll situation used to be Bear Bryant and Bob Devaney. They get together and sit down, and the Bear would say, I'm going here, and Bob would say, I'll go there, and that's how they used to figure out. And simple anyway. There was a columnist in Omaha today who wrote about that. Tom Chattel, I think his name was. I thought it was a good line this morning about the Bear and Devaney, how the polls used to get decided. I mean, the Bear, he was a force, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Keith Jackson down there in Florida, he knows what I'm talking about right now. Here comes Gundy. Throwing it. Incomplete out of bounds here in the final seconds. As Gundy wraps up his regular season career, Oklahoma certainly will be going on to a bowl game this year.
They didn't play as expected, but they're a good football team. Physically sound, well coached, do a lot of clever things with the ball, defensively very sound, good players, good coaching. That offensive line, there's not one senior on the field back there.
29 seconds. Gundy high and incomplete.
Tyrone Williams, he proved he could hit.
So we want to thank our crew, especially the cameramen who have in the end zone. Look at that. Been outside today, and all of the audio folks who put down a cable and helped out. The executive producer of ABC Sports is Jack O'Hara. Happy Thanksgiving to Jack and his family back in New York. And the coordinating producer of ABC's college football is Bob Goodrich down in Florida, getting ready for tomorrow. Today's game was produced by Kim Belton, directed by Bill Webb. Nice going, gentlemen. And our TD, Mike Blazo. Associate producer for college football, Jimmy Russell. Our associate director here, Russell Brooks. Production manager, Rob Weiss. Thanks for doing it all. Those folks are away from their families on this Thanksgiving day. And our technical operations manager, Peg Wimberly. And our assistants to the producer, Steve Shook and Chris Pfeiffer. And here come the students. 18 seconds. Show on the clock. You can see on Tom Osborne's face that the game is not yet over. So they'll try to clear the field. And our stats man, George Hill, will meet up with everybody at the Meadowlands, and Osborne very upset about these. And you can't blame him. What's the matter with you kids? He says. So John Laurie, the referee, did an interesting thing there. He said, start the clock. And he's going to run it on out. Now, John Laurie signaled the clock, and so not exactly how Tom Osborne wanted to wrap this one up. And he's looking for Coach Gibbs if he can find him, but there's such a mob scene down here on the field. He's a Class A gentleman, very low-key, and he has orchestrated, really kept Ogden Annie's program going out here at Nebraska. They win it 21-7. With the students, I suppose, just happy to get out there and try to get a little warm right now. Bitterly cold day here in Lincoln. Nebraska wins again 21-7.
Normally we see a head coach escort off the field with a police escort.
Could use one today. Let's go down to Dean Blevins. Dean?
I'm right behind the coach. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Good man. Good man. Good play, man. Great job. I'm with the coach. We have a foot talk? Bring it home, baby! I'm with him.
Well, obviously, Dean is trying to find himself a safe haven down there so that he can interview the coach, being involved there with the youngsters. And despite the fact that the goalposts were greased and they didn't want them torn down, they're going to lose that one. Well, we'll take a break and we'll come back with Dean Blevins here in Lincoln.
This holiday season, more people will trust Napa to keep their vehicles running and to give them the savings they're looking for. Like this Napa toy truck with real truck sounds, just $16.99. A 10-amp Napa battery charger is just $29.99 after rebates. And these assorted Evercraft tools are only $9.99. So drive by or fly by your nearest Napa Auto Parts store today. We keep America running. We keep America running.
It's Domino's $25 million Super Mario All-Star Instant Win Game. With every order, get a free chance to win thousands of special Power Set prizes. Now buy our new crunchy thin crust pizza and get free twisty bread. I'll keep it up there when you call Domino's.
When regular drills hold you back, send in the Ranger cordless drill from Black & Decker. It goes anywhere to handle all the tough jobs. No strings attached. The Ranger cordless drill, a powerful gift idea from Black & Decker.
I can see clear now the rain's gone. I can see all the obstacles in my way.
Presenting the RCA 52-inch projection screen home theater. It's bigger and brighter than almost anything out there. Buy select RCA entertainment products and we'll send you Nipper and Chipper.
Nebraska heads to the Orange Bowl unbeaten and untied and gunning for a national championship. Dean Blevins is with Coach Tom Osborne. Dean?
Coach, I know it's a rare moment for you. How do you feel?
Well, I feel good, Dean. I know we didn't play very well first half. Played well in the second half, and we had a lot of character and came back.
You set yourself up for the championship, which would be your first.
Well, it'd be nice to have, but we'll have to play a great team then. Whoever we play will be a great team, so let's see what happens.
Is it wild enough on the field?
Yeah, it's wild enough for me.
All right, Coach, congratulations. Thank you for your time. Back to you guys.
It's wild enough for everybody here in Lincoln, and we'll wrap it up in a moment as Nebraska beats Oklahoma 21-7.
With 15,000 full liability, this isn't car insurance. This is automobile insurance.
Just multiply the premium by the maturity period, and this is killer life insurance.
Plus the additional property coverage, and this is concrete homeowners insurance.
With guaranteed tracking and guaranteed 10:30 a.m. delivery for up to 35% less than the competition. This is career insurance. Only from UPS.
Everybody thinks programming a VCR is so incredibly complicated. Record Channel 3 Sunday, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. What's the problem?
Magnavox, the only VCR with smart talk remote. Smart, very smart.
Who makes the only TV with a smart sound feature which ensures your volume will stay at normal levels even when something like this comes on?
Magnavox, smart, very smart.
No use shouting, old man.
The celebration continues here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Students working hard on one of those goalposts. 21-7, the Cornhuskers defeat Oklahoma. And the Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are James Allen, the talented young running back from Oklahoma. Dwayne Harris from Nebraska, one of the defenders who stepped up and played big after Trev Alberts was knocked out. Chevrolet donates $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students for their academic achievements and to assist those in financial need. And a reminder, stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report featuring scores and highlights from across the country. And John Saunders, the goalposts here at Lincoln, never stood a chance. So long, everybody.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports has been brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We are driving excitement. The Travelers, America's umbrella. Napa, we keep America running. And Compact Computer Corporation. Tomorrow on ABC Sports, Florida State still in the hunt for a national title tackles rival Florida. Or regional coverage of Penn State and Michigan State. Then 4 of the game's biggest names go shot for shot in golf's most entertaining event, the Skins Game. All tomorrow on ABC Sports. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
A promotional fee has been paid to ABC Sports by United Airlines. Come enjoy United's renowned international service, non-stop to London's Heathrow from 6 U.S. cities. Come fly the friendly skies.
This may be the most beautiful story we've ever brought to you.
A gentleman with a tiny airplane teaches a flock of wayward geese what nature never did. A wondrous journey south.
It is the most marvelous feeling. I don't know what it is. It's the timelessness to it.
Watch this 2020 with your family.
I can see clearly now the rain's gone. I can see all the obstacles my way.
Presenting the RCA 52-inch projection screen home theater. It's bigger and brighter than almost anything out there.
Video Kingdom in Kearney, Lexington, Cozad, Hastings, and Grand Island.
It's that time of year again. Think I'll sit in my comfortable Lazy Boy recliner and decide what to get everybody. Boy, I love my Lazy Boy. It's durable and built to last with a wide variety of colors and styles. My Miss Claus had a heck of a time picking out mine. It sure is the best present I ever got. I'm so relaxed I think I'll take a nap.
Lazy Boy Recliners, what a great Christmas gift idea. See Porkature's codes at Robertson's Home Furnishings Grand Island and Low Family and Ford Family Furniture.
Celebrate Family Month on NTV.
The Car Rental Post-Game Report is brought to you by Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates. From New York, John Saunders.
Welcome back to New York, the Thrifty Car Rental Post-Game Report. I'm John Saunders. Let's check the highlights of the game that you may have just seen, or if you're just joining us, here's what happened. Oklahoma and Nebraska. Nebraska already headed to the Orange Bowl, but needed this win to stay in the hunt for the national championship, and they get it. Cale Gundy picked up by Toby Wright here. It was a struggle on offense for Oklahoma all day. Wright finally run down. For Nebraska, quarterback Tommie Frazier with a pretty good day. Here's 3 yards. You know he's a threat to run it or pass it, and takes this one in for the touchdown to tie the game at 7 apiece. 3rd and 9 then, and Tommie Frazier goes to work again. 11 yards to Abdul Muhammad. 14-7 as he gets it across the line into the end zone. Just 13 seconds following that, Frazier pitches to Calvin Jones. Jones 20 yards on this touchdown run. And Nebraska wins this one. 21-7 is the final. They last went undefeated back in 1983. Went on to the Orange Bowl and lost 31-30 to Miami. They're headed there once again, as you know. And we want to remind you that coming up on Saturday, #1 Florida State, that's #1 in the AP poll against #7 Florida. Perhaps a date with Nebraska in the Orange Bowl. Florida still has a chance for the national title. If they beat the Seminoles, then Alabama in the SEC championship and head to the Sugar Bowl. You have to figure they have a chance. Some of you will be in the Big Ten to watch Penn State face Michigan State. Following football at 3:30 Eastern Time, it's golf. The Skins game, that one immediately following football. Stay with us. There's still more to come on the Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report in just a moment.
In 47 BC, Cleopatra herself rented the very first luxurious caravan from Thrifty for a mere bag of sand. Today, Thrifty Car Rental still offers historically low rates on caravans, this time on Dodge caravans. Simply check your phone book for the Thrifty location nearest you. The fact is, Thrifty's been renting cars at low prices and giving royal treatment since the very beginning. Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Tom O'Keefe is in the grip of a really tough cold, but he's about to break free with an effervescent rush of relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. Pills take time to dissolve, but Alka-Seltzer Plus is ready the moment you take it, rushing powerful medicines to soothe your aches, relieve your runny nose, free your breathing. Nothing rushes relief like Alka-Seltzer Plus.
In the year 23,012 BC, Lenny, the traveling salesman, rented the first big round wheel from Thrifty at a nice small rate. Today, Thrifty Car Rental still offers historically low rates, and now on nice big cars with 4 wheels. Simply check your phone book for the Thrifty location nearest you. Renting wheels at low prices is nothing new to Thrifty. In fact, we invented it. Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
When your dentist cleans your teeth, he uses special instruments that get between them. But what toothbrush would your dentist prefer to use? Well, in a recent nationwide test, dentists tried the leading flat brush named Crest Complete. The brush more dentists prefer was Crest Complete. Its one-of-a-kind ripple bristles get up to 37% farther between teeth than the leading flat brush. So, to help maintain a dentist clean at home, choose Crest Complete. It helps maintain a dentist clean.
Welcome back once again to the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. Let's continue to look at scores and highlights. Our game is done. Nebraska's knocked off Oklahoma. The other big game of the day in the Big East between West Virginia and Boston College. BC had to win over Notre Dame last week. West Virginia has the only scoring in this game. Turnover is the story of the day. Glenn Foley looking for the end zone, but Aaron Beasley steps in front of the pass, comes up with it. The interception is still 3-0. Then first and goal at the 9.
and Foley going to the 2, picked off by Matt DeFoney. He gets a little run back here. It remains 3-0, and Foley with 2 chances to throw for touchdowns come up empty both times. In fact, Boston College has turned it over 3 times, all inside the West Virginia 5-yard line. So here's a look at the standings, and here's the story. If West Virginia wins this game against Boston College, they finish in sole possession of first place in the Big East. If Boston College wins, you have a 3-way tie, and it's up to the coalition to pick out which teams will go to which bowls. Meanwhile, yesterday, or rather earlier today, North Carolina, only seems like yesterday, against Duke. Jason Stanisek out in the flat to Leon Johnson. He finds daylight to the end zone, tying the game at 7 apiece. Then first and goal in the second quarter. Stanisek looks like he'll run this one in, but watch, he gets caught from behind and then flips the ball to Leon Johnson. He does the rest of the work. 9-yard touchdown run, 21-7. Johnson with a terrific day takes the pitch once again from Stanisek. 27-14. Barry Wilson, his final game as head coach at Duke. He resigns effective the end of this year. For Leon Johnson, what a day. 4 touchdowns, 3 on the ground, 1 receiving, over 1,000 yards in the season. Curtis Johnson also went over 1,000 yards. 23 times a North Carolina player has rushed for over 1,000 yards in the season. That's best in the NCAA. In the standings, Florida State, you know they're number 1 in the nation according to AP. They're also number 1 in the ACC. North Carolina winds up in the number 2 spot. It looks like 5 teams from the ACC will be headed to bowls. Syracuse against Rutgers, 31-18 was the final here. Marvin Graves looks to his right, comes back to his left. Marcus Lee is wide open, 7-0 Syracuse. Still in the first quarter. Graves once again, this one 13 yards to Marvin Harrison, who shakes out of a couple of tackles. 14-0 the score. Then first and goal, Terrell Willis. What a terrific season for the freshman. Over 2,000 all-purpose yards. 17-10. Rutgers back in the game. But too much Marvin Graves on this day. Quarterback draw, calls his own number. Takes it 32 yards. Down to the 3. Syracuse scores a couple of plays later. Al Wooten runs it in. 31-18 was the final. Graves, 15 of 21. 275 yards and a couple of touchdowns. Houston against Rice. 37-7 was the blowout. How far has the Houston program fallen? Bert Emanuel, 19 yards to Byron Costin. Just gets it across, tying the game at 7 apiece. Then they bring up the backup quarterback, Josh LaRocca. 9 yards. Is it into the end zone? Officials say he does get the ball across. 21-7 was the score. Wouldn't matter anyway. LaRocca again, 11 yards this time to Jimmy Lee as he rolls to his right. He gets it across for the touchdown, 28-7. The final, 37-7. Bert Emanuel also had a couple of touchdown passes, 19 yards and 31 yards to Byron Costin. We'll get you back out to Nebraska in just a moment, so stay with us.
In 47 BC, Cleopatra herself rented the very first luxurious caravan from Thrifty for a mere bag of sand. Today, Thrifty Car Rentals still offers historically low rates on caravans, this time on Dodge caravans. Simply check your phone book for the Thrifty location nearest you. The fact is, Thrifty's been renting cars at low prices and giving royal treatment since the very beginning. Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Tom O'Keefe is in the grip of a really tough cold, but he's about to break free with an effervescent rush of relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. Pills take time to dissolve, but Alka-Seltzer Plus is ready the moment you take it, rushing powerful medicines to soothe your aches, relieve your runny nose, free your breathing. Nothing rushes relief like Alka-Seltzer Plus.
If you're really into Nintendo, you'll flip for Domino's Pizza's $25 million Super Mario All-Star Instant Win Game. With every Domino's order, get a free Instant Win Game card. A chance to win thousands of special Power Set prizes from Domino's like Super NES, Game Boy systems, and the new Super Mario All-Star Game. And now, buy our new Crunchy Thin Crust Pizza and get free Twisty Bread. So, if you're into Nintendo and great pizza, call Domino's for something for nothing when you call Domino's.
Are your kids wishing for something exciting? Radio Shack has it with action-packed radio-controlled cars. Kids control rough terrain with our Force One Rally. The new off-road Tiger lets them handle hills and straightaways. The Scorpion track racer is hard to beat, and the flamethrower is really hot. Now all you have to control is their excitement. For a great selection of this year's hot gifts, check out Radio Shack, your Christmas electronics store.
The Thrifty Car Rental post-game report has been brought to you by Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Welcome back once again to the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. For more on Nebraska's win on Oklahoma, let's rejoin Brent Musburger.
John, thank you. What we have is the most stubborn goalpost we've ever seen. One down, and the student body's still rocking on the second one, but nothing doing so far. While this was going on, Dean Blevins had an opportunity to speak with middle linebacker Mike Anderson of the winning Cornhuskers.
We're with middle linebacker Mike Anderson. And Mike, you guys came back after giving up some running yards in the first half. It was great.
Yeah, we didn't come out. We came out a little flat, right off the bat, but defensively we really picked it up the second half, and we just played great defense today.
Is this team on a mission because you've been bashed, or at least you haven't gotten much credit nationally, and it seems like you're one game for a national championship?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. It's the first time Nebraska's been in this position for a long time. We knew this was a big game for us, and we came out, we won.
Congratulations, Mike. Good luck in the Orange Bowl.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right, Dean, thank you. Well, Dick Vermeil, a week ago, we were with unbeaten West Virginia. I want to ask you a question about West Virginia versus Nebraska on a neutral field. How would that game unfold in your mind? Good, clear weather, nice, all that kind of thing. You have to go with Nebraska. I think they have a little more team speed maybe than West Virginia. And although West Virginia probably throws the ball a little bit better, but you'd have to give the edge to Nebraska. This Nebraska team undoubtedly will have Alberts back, don't you think, for New Year's? That they'll get him back in shape. Yeah, it depends on the severity of the dislocation. A dislocation is a dislocation, but other things can happen, those ligaments and tendons, and what does dislocate them? Well, we got a full moon looming here over Lincoln, and they're howling down on the field. But one thing's for certain, the Nebraska Cornhuskers are unbeaten again and headed for the Orange Bowl, where they expect to get an opportunity to play for a national championship. Could be Florida State, could be West Virginia, could be Notre Dame. Who knows what's going to unfold? Tomorrow, of course, the big one on ABC will be Florida State. John Saunders, we bid you adieu here from Lincoln. Have a good time over the weekend. That'll be a great one down in Gainesville, partner. Who are you liking that one, John?
I think the Florida State Seminoles too much for Florida's defense, which is struggle, but it'll be high scoring. One game that is very low scoring right now, Brent. 3-0 West Virginia, trying to remain unbeaten and still with a chance to win things in the national championship against Boston College. And don't forget tomorrow, #1 Florida State in the AP poll against #7 Florida. It looks like Florida State has a date with Nebraska. If they can get past this one, Florida's still with chances. Some of you will see Penn State against Michigan State. Then at 3:30 Eastern Time, we turn our attention to golf and the Skins game. Thank you very much for joining us today on ABC's College Football. We'll see you tomorrow.
Saturday on an all-new Knish. Stan stranded at the altar.
Respond to the case of the Jits.
When his bride is caught in the act.
That's what he's saying. She's an armed robber and I'm an idiot.
Stan puts his badge on the line.
I could have killed you without backup. You'd have done different if it was Rachel? Yeah, I would have called it in.
Is she a hood or a hostage? An all-new Knish. Saturday.
It's that time of year again. Think I'll sit in my comfortable Lazy Boy recliner and decide what to get everybody. Boy, I love my Lazy Boy. It's durable and built to last, with a wide variety of colors and styles. My Miss Claus had a heck of a time picking out mine. It sure is the best present I ever got. I'm so relaxed, I think I'll take a nap.
Lazy Boy Recliners. What a great Christmas gift idea. See Borkacher's codes at Robertson's Home Furnishings, Grand Island, and Lowe Family and Ford Family Furniture.
gentlemen, Mr. Rush Limbaugh.
Show tonight, the hustle. What we're going to explain to you tonight is the Clinton hustle. That is how they approach the United States, the people of the country, and get us ready to just accept this onslaught of socialism that is emanating from Washington and their administration. Now, before we get going tonight, we have some students here from Yale University. Would you people all stand up? I want to see... There is hope for America, my friends, because they have all cut class to be here. They have chosen to come to the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies for their education, meaning they're not attending classes at Yale, meaning there's hope for them. Welcome. We're awfully glad to have you here. There's an editorial in the Washington Post today. Can we see that, Chet? I want you to take a look at the Mrs. Clinton on the health plan. What's been happening up on Capitol Hill? There's been this endless fawning. There's been this, oh, you're so wonderful. Oh my gosh, nobody's ever been better than you. Why, how could humanity have gotten this far, Mrs. Clinton, without you? No, gee, this is so what people are just going nuts. Now, it's understandable. I mean, she is the president's wife. In fact, you know, Rostenkowski the other day said someday that the president is going to be known as your husband. So rather than saying, from now on this show, if I can remember it, she'll be called, or he'll be called, your husband. Hillary's husband is how we're going to refer to Bill Clinton. Well, people have been just mesmerized by her, but what has she been saying? There have been no details. You think you've gotten details, but you haven't. You've been getting a bunch of philosophical psychobabble. And it's been appalling to me that there hasn't been any opposition to it. And I thought I was the only one noticing it. I know there's some Republicans on Capitol Hill. Richard Armey is one, and Phil Gramm in the Senate. Maybe 4 or 5 Republicans who are philosophically opposed to this, but for the most part, they're just getting on board because they're frightened. They are afraid that they're going to be accused of gridlock. They look at the polls. They see 58% of the people support health, universal health coverage. They're afraid to oppose it. And I think that that's frightening, because this is much more than health. This is about the advancing socialism and the nationalization of an entire industry. And I want to explain that in great detail tonight. I brought this Washington Post editorial in to kind of show that there's some semblance of hope. Look at the last sentence in this editorial. With or without this week's testimony, the real question remains, what's going to be in it and how it's going to work. It's about time. Well, guess what, my friends? We are going to tell you what's in it tonight. I have discovered what's in it, some of what's in it. I'm going to tell you what's in it, and I'm going to tell you how it's going to work. And I guarantee you that many of you are going to be stunned, disappointed, and shocked. And then you're going to say, as you always do after watching this show, how come I haven't heard that on the evening news? How come I haven't read about this in my newspaper? How come the mainstream media isn't telling me this? That's going to be your reaction. Now, before I launch into that, and it's 2 stages, the next segment of this show will be the Clinton hustle. This is a detailed explanation of their plan, a detailed explanation of their strategy. When you see this, you'll think, man, this Rush guy, he is really on the ball. He's got it. And then in our next segment, we'll give you some of the details of the plan. What do they always say about you? What do the critics of this show, my radio show, always say about you and about you in the studio audience? They say you're nothing but a bunch of mind-numbed robots. They say that you march lockstep behind me. As in this. They say that all you people do is just listen to what I say and then head out there and in lockstep and goose step. You are simply parroting, echoing everything I say. I happen to know that that's not true. You know what the real truth is? The truth is that finally somebody's on radio and TV who says what you think. And you're sitting out there. You sit out there and you watch this show, or you listen to my radio show, and you say, oh, right, there's somebody out there who thinks what I think. This program's inspiring thought. It is encouraging people to think for themselves, come to their own conclusions. If there's any marching in lockstep, it's on Capitol Hill with this health plan. Watch this. Watch this, folks. Hey, look. Roll the tape, Chet.
I hope your experience here has been as pleasant as I found you a pleasant witness.
I want to say that I am impressed not just with the awareness that you have created on this program, but with the understanding that has begun.
You've done a superb job this morning of answering the questions, and we're enormously grateful to you for your presence here, and most importantly, for the extraordinary job you've done, Mrs. Clinton. All of us commend and praise you. I look forward to working with you.
I certainly agree with you that Mrs. Clinton has provided extraordinary leadership.
I'd like to applaud your efforts in this monumental task.
As a nation and as a people, we're more than lucky, but we're very blessed to have you lead in this effort.
Mrs. Clinton, let me join my colleagues in saying that I think you've done an outstanding job. And the depth and substance of your responses and input on this subject has been a great benefit to this country, I believe.
And I'm absolutely certain that healthcare would not have the prominence it has now but for your personal involvement. And I think we're all grateful to you. You've been wonderful.
Somebody recommended today that maybe somebody offer you a sweatshirt that says, I survived. I think it ought to be, I flourished, because all week long you certainly have done that.
Well, you see what I mean? There's the marching in lockstep going on, and I submit to you that if these members of these committees that you just heard lauding Mrs. Clinton and praising her knew the details of this plan, there's no way they'd be treating her this way, other than out of courtesy. That's not what's going on, and if you stick with us for the rest of the show, you'll find out exactly what the details are and how we've gotten to this point. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tonight, it's double trouble at the drive-in. Family Matters then. Yankee pitcher Jim Abbott gives Corey some Major League tips on Boy Meets World. And a handsome hunk starts a family feud, Step by Step Plus. I'm starring in a shoe commercial. Will Mark shot at fame cost him his pride on cruise? Forget the leftovers with an all-new TGIF.
It's never fun to eat and run, to rush and eat and laugh, cause you know it's gonna catch up with you at last. For acid indigestion or heartburn with headache, nothing's faster than Alka-Seltzer. Get yourself some Alka-Seltzer and you'll feel better fast.
Drop everything and hurry into the JCPenney after Thanksgiving sale, where you'll find incredible savings throughout every department. But after Saturday, it's over, so get going before everything disappears.
Oh, what do you buy your man for Christmas? How's the popcorn stuff? I know exactly. And then the sports. Sports Illustrated.
This Christmas, give him the gift he really wants, Sports Illustrated. And this year, your gift will be truly spectacular. He'll get SI's exclusive Michael Jordan Thrill Pack, 2 great Michael Jordan videos, and a collector's edition of Sports Illustrated that lets him relive the thrilling moments in the career of the man who became a legend. And best of all, his Thrill Pack's free with your big gift subscription to Sports Illustrated.
That would be perfect.
With the subscription to Sports Illustrated, he'll come face to face with all the intensity, action, and emotion of sports week after week, 54 times a year. All for just $1.39 an issue. You save 52% off the cover price.
Now I'll have one gift I know he's gonna like.
This year, give him the gift he's sure to love, Sports Illustrated and the Michael Jordan Thrill Pack. Call now.
It's a sure thing.
Whenever we want to use these cartoons cartoons, that came from the New Orleans Times-Picayune. When? Was that yesterday or today? September 21st. And we always have to call and get permission of the artiste. And this guy gave us permission, but he sure made sure that we knew that he hates this show. He told us, but he went ahead and granted us permission. It doesn't matter if they hate it or not. They let us use it. We got it in. Thank you very much. Now, the formula of the Clinton hustle. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take you through the steps. I've deciphered this. I've studied these people. I've watched these people. I've watched every move they've made since, actually before they were inaugurated, since the campaign. And I would like that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actual or 6 stages of the Clinton hustle. The first is the crisis. We've got this on screen so you can follow along with me. The crisis is created with days and days of hand-wringing on TV. The president goes on TV and wrings his hands, and the first lady and everybody's, oh, what's wrong? We've got a terrible crisis, worst economy in the last 50 years. People are going to die. They're only a paycheck away from being homeless. They're only a pink slip away from having no health care. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Then they come out with the absurd figures to exaggerate the crisis. There are 3 million homeless, 20 million homeless at the end of the decade. Oh, no, what are we going to do? 37 million uninsured. Oh, no, they're going to die. What are we going to do? And America goes, oh, what a country we are. We're terrible. We're mean. We're insensitive. We're cruel. People get sucked in. Then comes the whining of America. The politics of sob story, the emotional soap opera anecdotes that touch your heart, grab your heartstrings and give a big old tug, and they lock you in. Next, after this has been done, come the trial balloons. Wacky leaks on how the crisis will be solved. As in healthcare, every week from February to, say, August, every week there was a new possibility. Well, we're not going to let you choose your doctor. Abortions will be covered. Why? We're going to make the employer pay everything. No, the employees are going to get taxed on their benefits. The American people end up shocked. They don't know what to expect. Every week is a new trial balloon. Then comes the way we're going to pay for it. It's free. It's inexpensive. And it's fair. It's not going to cost. It's painless. It's so easy. Then it's time to find the villain, the culprit on who we can lay off all the blame. Lobbyists, the rich, Reagan Bush, pharmaceuticals industries, doctors, insurance companies, anybody who makes $1 more than you do. Yeah. They're all culprits. You've got to have villains. They've done all that. You following me so far? You see how, this is right on my Now let's go to the setup. The setup. First off, a highly promoted presidential speech. They tout this speech for months, weeks, and days in advance. The president has the most important speech of his career. It'll be before a joint session of Congress. This speech will change America forever. Yeah. America is at the precipice. It's at a crisis. If we don't do something now, we may not be alive tomorrow. We're in terrible shape. This speech will make or break the president. His whole presidency insists and resides on how he does with his speech, and so everybody tunes in. Ooh, I want to see the president die. I want to see the or I want to see the president win real big or whatever. Then, my friends, comes the sting. Here comes the speech. The speech is the sting. It's a long, long speech, and in it, the promise to end the crisis. There are no specifics as to cost in the speech. There are no details at all in the speech. It's nothing but a blueprint. It's a Christmas wish list. It's if I can have anything I want and never have to pay for it. That's what's in the speech. And only a select few will pay. Those who benefited unfairly in the 80s. Those who worked harder than anybody else. Those who have more than you. Just a select few. Only 1% of the population will suffer from this. Maybe 4% tops. We're going to give subsidies to everybody who thinks they're going to get hurt. Nobody will get hurt except those who deserve to get hurt, and everybody who has more than you deserves to get hurt. The American people, because of our education system, they've been taught that this is what fairness is. Yeah. Fairness is taking from those who have more than you do because it's unfair. Even if they've got it because they worked hard, even if they earned it and achieved it in genuine ways, we got to take it from them because it's unfair that some should have more than the others. Then The next day, the next couple of days, here come the polls. And the polls show all gain and no pain plays really well in Peoria. We're all going to benefit. America is going to be a socialist utopia. Everybody's going to be happy. There will be no misery anywhere. It ain't going to cost anybody anything. No pain. And boy, do they love it in Peoria. They love it everywhere. And then the newscasts. Jennings, Rather, Brokaw, Chung, whoever, add them up, shake them up, throw one out there all the same. America loves the plan. They go out and do man-on-the-street interviews. They do town meetings. Everybody who shows up loves the president. Standing ovations occur. This is the most caring, feeling president we've ever had. Meanwhile, on my radio show, in this audience, I can't find one person who likes it. I can't find one who likes it. But they do. They find all these people who like it. Then, as happened during the budget deal, here come the details. After all of this buildup and all of the promises of no pain, and only those who deserve to pay more will pay more, then the details come out and we find out that everything we've heard up till now is an out-and-out lie. People start to see what the real deal is, and the popularity begins to collapse. And then the real gimmick, the blame. The blame goes to the disinformation campaign started by right-wing radio talk shows and Rush Limbaugh. Uninformed people who are simply trying to scare the American people. They don't know what they're talking about. They're putting out all this disinformation. People are calling Congress. Congress can't do its job. Thank God. And they're blaming the American people for bottling up all the phones and all the switchboards. And the plan is fine. You're just getting a bunch of disinformation, they say. And then after this, it's on to the next stage, like building a car that gets 80 miles to the gallon, using the automobile companies in consort. It's never going to work. The car will be, as I said yesterday, CRAP, and nobody will ever want it. But every day, a new sting and a new hustle. This is how they do it. And I'm going to get a little head start on the details. Normally, the details don't happen for 2 or 3 months. These highs, after the president's speech and the media going bonkers over what a great revolutionary guy he is and how new and different and young and vigorous and energetic and all that psychobabble and poppycock. Then the details come out. It's generally 2 to 3 months, as I said. Well, guess what? We're getting a head start. We're going to give you some details about this health plan that you probably don't know next, right after this.
This is an NTV News Brief.
Good afternoon. The Huskers are on their way to a national championship showdown in the Orange Bowl. Tonight on NTV News at 6, we'll take a look back at the big win over Oklahoma. If you weren't watching the game, you were probably out shopping. We'll have a live report on the traditional start to the Christmas shopping season. And a Christmas tradition is definitely on the minds of the Minden family. We'll see how they join together to make the good life better. Join us for those stories and more tonight on NTV News at 6.
If you can gesture, you can gesture. Gestures, the split-second charades game. Your teammates try to guess your gestures before the one-word clues disappear. Gestures, the split-second charades game from Milton Bradley.
Drop everything and hurry into the JCPenney after Thanksgiving sale, where you'll find incredible savings throughout every department. But after Saturday, it's over, so get going before everything disappears.
It's that time of year again. Think I'll sit in my comfortable Lazy Boy recliner and decide what to get everybody. Boy, I love my Lazy Boy. It's durable and built to last, with a wide variety of colors and styles. My Miss Claus had a heck of a time picking out mine. It sure is the best present I ever got. I'm so relaxed, I think I'll take a nap.
Lazy Boy recliners, what a great Christmas gift idea. See Lucas Savage Furniture, Carpet and Appliance, Farwell, Stagemeyer Furniture and Floor Coverings, Arapahoe, and Bob Hope Furniture of Roaring Central City.
Come home to Carney this year for all your gift-giving needs.
Parents, I tried to tell them to get the furnace inspected, but they wouldn't listen. It's broken, and I'm freezing my diapers off.
No matter what kind of furnace you have, don't wait for a cold run. Call Carrier. We're the inside guys.
The Anderson Brothers Electric Plumbing and Heating.
Carney, welcome home.
mother-in-law on a television show. There is a woman by the name of Elizabeth McCoy, and she's a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. She called the office of Pennsylvania Senator Harris Wofford, asked for a copy of the plan. She got it. The blueprint that was sent to Congress, 239 pages. She read it. She said she ended up shaking her head. It's amazing what's in it. I have some of what's in it. I don't have time to give you all of it, but the salient things. Follow along. Under this plan, most Americans will not be able to hold on to their personal physician or buy the kind of insurance that 77% of Americans now choose. You like your health care plan now? Too bad. You probably won't be able to hold on to it. You're going to have to sacrifice it and join one of these state alliances or cooperatives, and you'll be totally dependent on whatever deal they can negotiate for you. The goal, according to the plan, is to limit private health care spending. In other words, you want to go to the doctor and pay for it out of the back of your pocket, avoid the lines or whatever, they want to be able to eliminate that. It will be hard to buy additional insurance. You've got to live with whatever the state cooperative, which is going to be a monopoly, gives you. The plan will make it as difficult as possible, by intention, on purpose, for you to buy more than the standard package. And who knows what that's going to be? Nobody has any idea what the standard package is going to be, but it's going to be less than most people have now. Seeing a specialist and paying for it out of pocket will be almost impossible. The Clinton proposal is designed to drive doctors out of private practice. Now stop for a minute and think about where you live. Ask yourself this question, especially those of you in Rio Linda. Where do you live? You live in the United States of America. Right. And they are going to propose that doctors be driven out of private practice. Imagine if they tried this with any other industry. That'll be next. I'm afraid it will be next. That's right. I'm afraid that's right. You know something? This is not a solution to a problem. Liberalism never is. It's just the beginning of new problems. One more here before a break. Price controls will make private practice unfeasible. A provider may not charge or collect from a patient a fee in excess of the fee schedule adopted by an alliance. That's price controls. That means there's going to be back alley MRIs, back alley appendectomies. There are going to be back alley operations all the time because people are not going to be forced to live under this iron curtain type of approach. We have even more details, and we'll show you those next.
Here's the grocery gang for affiliated food stores.
We're giving our best and doing what's right. So when you go shopping, you never lose sight of the best deals around and the values too. Because we always give our best to you.
Our best service, affiliated style.
Our best selection, good quality. Price is so good, we don't have to brag. If you're looking for value, it's in the bag. So come on in, you'll be glad you do. Because we always give our best to you.
It was one of the wettest summers on record, flooding much of the Midwest, including parts of Nebraska. Now winter is shaping up to be cold and snowy. That's why Bosselman's Pump and Pantry is joining NTV to bring you Snow Watch. Wake up to NTV News during Good Morning America. You can trust Ralph Wall to bring you accurate weather forecasts and the latest updates in school closings. Don't get stranded this winter. Join Ralph Wall in the mornings to stay on top of Nebraska's changing weather patterns. Snow Watch is a service brought to you by Bosselman's Pump and Pantry.
Santa recommends Nebraska Waterbed Mart is the place for Christmas.
We've got waterbeds for kids of all ages. Now look at this, a super single complete waterbed for only $189. This bookcase waterbed for mom and dad is only $279. Put Raquel sheets out under the tree for only $29. Get a CD soft side for only $4.99. And don't forget, Nebraska Waterbed Mart gives old Santa a free Game Boy with every waterbed purchase. No down payments, no payments till March.
I love one waterbed, and so will you.
So hitch up your team and head to Nebraska Waterbed Mart.
Come home to Kearney this year for all your gift-giving needs.
We call this barefoot comfort. You'll call it bliss. For home heating, for cooking, hot water, or drying, choose gas, America's best energy value.
The folks at Northwestern Public Service wish you and your family a safe and happy holiday.
The holiday
Holidays are here, and what better time to announce the grand opening of our brand new ladies department at Gary Michaels Clothiers. Come help us celebrate as we offer fabulous savings throughout our many fine lines of fashions for the woman, from career-oriented suits to comfortable casuals, classic coordinates to fun holiday designs. Virtually every department will have grand opening savings of 20 to 40% off. Please join in this exciting celebration. You'll love what you see. The grand opening sale at Lady Gary Michaels. We're located in the Hastings Downtown Center, open Sundays 12 to 4.
Rush Limbaugh once again serving humanity, doing the dream. I wouldn't even be doing this if the dominant media was doing its job. I'm glad they're not. Gives me a reason to be here. Two more points in this plan that I'd like to point out to you. One of the biggest surprises in this plan is who bears the cost of universal health coverage. This plan requires the states to create health alliance regions that very much like election regions, districts. There's going to be gerrymandering in these things, and depending on the per capita cost of coverage in these regions, for example, people who live in a region with an urban area like a big city, their premiums are going to be higher because the costs in cities are much higher. You're going to have people fleeing the cities left and right to get out of these alliances. It's not going to be universal coverage in the sense that it's equally spread throughout because the costs are different elsewhere. And this is something I hadn't even touched on. But this is the real heinous one. Read this with me. There is a provision here that says, suppose a state fails to establish its regional alliances on time, as this program mandates. Or let's say the state fails to meet all federal requirements. They say there's no bureaucracy here. Federal requirements, what the hell is that? The federal government telling the state what to do. Somebody's got to administer that. If the state fails to do what the feds say, this plan empowers the Secretary of the Treasury to impose a payroll tax on all employers in the state, and there's no limit on the amount that tax can be. Just by a fiat, they can raise taxes. They say it's not going to cost any more money. My friends, we need you to get on board with this. This is not utopia. This is an erosion, in fact, a pilfering of some of your most precious individual liberties and freedoms. We're going to be here every night helping you along with this stuff, but you're going to have to get on board with us. The plan is bad. See you on our next show. Bye-bye.
Services provided and promotional fees paid by the following. You want regular Swiss cheese with all that fat, cholesterol, sodium, and calories? No. I'm giving you Alpine Age Swiss Roll because I care how you and you eat.
Ladies, for close, smooth shaves in or out of the shower, the Lady Remington Wet Dry. Rechargeable or battery operated. Lady Remington Wet Dry. Stetson Cologne, the great masculine scent that's easy to wear and hard for a woman to resist. Stetson fits.
Coming up tonight on NTV News at 6, the Huskers will play for the national championship in the Orange Bowl. The story after ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
If you'd like to order a video cassette of Rush's TV show for only $24.95, just call Video Archives at 1-800-FOR-VIDEO. For a transcript, send $5 to Burrell's, Fox 7, Livingston, New Jersey 07039, or call 1-800-777-TEXT.
Tonight, it's double trouble at the drive-in. Yankee pitcher Jim Abbott gives Corey some Major League tips on Boy Meets World. And a handsome hunk starts a family feud, Step by Step Plus. I'm starring in a shoe commercial. Will Mark shot at fame cost him his pride on cruise? Forget the leftovers with an all-new TGIF.
Make this a family Christmas. Visit Williamson's Interiors at downtown Grand Island. Stroll through the many room-like settings of fine Thomasville furniture, flex steel living rooms, chrome craftonettes, and much, much more. Complete your shopping list from Central Nebraska's largest selection of elegant curios, unique table and floor lamps, fine pictures, table accessories, and grandfather clocks. Free gift wrap available and delivery guaranteed by Christmas. Williamson's Interiors, downtown Grand Island. Open Sundays 1 to 5, late Wednesday.
And the next countdown is the hot sound of
Country music sensation, Bob Brooks. Plus Billy Ray Cyrus on the next countdown of the Neon Urgent.
Celebrate Family Month on MTV.
From ABC, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. Sitting in tonight, Renee Croissant.
Good evening. This is the day store owners have been waiting for and economists have been talking about. The day when they hope you will start buying your holiday gifts. Retailers live or die by their Christmas sales. On average, the season gives them 40 to 45% of their annual profits. By tradition, it all starts today. Here's ABC's Aaron Brown on how it's going.
It is as much a part of the day after Thanksgiving as the leftovers. Shoppers out early to begin the Christmas shopping season. And there are reasons to believe that this year, like last, shoppers will be buying, spending a little more freely, feeling a little better about the economy, the nation's, and their own.
Consumer finances are in better shape. There aren't a lot of jobs being created, but there are more jobs, and income is growing nicely.
But feeling a little better about the economy is not the same as feeling good. No one expects the return of the free-spending 80s. These are the cautious 90s.
You have to be a good shopper. You have to know your prices. Whatever I see that's good on sale, that's probably what I'll get.
Today's shopper is very savvy, very sophisticated, and very cautious, a very conservative consumer.
Barnard says retailers should expect shoppers to be picky.
They have to give them value, they have to give them quality, good quality, and all of that under the umbrella of a very moderate price tag.
So the gimmicks of parachuting Santa may get you into the store. It's the price that will keep you there. Expect lots of sales, expect them to last longer. But expect fewer choices inside that store. Retailers are also buying more cautiously. In this case, down comforters.
We are focusing in on 4 major styles and 2 promotional styles, and that's it.
So there are changes on both sides of the counter. Home products like TVs, stereos, VCRs, even furniture are expected to sell better than Christmas traditionals like clothing and jewelry. In the 90s, people stay home more, go out less, and shop accordingly. And then there is this. It used to be the day after Thanksgiving was the biggest shopping day of the season. It's still big, but even that's changed. Shoppers more concerned with price are less concerned with the calendar. They will wait right up to the last possible day if necessary for a bargain. Aaron Brown, ABC News, New York.
Retailers might find some encouragement in the results of our latest ABC News Money Magazine poll. While most people still have a largely negative view about whether this is a good time to buy, the trend over the past year has been upwards. In fact, our poll finds overall consumer confidence this week at its highest level in nearly 11 months. But at the same time, 4 out of 5 people in our polls still have a negative view of the economy. Overall, consumers are still wary of spending too much. Here's ABC's Jim Engel.
Interest rates are low and so are prices, but consumers are still cautious, especially on big-ticket items. But it's not whim that's driving purchases, it's often necessity.
Well, the average car on the road is 8 years old, the oldest since World War II, which makes it clearly cheaper to buy a new car than to fix up the old one.
In housing, the deals are often too good to pass up. With the lowest interest rates in a generation, new homes are selling at the fastest rate in 7 years. And that encourages other spending, but cautiously.
They are doing the remodeling that they hadn't done for the last 5 to 10 years.
That strength, however, is tempered by concern over jobs, with many consumers looking over their shoulders. Even those who are working know someone who isn't, and that makes everyone nervous. And for good reason. There is a steady stream of announcements from companies that continue to lay off workers.
We are experiencing the worst record of job creation in post-war history. We are roughly 5 million jobs behind the average pace of job creation.
But recent pickups in spending are starting to create more jobs.
It's still a tough battle, But we're slowing the layoffs, and we're increasing the amount of people hired, and that's slowly creating momentum.
Slowly may be the key word. As long as consumers stay worried, this economy is going to require a lot of patience. Jim Angle, ABC News, Washington.
One other economic note, it was a short trading day on Wall Street today because of the holidays. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost about 3.5 points, closing at 3683. Trading was light. For the week, the industrial average was down about 10 points. In a moment, South Africa confronting violence on the road to democracy. Also, in Los Angeles, an unconventional approach to sheltering the homeless. And our person of the week, taking care of the children.
So, where's the boss today? Picked up his new car. What do you get? A BMW? A Lexus?
Neither. He got the bottom bill.
Really?
Said it had anti-lock brakes, leather, dual airbags. Said with all that and the way it drives, he couldn't see spending 10 to 20 grand more.
He likes bargains.
He likes cars.
When it comes to investing, I can go for it. Our money takes advantage of the market like the big boys do. The big boys. What's our motto? Diversity is the spice of life. Stocks, bonds, money markets. Drivers continually scans the market. Here's drivers. Our other motto is never invest on an empty stomach. That's also important.
In South Africa, another official with the African National Congress has been shot to death, the fourth ANC leader to be murdered in the past year and a half. That does not begin to tell the story of what South Africa's political leaders are up against. There's going to be a presidential election in South Africa next April, the first in which the country's black majority has the right to vote. As ABC's Ron Allen reports, the campaign trail feels more like a war zone.
Nelson Mandela, the presidential candidate. He usually meets jubilant black supporters on the campaign trail as he crusades against the white minority.
On the 27th of April, 1994, we will bury the National Party, never to rule again.
But Natal is one of South Africa's most volatile regions, where Mandela faces opposition from blacks as well as whites. Natal is the stronghold of the Inkatha Freedom Party, which is locked in a virtual civil war with Mandela's African National Congress. Years of tribal feuding have left thousands dead and homeless. And on the campaign trail, violence lurks at many stops.
The police has worked wonders to move out.
A bomb threat disrupted this public forum just as Mandela was trying to reassure the audience he can unify the country. The campaign is just beginning, but international election observers are already keeping a close eye on Natal. This region will provide one of the strongest tests of whether South Africa's new political process will be free, fair, and democratic. In Natal, violence and intimidation are part of the campaign's strategy. When these Inkatha warriors heard Mandela's party planned to rally on their territory, they took up arms and prepared for a fight.
You cannot just come in and say that I will have a meeting on such and such a place and such a time without consulting the head of the area first.
The hatred runs so deep in some villages, residents are afraid to cross a dividing road just to go to the store.
We can't vote there over there.
Because that's ANC.
Yeah, that's ANC.
Sana Gazani will turn 70 on election day. She wants to vote for Inkatha. But rival campaign workers have already received so many threats. Many voters here may decide it's safer to stay at home. In Natal, more than 200 people were killed by political violence during October, the highest figure in 3 years. The question here is, can South Africa's first attempt at democratic politics survive a campaign of intimidation and fear? Ron Allen, ABC News, Natal.
South Africa is about to get a visit from an American trade delegation. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown left Washington today with more than 24 senior executives from U.S. companies. It's the first American trade group to visit South Africa since federal trade sanctions were lifted earlier this week. From the Middle East today, something new for the Israelis and Palestinians to struggle over, actually something old. An Israeli tour guide once said that here in Israel, the hottest news is often the oldest news. He was talking about the Israeli passion for archaeology, a passion many Palestinians share. ABC's Dean Reynolds on why the issue has come to the surface.
For the last 2 weeks, 30 Israeli archaeologists and a couple hundred assistants have scoured these dusty caves in the Judean desert, searching for signs of a Jewish heritage. The Israeli Antiquities Authority is running the survey in this area, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered 4 decades ago. They have already found fragments of a manuscript dating to the 2nd century.
This document speaks about agriculture things that were sold in Jericho.
But the Israeli archaeologists have also found controversy. Jericho is right down there at the bottom of these hills. The West Bank city and the adjacent area where the digging is going on are due to fall under Palestinian control next month, according to terms of the Israeli PLO agreement. And to many Palestinians, the survey of these hills looks like an Israeli attempt to plunder the area before they take over.
It's very surprising that at this particular time, such an operation takes place. And it looks like a last-minute treasure hunt.
Some Israeli scholars agree, calling it an insult to their Palestinian counterparts.
This will bring only bad atmosphere and suspicion on the Palestinian side. It wouldn't help our mutual work in the future.
The Antiquities Authority says this survey was planned long ago, but the timing at least is suspicious. As for the ancient fragments and anything else found here, the Israelis say if it's Jewish, it's ours. The Palestinians say if it's here, we own it. The issue of who gets what was not on the agenda of any Israeli PLO negotiations. Rest assured, it is now. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, in the Israeli-occupied West Bank.
Still in the region, Israeli troops in East Jerusalem tracked down another commander of the Islamic fundamentalist organization Hamas, chased him through an olive grove and shot him to death. They say he fired first. A U.S. diplomat has been kidnapped in the Middle Eastern nation of Yemen. Hughes Mahoney is the director of the U.S. Information Service there. Yemen officials say he was abducted on the orders of one of the country's many tribal leaders who has some sort of grievance against the Yemeni government. No word on what he's demanding. The Iraqi government has finally agreed to allow United Nations inspectors to monitor its weapons programs on a long-term basis. That's one of the UN's requirements for lifting the economic sanctions against Iraq. The UN weapons chief calls it a major breakthrough, but he says it will take at least 6 months before the UN can judge whether Iraq is really hiding anything. In our next segment, the U.S. military learning a new role for the future.
He's got great muscle tone. He likes to look at it show. With strong, healthy bones. She likes to look at it show. Face with soft skin, bright eyes, a healthy grin. She likes to look at it show. It does her body good. With vitamin A to help keep eyes bright, calcium for healthy teeth, and protein to help build muscle. When you drink milk, it shows. He likes to look at it show. It does her body good. He likes to look at it show. It does her body.
You might expect Lexus to unveil our latest line of cars after inspecting them once, or twice, or perhaps 3 times. Each of our cars must pass inspection on over 100 items. And after that, they're covered by a special limited warranty. Announcing Lexus certified pre-owned cars. Only at your Lexus dealer, ready for your inspection.
Here's a whole other kind of chip. Presto Chip Shot Potato Chipper. Slices so thin they gotta be crisp. Regular or ripple. Fry them up. Even microwave for a light, no-fat chip. Flavor them the way you like. From Presto.
Every second of an asthma attack can feel like an eternity. That's why there's Primatene Mist. Primatene opens clogged breathing tubes fast when speed counts. Primatene Mist. Fastest type asthma relief without a prescription.
This may be the most beautiful story we ever brought to you.
A town man with a tiny airplane teaches a flock of wayward geese what nature never did. A wondrous journey south.
It is a most marvelous feeling. I don't know what it is. There's a timelessness to it.
Watch this 2020 with your family.
Another blast at the United States today from a senior Iranian official. The head of Iran's judiciary, Ayatollah Mohammad Yazdi, said President Clinton has become the most hated person in the Islamic world. That's because the president met this week with the British author Salman Rushdie in Washington. Rushdie has been living in hiding ever since the late Ayatollah Khomeini ordered his death for writing the book The Satanic Verses. In Sarajevo today, after months of waiting, more than 1,000 women, children, and elderly men were put on buses which were supposed to have finally taken them out of the war zone to safety. But the buses didn't go anywhere. Everyone on board was told to get off. One of the warring militia groups had backed out of the deal. A woman asked simply, "What have we done to deserve this?" On Monday, Secretary of State Warren Christopher heads to Rome and Brussels for a series of meetings with his European counterparts about Bosnia and more generally about the role of NATO. The U.S. and its allies are still trying to get their footing in the world after the Cold War. The U.S. military is doing the same thing. ABC's Bob Zelnick is in Fort Polk, Louisiana.
It starts with a night jump by the 82nd Airborne into the Louisiana sky, as though they were training for a traditional assault mission. But this exercise is not designed for conquest. Instead, U.S. troops would be enforcing a shaky truce brokered by the United Nations among local governments and factions.
On this battlefield, there are at least 5 different pieces of military force that you have to contend with. Some are good, some are bad, and some you don't know.
During the exercise, one local faction sends armor forward until it's convinced the U.S. intends to enforce the demilitarized zone. A bomb planted by terrorists at a feeding center will kill and wound dozens of refugees. Irate villagers, actually role-playing civilians, will block American tanks and throw dirt at the soldiers. Good preparation, say officers, the situations in places like Bosnia or Somalia. The troops in this peace enforcement exercise are learning how to cope with things like roadblocks, landmines, and guerrilla attacks by troublesome villagers. But in the real world, it's often political factors which shape and limit the military response. For example, in this exercise, the entire command structure is from the U.S., but in Mogadishu, power is divided with the United Nations. Here, the rules of engagement permit U.S. troops to use reasonable force to achieve their mission. In Bosnia, UN forces fire only in self-defense, and roadblocks by local militias can stop UN convoys for days or even weeks. Here, U.S. forces have all the armor they need. In Somalia, the defense secretary declined to send tanks requested by military commanders, fearing it would send the wrong political signals. So, while realistic training remains fundamental to successful peacekeeping operations, the outcome of these operations depend as much upon political decisions as military execution. Bob Zelnick, ABC News, Fort Polk, Louisiana.
In Washington today, a formal end to the first session of the 103rd Congress. House Speaker Thomas Foley brought down the gavel this morning to mark the adjournment. Most members had already gone home. The House and Senate will be back in 2 months. In the meantime, some committees will keep on holding hearings. In a moment, a dome of their own, a plan for some of the homeless in Los Angeles.
Drop everything. It's the final week of Color Tile's 40th anniversary price rollback. 40, 50, 60% price cuts. Stainmaster Plus. Price cut. $9.99 installed. Price cuts on ceramic floor and wall tile. Vinyl tile. Price cuts. 59 styles, all 99 cents or less. Mini blinds. Buy 1, get 4 free. First time ever price cuts on all wood floors. Color Tile's 40th anniversary price rollback. 40, 50, 60% price cuts. You can save hundreds of dollars. Last chance.
Introducing the new Shell MasterCard from Chemical Bank. With this MasterCard, when you buy something you want, you earn something you need. Free Shell gasoline. With the new Shell MasterCard from Chemical Bank, average drivers could save 10% of their yearly gasoline costs. Use the card just 6 times a year and there's no annual fee. To apply for the Shell MasterCard from Chemical Bank, call 1-800-FREE-GAS.
It's coming, the worst flu in years. For flu symptoms this tough, you'll need maximum strength Theraflu. No hot liquid medicine is more powerful in nighttime or new non-drowsy. It's tougher than the toughest flu. The interior of the new Honda Accord creates an open environment. It's roomy and comfortable and available in fine leather. The reinforced body is insulated to be quieter than ever. When you consider everything the new Accord has to offer, it becomes an open and shut case. The new Accord EX from Honda.
For younger-looking skin, you've never seen anything like it. It was discovered at the Pond's Institute. Pond's Skin Smoothing Capsules, containing essential lipids, it retexturizes your skin in seconds. Pond's Skin Smoothing Capsules.
The skyline of downtown Los Angeles looks a little different these days. Right in the middle of what used to be a parking lot, an experimental community for the homeless has sprung up, housed in a series of futuristic-looking domes. It's called Genesis, and as ABC's Ron Claiborne reports, it's making a difference in the lives of its residents.
Thank you. There were thanks not just for the dinner they were sharing, but for the homes they now have. Only last month, the 24 residents of the Genesis Project were living on the street at this homeless encampment just a few feet from where they are now. The project is an experiment designed by homeless advocate Ted Hayes, who chose fiberglass domes because they were easy and cheap to build. Private businesses donated the money. The city provided the land. The homeless themselves helped erect the domes.
The idea was people, human beings, no matter what level they're on in society, need individual space, private space, to get their lives together.
Hayes' theory is that once their lives are stabilized, their self-esteem restored, the residents will begin to develop social and job skills. To instill a sense of responsibility, everyone works without pay, cooking and cleaning. Twice a day, they head out into the local neighborhood to sweep the streets. Harry Burns, a former real estate agent who went broke, had been homeless for the last year and a half. Now she runs the Genesis business office.
This isn't some place for you to just kick back and relax and say, okay, I got a free ride. This is for your chance to become productive, to become a productive member of society again.
This is temporary, it's not permanent, this is not home, this is a step on the way to home.
Within a year, the people here are expected to leave the village, ideally on the road to reestablishing their lives with jobs, even homes of their own. Ron Claiborne, ABC News, Los Angeles.
We'll be back in a moment.
World News Tonight with Peter Jennings and the Person of the Week are brought to you by Aflac, insuring over 35 million people worldwide.
Can't believe he broke it at the company picnic.
Incredible. Our employee health plan covers it, right?
Not deductibles or co-payments.
So he has to lay out his own money.
Gaps in your health plan can be costly. Aflac can help. Aflac is a leader in supplemental insurance with 35 years of dependable service. Today, employees of over 80,000 companies count on Aflac for the peace of mind to get on with life.
Any ideas?
Yeah, Aflac.
Aflac, insuring over 35 million people worldwide.
How big is the Ace Hardware really big sale?
It's, you know, it's.
So check out the Ace Hardware really big sale now.
It's big.
My hemorrhoids hurt so much, I was afraid I needed surgery, but my doctor said they weren't serious, and it's time I used Preparation H.
Preparation H helps relieve the symptoms of inflamed hemorrhoidal tissues, often bringing relief from itching, burning, and painful irritation for hours. Doctor recommended Preparation H.
With wrinkled brows, we have seen deep sorrow, great joy. What does it mean? The touch, the feel, the fabric of our lives, the touch, the feel of flying, the fabric of our lives.
Finally this evening, our Person of the Week. By tradition, the Thanksgiving holiday is a time for families to be together. The person we choose to recognize this week has given thousands of families a very special reason to be thankful, especially the children.
People define childhood as if you ask people, I think they would say it's innocence, it's being carefree, it's not having any worries. And I think when children are in intensive period, all that's gone.
Dr. Howard Zucker is committed to giving critically ill children back their childhoods. This year, as director of the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit of New York's Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, he's seen nearly 1,000 such children.
Yeah, this is all just the tenderness of the surgical incision.
There's 14-year-old Kim. She had a condition never before seen in a child, an aneurysm or ballooning of the artery in her abdomen. But for an operation at this hospital, she might have met a sudden death.
This just saved her life here. The first 48 hours we were here, I don't think a doctor left her side.
Dr. Zucker will tell you this baby, just out of open heart surgery, needs care from an entire team of specialists. The team here, he says, is among the best in the world. But just 15 months ago, he was hired to make it better.
He's a wonderful role model for young physicians to come into contact with. His commitment to caring is beyond belief. And I think he is truly a unique individual who we're blessed to have.
Howard Allen Zucker was born in New York City. The son of a pediatrician, he first dreamed of becoming an architect. After skipping 3 grades, he entered college at 15. His interest in science was cemented by a 1977 article about the separation of Siamese twins.
What it really said to me is people can push the system further. And now that I'm becoming very content and relaxed and mediocre, you can push it, you can excel.
After graduating from medical school at 22, Howard Zucker continued to push himself.
He says to her heart rate.
Today, at 34, he is one of just a handful of doctors in the nation certified in 4 specialties: critical care, pediatrics, cardiology, and anesthesiology.
Can I go flying on Saturday?
But if you begin to think Dr. Zucker's only interest is medicine, he reminds you he loves to fly planes and ski. He is definitely more than the sum of his degrees. Watching him with his young patients shows you that.
How you doing?
12-year-old John Hill, whose heart has already stopped once, has been tethered to machines in the ICU for 3 months. John can't go home until a heart is available for transplant.
I want to go home. Well, if we can get you your heart, soon we'll get you home for Christmas. Every one of these children is like it's my own child. Every care that's delivered to every child is as if it was my own. And it's got to be perfect. Doesn't she look great?
This week, Dr. Zucker organized a Thanksgiving celebration, a reunion for all those children and their families treated in the ICU this year.
There are children who we're struggling 24 hours a day just to keep alive. And to come down here and see the results of our work is very fulfilling.
Dr. Zucker says one simple idea drives him: to do everything he can to make sick children better.
Nobody knows what will happen to these children. Whether they will go on to be Nobel Prize winners, nobody really knows what's going to happen. And I don't think that one should remove that hope, that chance from any child.
And so we choose Dr. Howard Zucker, who has helped so many children keep their hopes alive. We can't think of a more rewarding occupation. That's our report on World News Tonight. Later on 2020, the story of a man who is teaching birds something that nature forgot to teach them. I'm Renee Poussin. Have a good weekend. Good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
Arnold Palmer, Fred Couples, Paul Azinger, and Haynes Stewart. 4 of the game's greatest names play golf slots. A Kings game this weekend on ABC Sports.
Coming up next on NTV News at 6, the Huskers move into the national championship spotlight after moving past the Sooners. The day after Thanksgiving usually means one thing: it's time to shop. We'll have a live report on the start of the season, and a Minden family joins together to ensure a holiday tradition goes on. Bob has some encouraging news for the weekend. Lance has all the Husker highlights. Your news is next.
He's engaged, but says he dropped his fiancée and his old girlfriend was just taken back. Men who can't get over their own flame. Next, Jerry Springer.
It's Christmas, now in the downtown Kearney Center.
Shop Famous Shoe Store this Christmas season. Your home-owned family shoe store. Brands you know, service you trust. Famous Shoe Store.
Stop in the gazebo this holiday season for unique jewelry, fashions, and gift items at affordable prices plus free gift wrapping. The gazebo open extended hours for your shopping convenience.
Santa's secret is out. For quality gifts at affordable prices, shop Allen's family-owned store for the holidays.
Allen says everything on your list in one sparkling clean store.
You'll find the latest styles for her and quality name brand fashions for him.
Allen says find jewelry and watches, cameras and video gear, all at great savings.
The shopping's convenient and picked up is free.
So join Santa's Elf. Shop Allen's in downtown Hastings.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network, Central Nebraska's news leader. And now, Al Zobel and Carol Sikorsky with the news, Bob Geiger with weather, and Randy Bushketter with sports. This is NTD News at 6.
Good evening. Carol is off tonight. It has been a long time coming, but it looks like the Huskers are going to have a lot on the line when they play in the Orange Bowl New Year's night. Nebraska ended its regular season with a big win over Oklahoma. Lance Schwartz joins us now with the good news, and good news indeed.
Oh, yes. It looked like it was going to be nip and tuck there through that first half. It was 7-7 at halftime, actually. The Huskers will play for the national championship. The Big Red did away with the Oklahoma Sooners this afternoon, 21-7. It wasn't extremely pretty, but Nebraska did get the job done. The Huskers won it in the fourth quarter. They punched in 2 touchdowns early in the final quarter to give them the 14-point cushion. They never looked back. Oklahoma helped out with four turnovers. Gutsy performance by the Big Red. And now we'll have more on this one later for you in sports.
Yeah, we look forward to that. Well, and if you spent the afternoon watching the Husker victory, you were certainly not alone. Just as this day after Thanksgiving has proved beneficial for retail stores, sports bars, and any business with a television got an economic uplift. NTD's Quentin Nyman looks at a day of Thanksgiving for fans the day after Thanksgiving.
Not much work accomplished today, at least not amongst those who braved the elements to leave home for the shelter of a warm Husker game.
Well, we spent all day yesterday at home, so we decided to come out and watch the game. Hopefully we'll win. It's not looking good.
Working?
No, I have 4-day weekends.
Convenient on the day Nebraska played for a chance to play for the national championship. Meaning big business for area bars, or at least bigger business than on the typical Friday afternoon. And a bigger reason to frequent any establishment with a group and a television.
Get out and get in the crowd. Cheer them on.
Sure, he's a better watching Husker game.
I like being around here.
People with something in common. Some say that commonality starts with a high interest in a Husker victory, and another bond, an intense dislike of Oklahoma.
Nobody should work at all. The Huskers are playing soon.
And today, not many people did. Quentin Nyman, NTD News, Kearney.
Bar managers say they always do solid business during the Nebraska-Oklahoma game, but they say the special significance of this year's game will push the day's profits up a little bit. A Kearney man has been charged with misdemeanor motor vehicle homicide in connection with an October accident that killed an Amherst woman. 31-year-old Michael Majeski was driving a northbound truck that was involved in an October 26th accident near Amherst on Highway 40. He allegedly ran a stop sign at that intersection. 41-year-old Judy Sorwide of Amherst was killed. Majeski is free on $3,500 bond. A Kearney support group wants holiday shoppers to tie one on for hospice. This tree at the Hilltop Mall in Kearney is decorated with red ribbons. Donors fill out cards with the ribbons attached. The cards contain the names of those who have a terminal illness. The support group wants people to know that they have a place to turn to.
When the physician says, I'm sorry, there's nothing more we can do to cure your disease, they need to know that there is an alternative available, because there is a lot we can do to make them comfortable so that they can do what's important.
The money raised from the project will help offset the cost of free care to people in the program. The group hopes to raise around $20,000 this year. They also plan to fill the entire tree with ribbons. Last year, more than 12,000 ribbons were tied for loved ones. Bob's in now, and I think we're all celebrating the Husker victory, but you have some good news for the weekend, too.
Yes, indeed. The weather is also going to improve, so that's good news on two fronts tonight. Back with more in a moment. I hope I caught you before you bought your next new car. Because the smart choice is this brand new Chevy Lumina, priced way below the other cars in its class. So what do you get for less money? Everything you need and a lot more. Buy now and get cash back up to $1,000 or choose low 5.9% financing. So make the smart choice, America. See your nearest Chevy team dealer right away.
'Tis the season for joyous reflections. Shop the Hilltop Mall this holiday season. Shop the gallery this Christmas. They have limited edition Terry Redland prints like Almost Home, the America the Beautiful series, and Autumn Eve. Plus, the gallery offers last-minute custom framing.
Hoover's Jewelers has a unique gift idea this Christmas. Earrings with jackets. You can get 4 different looks from just 1 pair of earrings, only at Hoover's Jewelers.
See, it's a girl, and she's beautiful.
I'm scared.
Come on, girls, it's time to go to sleep.
No, you're the one who'll be sorry, Mom. This time I'm leaving for good.
If today's 2 a.m. problems are more than you can handle, talk to us. Rivendell Psychiatric Center. If you think your child needs help and don't know where to turn, call. We can get you help.
Let's see, I'm wondering how many of you might go outside this evening without a coat on and not even feel the chills. 25 at Kearney. Northwest winds are gusting up to 22. Actual wind speed about 15 or 16 somewhere. And that makes it feel like, well, it's about 0, 1 above to be exact. Grand Island 20, northwest at 12 makes it feel like 3 above. Hastings 23, west wind at 12 makes it feel like 6 above. And the barometer's down there in the 29-90 range, a little above that actually. Temperatures are slowly improving. How about that? 28 Concordia, 32 at Phillipsburg, 27 at McCook, drops off to 19 in Broken Bow as far as our coverage area is concerned, and down to as low as 15 at Valentine. Eastern end of the state finally struggled into the low 20s this afternoon. Northwest winds just about everywhere except for a few locations where it's straight out of the west, like at Ord, 15, gusting up to 20 at Columbus. Lincoln, a southwest wind most of the day today, westerly at Beatrice, and also Hastings and Concordia. Makes it feel like it's near or a little bit below 0, down to 11 below at Mullen for the coldest wind chill value, but at least that's not as brutal as it has been lately. The morning low this morning down to 12 below at Alliance. The rest of us were somewhere a little above or a little below 0. Record low at Concordia down to 6 there this morning, and 1 below tied the record for the day at Goodland, Kansas. Well, the storm system is still off to the northeast of us, and of course we're still getting the northwest winds on the backside, but at least they're not as brutal as they have been. Lots of cloudiness coming off the backside of the storm system, as we expected it would be, partly to mostly cloudy across the area. And there are a few spots of light snow showing up South Dakota, some in Nebraska, some in northern Kansas, some in Minnesota. It doesn't look near as extensive as it was. Here's a closer look at what's going on west of Sioux City and some here and there across the area. And overall, the heaviest precipitation, the most continuous, of course, is along the frontal boundary. You can identify that here from Michigan southward to Louisiana and just off the coast of Houston, also a little bit in advance of that as well. Record cold this morning elsewhere, 8 below Sioux City. Colorado Springs and Pueblo had record lows, so did Pocatello, Idaho. But this is where the cold hurts, down south, Wichita Falls, Dallas 23. I trust you saw the sleet on the ground yesterday for the Cowboys game. Can well imagine how they didn't like that. Midland, Texas down to 13 this morning. And of course, we still have the upper level low in the neighborhood, which is the primary reason why we can't get rid of this thing as readily as we would like to. So it's going to churn around here a little bit more, at least into Saturday, then we should finally start to lose the clouds tomorrow night, and certainly going into Sunday. Look at this big comet shape here of the clouds stretching all the way south of the border, then up through the Ohio Valley and wrapping clear around here. That is a long line of clouds. But again, it will finally get lost over the next 36 hours or so. We'll probably still have some clouds and some snow showers
In extreme eastern Nebraska, parts of Iowa and Missouri tomorrow evening as the upper low slowly makes its way out of the neighborhood. Still cold tonight, but hey, no sub-zero temperatures on the map for a change. Tomorrow, we should see quite a few 30s get into the picture, especially over about the southwest half of Nebraska. And then for Sunday, we should see 40s and perhaps even a few 50s show up in the southwest corner. By the way, up north of us, as you may have noticed, with the heavy snows up to the north, Jamestown, North Dakota had 23 inches. Heavier snows in east and South Dakota. That's going to drain down the James River and eventually into the Missouri, if you were wondering where that snow is going to go in times. So periods of light snow or flurries tonight, 5 to 10 sandhills, teens elsewhere. Tomorrow 25 in the east and near 35 southwest. And we should start to see more sunshine tomorrow afternoon, particularly in the west. Tomorrow night, still clouds hanging on in the east, 12 to 18 from east to west. And on Sunday, 38 east or perhaps as high as 50 in the southwest. It will be warming up Monday and Tuesday, cooling down some on Wednesday, but this siege is on its way out.
Well, that's certainly good news. It'll be a little warmer New Year's Day in Miami, I would imagine.
One would think so.
We would hope so.
Yes, somebody better be mild.
Okay, Bob, thanks. We're starting to see some signs of Christmas in the area. Later in our newscast, we'll take you to Minden for the annual lighting of the town square. And up next, a live report on the traditional first day of the Christmas shopping season.
If you want a GMC truck, we've got the 94s to give you more for your buck at Barclays GMC and Machine Motors. The 94s are here, like a 94 GMC Jimmy 4-door SLE 4x4 with value package savings for $20,929 MSRP. 94 Safari XT8 passenger van with value package savings for $18,745 MSRP. Or get the brand new, completely redesigned 94 GMC Sonoma for $99.95 MSRP. You're going to get big values on the new 94s, only from Barclays GMC and Machine Motors, your 5-star GMC truck dealers. GMC Truck, the strength of experience.
Here's Mike Sperry again with reason number 5 why you should plant more DeKalb in 94.
Over the last several years, we have invested a good deal of resources in improving seed quality from both a genetic and physical basis. We have nearly eliminated seed-related emergence issues. DeKalb is pleased to be able to offer 100% replant protection on purchases of 50 bags or more of DeKalb seed corn. Your quality is the best. You can back it better than anyone else.
I really saw Santa Claus. He was kissing my mom.
She put a steel in my stocking.
No problem choosing Steel. I run with Quality here. And Steel is the world's best-selling brand chainsaw. No problem affording Steel. With a holiday season sale price of just $199.95, my Steel dealer made it easy. The only hard part was making the stocking.
Wow, big stocking.
Big gift.
Big savings.
See your Steel dealer now and save on great gift ideas for Dad.
Compare these two babies. The baby on the left has a beating heart. So does the baby on the right. The baby on the left has arms, legs, fingers, and toes. So does the baby on the right. The baby on the left can turn and jump and kick. So can the baby on the right. The difference is, the baby on the left was just born, and the baby on the right would very much like to be. Life. What a beautiful choice.
Another Thanksgiving has come and gone, and you're probably enjoying leftovers tonight. For those not watching football today, the main activity was shopping. This is the traditional start to the Christmas shopping season. Gary Smolin was out braving the crowds today and joins us from Grand Island with a report on the activity. Gary, how were the crowds out there?
Well, Al, the crowds here at Yonkers in the Conestoga Mall of Grand Island have been big and friendly. Nothing less than you'd expect for the Christmas season. They've been going through the registers for quite a while, but they seem to be going at a pretty good pace. Now, everything seems to be going just as planned on this, the first official day of the Christmas shopping season.
Receipts rolled from cash registers all day long as people took advantage of the unofficial holiday.
Thank you. It's been a little bit of a slow start. People were kind of sleepy at 7 o'clock this morning, but boy, it's picked up ever since. Been doing real good.
The numbers add up to music to the ears of retailers across the country. It's an unwritten rule. The Christmas season goes the way of the first day. If it holds true, this could be a great year for stores.
It should. And we had a very good day on Wednesday. We do anticipate good sales today, and we should have a very good Christmas season.
If the time shoppers start is any indication, Walty's prediction of a very good Christmas season is on the mark.
I've been up since 6.
When are you going to end?
in a couple hours. We still have some more shopping to do.
People bought things to kick around in and things to kick back in. But everyone's purchase had one thing in common. It all added up to busy salespeople. Has it been busy today?
Yeah, it's been extremely busy. It's been selling a lot of sweaters and coats.
Now, if you've been outside at all today, you understand why those sweaters and coats seem to be jumping off the racks. And as a matter of fact, Al, many of the things in the stores today are jumping off the racks into the bags of shoppers.
So, Gary, you've done your shopping yet?
Well, I figure I'll start my shopping in about 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, I know what you mean. We've got 29 days. Why rush it?
Right.
Thanks, Gary. Lance Schwartz will be the next with more on the Huskers' big win over Oklahoma. Nebraska on its way to the Orange Bowl and a shot at the national title.
And it's another reception, good for 65 yards. Halftime. Your turn to play. Take on the whole team of 465 new and used cars and trucks at Anderson Ford, Lincoln, Mercury, and Grand Island. Tackle a new F-Series pickup. Save up to $3,500. New Taurus or Aerostar. Save up to $4,000. Save between $5,000 to $7,000 on new Lincoln Mark 8s. We even have an '89 Ford Taurus for just $49.99. You've got till Tuesday night to score. See Anderson Ford, Lincoln, Mercury, and Grand Island now.
RCA Home Theater comes with a new optimum contrast screen. A black of blacks, brilliant whites, and a picture so clear and bright, you'll feel like you're really there.
Video Kingdom in Kearney, Lexington, and Cozad.
When it's white outside, go with the White Snow Thrower. White Snowball snow throwers are made to handle the worst winter weather. Choose from the SB 500 two-stage, designed to make quick work of the biggest snowfalls, or for those smaller jobs, the SB 400 single-stage gets the job done quickly. Snow throwers and snow blades are also available for your white tractor. See these white dealers today.
Merv Small Engine Repair Davenport and Hunt Enterprises, 4.5 miles east of Tecumseh. Distributed by the Scott Boarding Company of York, a member of the ITEX National Barter Exchange. Trade drafts are welcome.
Hurry to McDonald's Holiday Film Festival, featuring the classic Charlotte's Web, unbelievably priced at just $5.99 when you buy any large sandwich, or get the hit Ghost, yes, or the Addams Family, or Wayne's World. Just $5.99 each when you buy any large sandwich. No way! You can see these new movies at theaters and own the originals, but hurry, because these values will be gone in a flash. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today.
Lance Schwartz in with the big story of the day, I guess. Boy, undefeated and untied has kind of a nice little ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we haven't heard that for a while, and I think I could get used to it. The Nebraska Cornhuskers have put themselves in position for a national championship. The Huskers did away with the Oklahoma Sooners today, 21-7, and they're on their way to their third straight Orange Bowl. It was a bone-chilling afternoon in Memorial Stadium, and the Sooners would come out of the gate hot. Took it right at the Huskers on their first possession. One of the plays that hurt the Huskers the most, Statue of Liberty play. James Allen was down to the NU 6-yard line. Black shirt stiffened. It was 4th and goal, but the Sooners give it to Dwayne Chandler. He dives in. Oklahoma had a 7-0 lead in the first quarter. Midway through the second, the Huskers got a huge turnover. Cale Gundy's pass picked off by Toby Wright. Huskers were in business. The ball down to the OU 21-yard line. 4 plays later, Tommie Frazier will roll to his right and decide to turn upfield. He's in from the 2-yard line. It was knotted at 7 at halftime to the second half. And on OU's first possession, they had a chance to take the lead again, but Scott Blanton could not deliver. This ball will hook at the very last second there. That's as close as the Sooners would get. We head to the final quarter, still tied at 7. Tommie Frazier does something about that. Rifles one to Abdul Muhammad. He is in, and Nebraska had their first lead of the day, 14-7. The ensuing kickoff, you got the feeling there would be no Sooner magic today. Darius Turner returns. The ball is knocked loose, and he recovers. Dave Sizes, the hero on this one. And that would lead directly to this. Calvin Jones finds the seam, cuts toward the end zone 20 yards later. Those Husker fans are warming up. 21-7, they left it for the black shirts. And the Big Red defense would do their job. Cale Gundy's gang had nowhere to go in the fourth quarter. It just wasn't pretty down by that goal line. Here they stop the Sooners on a big 4th down play. NU holds up. Nebraska takes the boomer out of the Sooners. 21-7 the final.
Well, feel good, Dean. I know we didn't play very well first half. Played well second half. We had a lot of character and came back.
And there you see it. That is a pretty looking score today. 21-7. Nebraska with 14 points in 13 seconds does away with their Big 8 rival. And Nebraska is headed to the Orange Bowl undefeated, and they have a chance at the national championship. And another team that also has a chance is West Virginia. They stay undefeated. They're still in the hunt. They came from behind to beat Boston College 17-14. Another score with top 20 ramifications. North Carolina 38-24 over Duke, and 19th rated Arizona, and Arizona State scoreless in the first quarter. Well, another big game that could help determine the national championship is the battle between Florida State and Florida. It's coming up tomorrow afternoon. Charlie Ward will lead the top-ranked Seminoles into Gainesville to face the 7th-ranked Florida Gators. A lot of things concern Florida State's Bobby Bowden, but one of the most important is playing this one on the road.
It's very difficult to play there. I think the University of Florida football field has become one of the toughest places in the country to play. We think it's tough to play here in Tallahassee. They got the same advantage when we go down there.
Certainly, we feel confident every time we play here at Florida Field in the Swamp in front of our fans, and I know our fans are really going to be revved up this week because we've not had quite a game this big since Tennessee way back in September. So they've saved up some energy, and it's really going to be loud and noisy here Saturday, and that'll give us a better chance to beat FSU.
And I don't know about you, Al, but I think there are a few people in Nebraska that wouldn't mind seeing the Gators go after them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, because then probably West Virginia should get some votes for this thing anyway, though. They're undefeated.
They're just right where Nebraska is as far as one-loss record. So you'd like to see that the Mountaineers maybe move into that number 1-2 position there. 2, actually.
Yeah, the Bowl Coalition will have a lot to do with that. Should be interesting. If Florida State loses, obviously it's West Virginia. If Florida State wins, we'll wait and see, huh?
Oh, yeah, and the way it looks, Florida has a pretty good chance there. They're on a roll. They've only lost one time this year, so anything could happen down there in Florida tomorrow.
Okay, Lance, thanks. Bob will rejoin us in a minute to give us an update on the weather, and then an area family joins together to help make the food life better in Minden.
Runs a Grandma circles the globe to bring you combo meals from Mexico, Italy, Switzerland, and, of course, Germany.
Sure beats airplane food.
The smart choice, Chevrolet. The right time, now, November 30th. Compare Lumina to Accord and Taurus. Smart choice, price less. Plus $1,000 cash back or 5.9 financing. S10 Blazer, over $3,400 less than Explorer. Smart value? Yes, with a $299 24-month smart lease. Full-size Silverado versus F-150? No contest. With over $1,400 in options at no extra charge. The right time to make the smart choice is now through November 30th at your Chevy team dealers.
This Friday and Saturday's the time. Half Price Store's the place, and you're gonna save big. Brand new merchandise has just arrived specially for this Thanksgiving weekend. Get started early from 7 to 10 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Save 25% off any single item. So don't wait, hurry, because when these Thanksgiving specials are gone, they're gone. After all, why pay full price when you can get it at half price?
It's Christmas, now in the downtown Kearney Center.
Right now at Hawthorne Jewelry, take advantage of their holiday guarantee. On any purchase paid in full by Christmas Eve, Hawthorne Jewelry will give you your money back, plus let you keep your purchase. The catch, Kearney must receive 3 or more inches of snow on New Year's Eve between 6 p.m. and 12 midnight. Stop in and take advantage of Hawthorne Jewelry's great sale prices and get in on the holiday guarantee.
Kearney, welcome home.
Coming up tonight on NTV News at 10, we'll hear from the players and the coaches, their reaction to the Huskers' big win over Oklahoma that put them into the national championship game on New Year's night. Businesses aren't the only ones hoping you'll be in a spending mood this holiday season. Charities need your help as well. And more violence in the Mideast threatens to disrupt peace between Israel and the PLO. Join us for those stories and a lot more coming up tonight on NTV News at 10. There are a lot of holiday activities for your family on tonight's NTV Weekender. You can take the family out to shop for a Christmas tree. The Zion Lutheran Youth Group is selling trees during the next 2 weekends at the corner of 25th and Avenue C in Kearney. The La Camarada Madrigal Singers put on their annual English Yuletide feast this weekend. That's at the Grand Island Interstate Holiday Inn. Their performance starts each evening at 6:30. And you can take your family out to enjoy a Christmas tradition. The Minden Christmas Pageant takes place tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, on 3 sides of the courthouse square. That's the NTV Weekender. Have yourselves a safe and happy weekend. Bob says we shouldn't have to worry quite so much about the Arctic air this weekend.
It's in the process of moving out. Do you suppose there's some people down in Lincoln who won't even feel the cold until sometime later on tonight? They're probably totally oblivious to it.
In more ways than one.
They're right. Periods of light snow or flurries across the area tonight. 5 to 10 sandhills, mostly teens elsewhere with northwest winds backing off. Tomorrow still mostly cloudy. Flurries in the east, but some afternoon sun starting to take over from the west. Upper 30s east to around 50 southwest. Now, where would you rather be than you are here? Yeah, it's 37 in Little Rock and 32 in Oklahoma City, but that's pretty cold for those folks. As we saw yesterday, when you get that kind of cold down into northern Texas, where are you going to go besides run to the coast? And it's even going to be in the 30s along the coast overnight tonight. So that's no bargain either.
Okay, Bob, thanks. The day after Thanksgiving holds a special tradition for Minden residents. Since 1915, the town's courthouse lights have been turned on for all to see, and this year, no exception. Those wishing to kick off the Christmas season got together at the courthouse square about 5:30 this evening to see more than 10,000 lights get turned on. So many lights that 3 separate power sources are needed. It takes crews several weeks to get the lights up and running each year, but they say it is worth it to preserve Minden's reputation as the Christmas city. Those lights will brighten each night from now until New Year's. Pretty sight. Those Christmas lights also mark another Minden tradition, the annual Christmas pageant. But unlike the lights, this tradition started with one man's interpretation of the scriptures. As NTV's Pam Sullivan explains, that man's family has been making the good life better every Christmas for generations.
Christmas carols now play the warm-up act, but tomorrow evening nearly 1,000 residents will crowd the square to see the main attraction, the annual Christmas pageant. But for the family behind the tradition, it's more than a show. It's an expression of their faith.
For me, it's a true spiritual show. It is a true spiritual feeling I have. I get goosebumps every time it happens.
Ben Morey's had that feeling every year since he was 10 years old. He now runs the show his father CJ started back in 1946. That's when the Chamber of Commerce asked him to write a religious play to accompany the annual courthouse light display. CJ remembers the first performance as one of the most unusual.
It was such a beautiful, balmy evening that men and gals sat in their shirt sleeves, and that old moon came up over the courthouse.
Nice weather like that hasn't happened since, but that hasn't canceled the show.
And we were not going to do this show. It was a glaze of us. Suddenly, 2 cars come in from the Dakotas to see our show. We did it for them. The wise men and the shepherds skated down the sidewalk.
That energy and love for what they do runs through all the generations in the Morey family, making this tradition possible for many more families each year. Pam Sullivan, NTV News, Minden.
Obviously, the Morey family couldn't perform the pageant by themselves. Each year, more than 115 volunteers brave the cold to take part in the outdoor performance. And just like the Moreys, for many Minden families, taking part each year has become a tradition. And that is our report for 6 o'clock. Tonight at 10, reaction to the Huskers' big win over Oklahoma. We'll see you then.